I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hello.
I can hear you fine, James.
Awesome.
hear you
Hey,
too.
Julian. Hi,
Hi.
Chris.
Hi.
So good to hear both of your voices.
Likewise.
Same here, man. I miss the mission.
Me too. I just gave you guys the ability to turn video on if you want to try that out.
Hello.
I'm driving, so I think it won't let me.
Hi,
I'm
Sissy.
using the
That's
car
fine.
Zoom app.
Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Again, I wish I
And
that the car
it's
won't
been
let
a
me.
good event so far. We're on lunch break. People are going to start filing back in about 10 minutes. I got the Aaron's video going on the big screen here. So as they walk in, they'll see that, and then I'll introduce it during my talk and play it as well, I think. So I have my deck. It's the same one I gave at the Space Data Hackers meeting. But I'll throw it to Aaron to give, a presentation on Atmos Finder after after I go through our slides. I have a slide for each of us. It's basically I go through each of us, and then there's the photo of all 7 of us, and then I'll show the experiments, and then I'll throw it to Aaron. I'll talk about the experiments a little bit, then I'll throw it to Aaron, and then and the video in there too, and then depending on how much time we have left, we could talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Divide it up. If you guys want to, each of you want to talk about what you did for 3 to 5 minutes, that's totally fine. So does that sound good?
Yes, it's up to you. I mean,
I don't know if I need 3 to 5 minutes. Did we lose James? Oh, there's. Can't hear you.
Hello.
There
Can
you
hear
are.
me?
Yeah.
My Zoom crashed.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good stuff. So I don't know how much you heard of. I was saying what I was going to do for the talk. So I have the deck.
Mhm.
I'll stop sharing, or I'll share the screen. Here we go. Okay. So basically, let me know when you can see it. You guys see that?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the same deck I used when I gave the presentation a couple months back and talked about the EVA stuff we did. So what I'm going to do today is there's a slide for each of us. I'll just kind of run through those, and for those of you that are on the call, you can briefly say hello.
Looks great, James.
Kind of introduce you, and then assuming Aaron's going to be on too, I get to this slide, which is all the experiments, and I'll say, okay, we're going to talk about a couple of these today, or the ones that are in red are being discussed at the conference. We had a presentation on EVA Link by Eric Christoph, and then Jeff is going to talk about Mars VR later today. But then, and I'll talk a little bit about the Garmin stuff, but I'll throw it to after this slide. For 3 to 5 minutes, or whatever you're comfortable talking about what you did on the mission. We just go one by one, and then I'll, at the end of that, depending on how much time is left, I'll talk about the EVA stuff a bit. Feel free, Julian, to talk about it during your portion, though. That's fine. And then we'll see how much time is left. We'll probably take Q&A, but I've got Aaron's video on the big screen playing, and so we can have that in there as well, kind of maybe at the end or right before Q&A, depending on how much time we have. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you guys think about that plan?
Sounds great. I probably won't need even a minute. I'll just say
Yeah.
that I took photos. If they have questions, they can ask, but I feel like it's a little out of place to go into an art talk.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I'd be interested to know just kind of what you're currently working on and related.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Just Yeah,
But
no problem.
but yeah, no, whatever you're comfortable talking about is fine.
Okay.
So yeah, it's been a good conference. I'm a little exhausted. It's the third day.
I bet. You're in the home stretch.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be good though.
Yeah. So this panel is an hour?
No, it's a half hour.
Oh, half hour. Okay.
Yeah,
All
half hour
right.
talk.
Fly by. All right.
Oh, I should do optimize for video, actually. Let me
It's
do that.
kind of surreal to see you guys on a Zoom again.
That's great.
I still get alerts for AlgaCraft every week. I'm like, oh, I haven't
Yeah.
deleted it. because-
Me neither.
And the
I
video
really-
that Erin put together is really nice, I think.
Yeah.
You did a
Beautiful.
really good job.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. All right. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back.
Fine.
I love this shot. Where are you right now? Are you at home or?
I'm at home, yeah,
Yeah, it's the
Belgium,
middle of the night.
and Julian is driving again, like
Yeah,
he's
I'm in the
always
car
driving.
right
Oh my
now.
God.
Always on the run.
I watched that whole video of this guy going through your Tesla. I was like, oh, so adorable. I loved it. Good stuff.
What about you? What are you up to these days?
I am in the middle of this intense program right now, and I'm doing a lot of artwork stuff and have a lot of meetings and deadlines at the moment. So I'm a little kind of overtaxed, but in a good way.
Cool.
Yeah. How about you? How's the PhD stuff coming?
Well, it's going fine, I guess. I have a lot
Mm.
to do, like really. I'm currently writing a second paper, so which is great. It means it's working fine. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lot of work, and then doing experiment at the same time. It's not always that easy, but
No.
I guess it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, but I mean, it's for a good thing, I think. So
Yeah.
I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
I love the shot of the station. I
Me
really
too.
love it.
It's so cool. Hard to believe we're there. Like, how many months is it? 4, 5? May, June, July. 6 months, half a year ago? Yeah.
Janvier, 5 months ago.
Mm. So cool.
Yeah.
What time is it there?
10.
Ah, that's late.
Yeah.
Too late.
I love this shot.
Too. So cute.
Yeah, I
So
really love this video. Super cool.
Yeah. Really, really cool. Love that she got that done right in
Michael
time.
Lane, he can help you. He's at the registration table. Mhm. The metal stands are in that room over there. Okay. Okay, that's fine. think people are still filtering back in from lunch, but I am going to start on time in 2 minutes. So
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry, what? Okay.
Do you want me to show up and share? Or not to do this?
Okay. I can do that. Sure.
Okay, I'll just leave it.
Um, yeah. Oh, it stopped. Oh, thank you very much. You good? The camera rolling?
Hey, James,
Yes.
I think Erin's in the waiting room.
Okay. I'll fix that in a second. Yep. I'm trying to get her in. I already tried to promote her to panelist once. Not sure why it's not working. There we go. Now she's joining. Hey, Erin.
Hello there, thanks.
Hey, so yeah, sorry about that. There was some technical problem that was preventing me from bringing you in, but I'm glad you're here now. So, Erin, if are you ready to talk about Atmos Finder for a little bit, like 5 minutes or even less if you don't want to go that long?
Well, possibly. Might not want to start with me.
No, I'm
like
yeah,
full-
I won't. It'll be in the
Okay.
middle. It'll be in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. How do I?
Yeah, so basically, Erin, the first part of the talk is just going to be me. I'm just going to start actually because it's 1:02. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Mars Society Conference. My name is James Burke, and this is my pleasure to talk about my crew mission at MDRS that I had back in May. And several of my crew are here with me on the call as well. Let me show you their smiling faces there on the big screen. And so this was a really special mission for all of us, and I want to kind of talk a bit about it today. I'm gonna introduce each of us one by one, talk about what we contributed to the mission. So, I starting with me, I'm the commander of, or I was the commander of the mission. This was a really special experience for me because I'd been on the MDRS management team since 2011. But this was the first time I was commanding a mission, and it was only my second mission at MDRS, and it was my first time in a 2-week sim as well. And so I felt, as the executive director, it was especially important for me to understand how we do these missions at MDRS so that I can run the program effectively. And it was extremely helpful for that. But we actually started planning this mission back in like 5 years ago, before the pandemic, and we were delayed because of the pandemic. And it was always meant to be a professional crew. And my executive officer, Aline Ducati, who isn't here today because she's hard at work on the Ariane 6 maiden launch down in French Guiana. She's the chief safety officer for the French Guiana spaceport. Her and I began planning this mission for, I think 2018, I think. And it evolved over time, but what we ended up with was this fantastic crew of 7 people. And we got, I'm going to show you in a second, but we had 17 experiments and just a lot of excellent work done. Cecile Renaud was our Green Hab officer and crew biologist. She's a fantastic scientist. She's a PhD candidate in Belgium at the University de Mons. Cecile, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So as James said, so I'm a PhD student here in Belgium, and I'm working on spirulina. I don't know if some of you have already heard about it, but it's known as a green algae, and that you can have as a superfood. And I'm working through a European Space Agency program, which is called MELISA. And the goal of this program is to create a closed loop system for future lives in space. And I'm working at the very end of that loop, meaning I'm working on how to produce food and oxygen for the future space team.
Awesome. And then next is Julianne. And Julian was a fantastic crew engineer. And that role at MDRS is all about making sure everything's working, making sure that we can fix things quickly, the power system's working. And Julian did such an amazing job. He was running around, he was writing code, and he was unclogging the toilet, and he was like fixing the stairs, and then he was like monitoring the smart grid and labeling stuff. And it just amazing work that he did as an engineer. So Julian, go ahead and talk about yourself a little bit there.
Thanks a lot, James. Hi, everyone. I'm Julian. So I'm an engineer by training, electrical engineer. I also studied business, and then I worked for 10 years in renewable energy. And I think, I can say energy is one of my, main passions. I really like energy. I think it's really important. Clean energy on Earth, and then, sustainable energy later on Mars. So yeah, what I started to do also 15 years ago is to start to fly. And then about 5 years ago, I decided to make this my main job. So right now I fly the Boeing 737 at a regional airline in Europe. And, thanks to that experience of like operations experience, business, and especially engineering experience, I was able to become the crew engineer. And what I did is really what James said, which is to support the crew with any engineering task. And I also set up a small experiment, which I will talk about later.
Yep. Awesome. And then Chris Davidson was our crew journalist. Chris is a veteran photo assignment journalist and photographer, worked for National Geographic. She now is an artist specializing in museum art pieces. Chris did such a great job with the journalist reports and the photography on our mission. I still am getting compliments from everywhere about the work that she did and how great it was. And I think for anyone else that's ever going to be a crew journalist at MDRS, you should look at her work as sort of the gold standard of what we like to see. So anyway, Chris, you did fantastic. And welcome to the call. Tell us a little about yourself.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Chris. I have been taking pictures for a long time, and I am currently looking at how we're telling stories about the future. So having the opportunity to join this crew was just an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm happy to answer any questions about how the photos were made if you have them, but otherwise, enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And then next is Erin Kennedy. Whoops, Erin Kennedy, who was our robotics engineer. She's one of the most impressive full stack developers, hardware and software I have ever met. She designed a robot called Atmos Finder, and it was not the first robot she's ever designed that's this complex, but it was a robot, and she'll talk about it more, but it was a wind-powered rover that you deploy on Mars, designed to look for carbon dioxide geysers, essentially, on the South Pole, which we believe are there that have never been photographed before. And so Erin built the rover on her own, 3D printed all the parts, designed it, wrote all the code. Her science package had all kinds of amazing things inside it, measuring the wind. And so I just can't emphasize enough what an amazing engineer Erin is. So welcome, Erin. Tell us a little about yourself.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, thanks for that, James. Really, I've just followed being interested in making robots and little gadgets, and over time it just builds up and you can make even more complex things. And yeah, I just enjoy making robots, and the whole crew was awesome and supported those efforts.
Thank you so much, Erin. And then finally, our last crew member was Audrey. Advance the slide if I can. I'm just trying to juggle a few things here. So Audrey was our medical officer. She is a pharmacology student at the University of Paris, and she had some really innovative experiments where one of them was a monitoring device to measure cardiovascular health using pulse waves, which is a new technology. And she had a device with her that was a prototype device, and it measured highly accurately throughout the day our cardiovascular health and the age of our cardiovascular system. So like whether you were, if you're not healthy, it's actually going to show you're older than you are. And so that was great. She also had another experiment that was a blood and urine sampling regime that uses paper cards, which would be great for space because it could be stored for long term. Imagine if you needed to take blood samples for someone every day for months, how much plastic containers that would be. Well, this was a paper card system. So they're literally on little paper cards that are shelf stable that you could easily transport. And so we all did that during the mission as well. And so Audrey was amazing. So that was our crew, pretty good crew. I mean, 7 space professionals. We worked extremely well together. We had 4 people that spoke English as a second language. So they were, French speakers. And so communication was an early focus of ours, making sure we understood each other over the radios as well. Like we talked a lot about radio comms, and folks on the mission learned a lot about how to, speak succinctly over the radio and be understood. We also were constantly making new procedures for the station, such as how to do the checklist for the EVA donning and doffing, the radio comms again, and many other things. So it was like a team of constantly innovating what we were doing, but also working well together on Mars. And it was only a 2-week mission, but we lived very comfortably on Mars. We could have kept going. I believe we could have worked together for months and been very successful. We were all sad when it was over. We're still sad it's over, but it's a beginning of good things, I think, for all of us. So this was our list of experiments. The ones in red are ones that are being talked about at the conference. EVA Link was featured by Eric Christoph yesterday. Jeff Rayner will talk about Mars VR this afternoon. But we got a lot of work done here. I mentioned the top 2. I mentioned Audrey's 2 medical experiments. There was also an Atmos Finder I've mentioned. Cecile and Julian built a photobioreactor with the company AlgaCraft. I don't know if you guys want to briefly just talk about that a little bit, as well as the biostimulation.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
The first about the photobioreactor, I guess. So as you said, we were working with a company that is based in Scotland, And we decided with them to create this project. So they were mainly working at the very beginning on the building of the photobioreactor, and with Julian, Julian improved it a lot in terms of software. And we built it, and we created this culture, like you can see on the picture, this big culture of 20 liters of spirulina, and it worked well. And we left it at the station after we left, and it worked for a few months after our departure. So I think
It's
it was
still running right now. Actually, it's still
Oh, really?
running right now.
Wow. Amazing then. So yeah, I think it's really important. So it's definitely focused on how to produce oxygen and food in a space station, and I think spirulina is a great option for that. So yeah, that's the first.
I kind of see it. It's like the precursor of a closed loop life support system. Like this is keeping alive a colony of spirulina that you could then pull spirulina out of, and it regenerates. But you can imagine like having a spaceship with like hundreds of these inside it, generating oxygen for the crew and also being available as a food source.
I mean, of course, it should be part of the system, because you can't live only with spirulina, but it makes a great job. And so I said it's an algae, but in fact, in a biological term, it's a cyanobacteria. And on Earth, cyanobacteria are the main organisms that is producing oxygen. So this is why we focus on it for space station. But also you will have a lot of other organisms to make a closed loop system working. And of course plants, because we need, as we had the green hub actually, we need plants for food. And it's also amazing with Chris, we loved the morning going in the green hub. It's amazing for psychology, and actually those two, the experiment about the spirulina was linked with the plants as well. As for my PhD, I'm also focusing on how to produce fertilizers for plants. And this is the second experiment you were talking about, James. And yeah, it's still ongoing in my lab right now. I'm still working on it really hard, doing a different kind of experiment. And the idea is to see how spirulina would make the plant grow better, with a better health and better harvesting possible in a space station.
Yeah, and in fact, can I just add one thing real quick, James?
Go ahead.
I would just add on the energy perspective of this particular device. You know, this experiment represents a farm in space that produces food and oxygen, and there's a intrinsic value that is not really well understood, is the ability to shed the load. So this is a very high energy load or power load. You need a lot of light if you have a bunch of them, like agricultural, industrial size. You have a lot of power requirement for this. So of course you're gonna have maybe your solar, probably your nuclear reactors, but sometimes you need to lower the load of the the production of the reactors, or you need to do some maintenance or something. And these devices can be, the load of them can be really reduced to help the local electric grid, which is going to be a lot smaller than what we have on Earth. So the ones on Earth are really are more stable because they're so big. These ones going to require such loads to be able to operate in when the reactors are not working properly, for example, or when the load needs to be reduced. That's it, James.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, we're the power system at MDRS, it is our intent long-term to have it be a smart grid where, as Julian said, the individual devices or loads on the system are aware of how much power is being generated by the solar panel and other forms. And so a system like that would be optimal for power use and battery lifetime and having enough power in emergencies. And so that's kind of what we want to model at the MDRS eventually. We also had an experiment about the using Garmin devices. And so let me talk a little bit about that. So out in Utah, we have an EVA map. We have a whole square of terrain that we go explore when we're in sim, and we'll rove out on these Polaris EVs for 4 to 5 kilometers from the hab in our suits and then come back. We need to have radio communication with the hab to maintain safety, because there's crew out in EVA and there's crew back in the hab, and the ones in the hab need to know where the ones out in EVA are at all times in case they get in trouble. So they have to go, because they would have to go rescue them. So when you lose radio comms, it's a safety issue. And if you lose radio comms, you also don't have situational awareness of the crew. And so for a lot of reasons, we'd like to have an additional system in addition to radio. Now we want to boost the radios and have repeaters on the hill and have really high powered radios, but we can't rely on just the radio comms. We'd like to have data as well. And so the EVA link system that Eric Christoph talked about is designed for this. It's designed to be using these low power mesh-tastic devices to extend a ad hoc mesh network over the terrain so that you know where the crew is at all times. You could leave these like breadcrumbs, or you could have them up on hills to build the mesh network. And so we're working on that. Because for my crew, we didn't have this system in place. We did play around with it and try it out. And this is a path of one of our EVAs where we were capturing data of where people were in near real time, but we didn't have the full system up and running. So instead we used Garmin devices. Garmin devices are satellite based, and they do some of the same things, but they're commercial devices and they cost a subscription to use. And so they're not ideal for our long-term use at MDRS. But by using these Garmin devices, we solved this problem. We knew where the crew was at all times, even when the radio was out. So that's a transformative capability for crews at MDRS. We were able, with our crew, we did 19, I believe, EVAs. That's not a record, but it's a lot of EVAs for a 2-week crew. We usually did 2 a day, and we went all over the map. We went to all the cool places on the map that usually people work up to doing 1 of. We did like 5 or 6 of. And it was because we had this capability. It was because we knew they were safe. We knew that if they were going to go out 5 kilometers, we knew exactly where they were going there. We knew when they stopped and got out of the rover, and we knew when they got back in the rover, all on this data monitor that we had in the hab using Garmin. Julian did a mashup of Google Maps and the Garmin data. And we had really cool stuff, like you could send text messages through the system as well. So we also sent messages like that. So this is a long-term capability we're trying to bring to the program to allow it to have more safety, but also give people more capability. Sorry, I just didn't mean to do that, actually. Hold on. We also, our crew focused on safety, and Aline is a safety engineer with ESA. She's actually chief of safety at the Cobra launch site. And so we did some safety drills. Well, what's a safety drill? It's things like, let's pretend that, or let's simulate that someone is having a medical situation in their helmet with their gear on, and we have to rapidly take off their helmet so that we can, take care of them. Basically we're going to break the simulation because someone's life is in danger. We practiced that. We also did extra training of how to take the suits off quickly. Not every crew does that. Our final safety drill, Aline and I on the last day took the 2 of us, the 2 commander, the commander and the XO, the 2 leaders, we took a rover out and we turned off our radio and we turned off the Garmin, and we didn't tell them where we were going. We told them where we were going, but we didn't go there. We went somewhere else. And then we sent an SOS ping. And then we just waited. We waited to see what happened. And this crew was working so well together. They mobilized. It was a high pressure situation because they thought it was an emergency. But within, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, we heard a drone flying. Julian was trying to look for us with the drone. And then I think within 20 minutes, or I think it was 19 minutes, Julian and Cecile pulled up in a rover, broke sim. They didn't have gear on, which is what they were supposed to do. And they found us. And so it was a successful drill. And so that was for me, that was like the pinnacle of the mission, because we had trained this crew of rookies to become veteran analog astronauts in 2 weeks. Other experiments, Aline also operated the Musk Observatory, which is a solar facing observatory. That's important on Mars because on Mars, a solar flare is an emergency. It's like you have to go in a shelter or you're going to get hit with radiation. We're protected from those on Earth because we have a magnetic field that blocks all that radiation. But on Mars, that's an event. And so you need to be watching the sun to make sure there's not a solar flare coming. And so she took observations of the sun, processed them, and was able to execute all that for the first time using the Musk Observatory during the mission, which was really, really impressive. She also made a bunch of education and outreach videos for ESA that all went viral, many of which had tens of thousands of views, and they were very well done. She featured our mission, some of the activities we did, the safety drill, we did a video about that. She did a video about Mars VR. And so those were highly successful as well. We talked about UVA Link, Mars VR, Jeff will talk about. I'm sure most people here know we have a virtual reality project we've been working on for 7 years, Jeff and I. And it's a digital version of the MDRS, full campus with terrain. We have all the crew training in there now, so you can learn how to don and doff a suit. You can learn how to grow plants in the green hab, things like that. We give that away for free. It's online on the Steam platform. Just go to marsvr.com. You can learn all about it. There's also a version that works on your phone. We had a VR drone that we were testing. We also had commercial Mavic air drones as well. Julian and I both flew drones several times during the mission. I'm going to play a video in a second that has some of that footage, but that was also an activity of ours. And then finally, we had a rover we were going to test. It didn't arrive on time, so that was sad. The Nexus Aurora rover, we weren't able to test that. It was like essentially a Sojourner type rover that we were going to be able to try out. It was designed to collect samples, but also just be a commercial platform for a Mars rover. That project is still ongoing from Nexus Aurora. And then finally, the Mars Coin node. It was our intent to put a Mars Coin node in the MDRS, which Leonard Lopin, who's sitting in the front row right now, and I have been talking about for years. We were not able to do that because of the power system issues where the power would go out once in a while. The way we were going to do the Mars Coin node is have a file server, a Synology NAS file server that was up all the time with a VM on it to run the Mars Coin software. And then once that was running, we would have blockchain services. And we would be able to use features like inventory and voting on a small Mars settlement for the first time. We were able to do the inventory, but we were not able to run the Mars Coin node because of the issues with the power system going out. And so the file server essentially had to be manually turned back on whenever the power went out, and it was unreliable that way. But anyway, that was our list of experiments. I'm going to now, Aaron, if you're ready, I'll throw it to you to talk a little bit about Atmos Finder, and I'll pull that slide up as well.
Great. Thanks, James. And also, before diving into Atmos Finder, big shout out to the entire crew on the rescue EVA, because back at the hab, we had people helping to interpret what was being said, someone giving instructions and actively on the comms, and people documenting. So this is awesome, like, work in front of the scenes and also behind the scenes. And that's what made it a success as well. So Atmos Finder is my creative little robot to try to investigate this unique geomorphic process on the south pole of Mars. And this is a really interesting location on the south pole of Mars because it's hypothesized that where the CO2 gas jet geysers are, depending on the weather of the year, they may influence the global dust storms on Mars. And with that, that influences other scientific instruments that are on Mars and eventually habitats. So Atmos Finder consisted of a custom circuit board that I created and this unique sort of flexible yet rigid structure held together by tubes and 3D printed pieces. Okay. And one of the fun parts was that there was an EVA every day or every 2 days or so where we would test Atmos Finder. So everyone on the crew got a chance to interact with Atmos Finder, and it grew throughout the mission. So like I would take what was learned from one EVA and then build something more onto Atmos Finder or fix it for the next EVA, and then conduct testing. And by the end of the mission, we had it so that Atmos Finder had wings extending from its side. Are we allowed to mention it used tubes from the green hab?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So we like jury rigged some extra equipment and tools we found around to make it work. It had sails, like sort of wings extending from the side, which were controlled by servos, and also the wind sensor on the robot. And we even got it to do computer vision to detect colored cards, which would influence which routine the robot was running. And that just opened up a whole other area of potential research of like human robot interaction, but when you have a spacesuit on. So how would that look like if we were on Mars interacting with robots that like we kind of have a lot of gear on, but we want to collaborate with robots. So overall, like this was a huge success, and now maybe there's more questions from the work. And yeah, it was a really fun experience to build robots there, especially in the RAM. Like what a cool robot lab that was. Oh my gosh, it was awesome.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn the video on and maybe take like one question. But this is some of the drone footage. Aaron just released this video yesterday that she's been working on, and it's fantastic, spectacular video, taking some of the footage that we took with drones and turning it into a movie. And so we'll share that on YouTube, everybody. We have it playing right now, but I'll go ahead. I know it's 1:30, so I'll go ahead and take just one quick question if someone has it, and then I'll let the next speaker on. Any questions?
What would you do on your next 2 week mission?
Ooh, I think there's a lot of follow-on work we could do for some of these experiments. Certainly, there's things we wanted to do that we couldn't do around the file server. Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm not equipped right now to answer that. But hopefully it's not going to be 4 years of planning this for the next one. So. All right, well, thanks everyone. Thanks crew for joining, and yeah, on to Mars.
Thank you, James.
Thank you so much. Take care, you all. Talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot, man. Talk to you soon.
All right, I'm going to clean up all this, and then the next speaker can go ahead and come up. Bye-bye. Absolutely. Do you guys have slides? Those are your slides there?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
awesome. So you're gonna want to just go full screen, I guess.
We have someone on Zoom right now.
One of those two.
He said he's from the waiting room.
You might not have the right link.
Oh, it was the link from the speaker. Okay.
Like read something, what?
We had to change it yesterday. We sent a new updated one.
Hold it.
I'm not.
Oh, you gotta hold it anytime you talk. Ooh, I learned something.
Oh.
How's everybody doing today? While we work out some technical. Yeah. Awesome. Does anybody need to stretch or do a wiggle or anything? Okay.
Do a quick stand, roll those shoulders.
You know, get the blood flowing. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's right. You know, you're smarter when you stand up because there's more blood pumping through your brain. So that's good. That's why I stand up a lot. I know we need a song right now.
You all, so. I don't have the new link.
You don't have it?
No. I never got that email. Thank you. No, I don't have his phone number. Gosh, you're good. All right, thank you all so much for being at our Thunderbird panel today. My name is Katie Altersitz, and I'm the executive recruiter here at Thunderbird. I have about 10 years of experience in higher education, all in different admissions and recruitment capacities. So what that means is I help students on the front end with the application process, the scholarship process, trying to make that part a little bit easier so that you as students get to focus on what really matters, which is the curriculum and the program. So for those of you who don't know, Thunderbird School of Global Management recently launched a brand new degree. We're on our second cohort of the program, and this program is an executive master's degree in global management with a specialization in space leadership, business, and policy. It is the first accredited degree of its kind, and we are very excited that Thunderbird has the opportunity to lead it. So we will go ahead and get started. We are waiting for our one online panelist. We're sending him the correct Zoom link right now. But while we wait for him, I will have our current panelists who are here in the room introduce themselves. And let's actually start at the end of the row. So Colleen, we're going to do ladies first. And in your introduction, if you could share your name, your current title and role, and then one question or concern that you had before applying to the program.
I'm going to try to remember all the things you just said to me. All right, here it is. My name's Colleen McLeod Garner, and I am in cohort 2 at the Executive Master's Program at Thunderbird in Space Leadership, Business, and Policy. It's a very long name. We're working on that one. Currently, I'm the Director of Sales West for, if you look on the front of your booklet for the convention for Casa Azul Spirits, and we'll talk more about that later. Excited to see everyone and hear from everybody.
My name is Chase Castle. I'm the portfolio manager at ASU's Interplanetary Initiative. And one concern that I had going into the program, here we can go back to you, was would the skills that I'd be learning in the degree program be translatable to a career after I graduated?
Okay, I knew I'd forget one. The concern I had, so I sell alcohol for a living. Why am I in a space room? And I already have a master's degree in global innovation. So we'll talk about that. So that was my concern, was I already had a master's degree in business and in a completely different sector.
I'm Brett Meekum. I'm a local here to Phoenix, Arizona. I run a government relations and political consulting firm, which I've had for a number of years. I'm originally from New York. I'm glad Katie didn't ask me to tell me which Harry Potter house I was. She usually does that. He's a Slytherin. True. One of the concerns I had, though, is doing what I do for as long as I have being in the government relations and political world was, can I pivot and can I go back to school in my early 40s? And that was a huge concern of mine, of making that jump from doing what I do and taking that skill set and translating it to the space industry, which I have just a passion for and really wanted to do.
Excellent. Thank you. Was Carlton able to join it? All right. Well, thank you so much for these introductions. We'll go ahead and dive right in. Before I turn it over to our panelists, though, I want to appease some of these concerns that they have brought up. So this program is designed for working professionals. It's designed for busy working executives or executive track professionals who are looking for that next step. They're looking for skills for the network within the new space economy, within the global new space economy. And that's what this program provides. We do so in a 12-month format, with courses being offered primarily on the weekends. Again, allowing individuals to continue working and actually apply what they're learning in class one weekend the following week when they're back at work. In addition to the weekend courses, there are also some trips, which we'll talk about a couple slides forward, but I do want to point out that students get to spend a week in Florida at the Kennedy Space Center, networking with the companies and organizations there, as well as taking classes from the experts in the area. Oh, excellent. And we do have one more panelist as well joining us online.
Hi, this is Carlton Johnson. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, Carlton.
Hey, I apologize. I was detained by matters of state. Hey, looking forward to having a great conversation. I know you've already done introductions. Quick one on me. I am Carlton Johnson, a retired Air Force colonel, spent 26 years in the Air Force doing cyber and some other things, also in space. And I'm also the chairman of the National Space Society and also a member of the Mars Society Board of Advisors. I was in the first cohort of this program, and I have nothing but great things to say about it. So looking forward to getting into the questions and providing you guys a lot of insight as to why you're not already in the course. Over.
Thank you, Carlton. Sir, that was a beautiful introduction. The last thing that I do want to talk about on this slide is you'll notice the price tag on here, $67,207. However, we do offer scholarships, and we offer significant scholarships. I tell everyone, if you're even considering applying for this program, apply, work on the scholarship application with me, and let's see the scholarship that you're offered so we can talk real numbers and not these hypothetical numbers. In addition, anyone who's here today does get an application fee waiver for Thunderbird's programs for 2024. So if you're thinking of applying, you're going to want to do so soon. All right, so we are going to switch back over to our panelists. These are some of the industries, a small sampling of the industries, the organizations, and some of the titles our students and our alumni have. With this, I would like to ask our panelists, what is your industry and what kind of trends did you discuss that related to your industry in this program? And Carlton, would it be okay if I start with you this time?
Absolutely. So my industry really is aerospace, defense, and cybersecurity, cyber risk. The reason that I took this program, and I don't say the following to impress, but to impress the point, I already had, I think, like 9 or 10 master's degrees. And somebody said to me, well, why do you need another one? And the whole idea is that space is an emerging, burgeoning career field. And we need to have leaders who not only have the industry bona fides and experience, but the accredited credentials in this particular discipline to help take it to the next level. And this doesn't just include people who are in space, if you will, like scientists and engineers. We're talking about dreamers and shapers and movers and makers. And if you look at the movie Contact, where the protagonist was a devout scientist, only believed in science, when she got to the first relay point through Vega and saw the celestial event, she said they shouldn't have sent a scientist, they should have sent a poet. And the reason I hearken on that is that this program brings out the poets in each of the individual respective industries in which they work in, and bring those poets to create a symphony of music that goes into space writ large. So I'm in space, but I'd like to say I'm a poet in this whole ecosystem. Over.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that Carlton made, and just to put a finer tip on it, with the explosion of the commercial space sector, there's been a really strong need for people who are not just passionate about space, which obviously all of us here are because we do space, but people that are experts in their respective fields that can come together and participate in the space economy in the future. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know how to, I guess I could get closer like that. It just feels weird.
I'll jump in next, and hopefully you can hear me. I do have a big mouth. At least I've been told I've got one. But you know, every company, every industry needs to have a space strategy. Now, I come from what might be defined as the least popular industry on the planet, being a lobbyist. But even space needs lobbyists, and I'll tell you from my standpoint, space policy, which is something that we're in the midst of developing as we move forward, space needs lobbyists, and policy is made by people who show up. And that's where I think really one of the assets is, and everyone in this room I know is here by this conference and shows up to help influence policy, but that is one of the most important things we can do so that we get it right.
Okay, let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
All right, great. So, when I first was doing my, similar to Carlton, not quite to the extent, but I already had a master's degree in global innovation. And when I was in graduate school, I came across a partnership with Virgin Galactic and Grey Goose Vodka. And I, at that time I was selling Bacardi brands. And so I really fell down the rabbit hole, and I'm so glad that I did, because I think all of us could probably say, or at least I know I can, that there's something about it that this is inspiring. It's indescribable, really, the pull of this industry, of something that we're on the precipice of. So I'm coming from the food and beverage side, right? And when I first started coming to conferences, we were talking about building the thing, but we weren't talking about living in the thing. And so that's kind of where I talked to Dr. Autry, which I think, Katie, I hope we're going to sit and talk about some of the professors that are out of this world, pun intended, that we get the pleasure of learning from. So I think I answered that one.
I think so as well. I would actually like to take a step back a little bit, and we dove right into industries, but you're right. This is an executive master's program. A lot of your time is going to be spent in the classroom with faculty members. With that, what are some of your favorite classes and why?
Well, I love cross-cultural negotiation, but that could be because Professor Danielle Cleric's in the audience today.
Space birds are jokesters.
Definitely cross-cultural negotiations. If I could mention one more, though, it would also be our really awesome finance class that we had. I don't know. I was in cohort 1. I'm not sure. I know we rearranged the program a little bit in terms of timing, but it was really cool to be crunching numbers and looking at contracts and budgets, not just in kind of the dry mathematical way that you look at it, but actually in real ways that NASA does their budget. And we had the deputy CFO of NASA, Steve Shin, as our professor for that class, and he's going to be teaching that class again for cohort 2. And it just goes to show you really how amazingly credentialed these professors are, not only academically, but in professionally as well.
Well, and we're obviously cohort 2. We're still on the journey together, and being guided, of course, by cohort 1 with a lot of their wisdom. And
hold on tight.
So we've been told. I think certainly, our program is unique, global, with the leaders of the actual program having worked in the space industry, not just, and I think that is extremely unique to have people who are knowledgeable and well respected in the space sector teaching us. The other thing I would say is that, we do have phenomenal professors that come in. We also have we already decided on the slide with the industries. We have people in our cohort that just blow my mind, that we learn from each other along this way. And we all contribute. We're all equal in this journey together, but learning from each other from every different aspect. It's incredible. The other thing I would throw in there is that some of the visits, and I know we'll talk about it, so I don't want to do the big reveal here, but I mean, some of the visits that we do on site, we should not have access to these folks, y'all. We just got back from our visit to JPL. I'm a Europa fan, so I was like a kid in a candy shop. So, but some of these visits that we do, and more to come, of course, because we're still in the midst of the program, we're learning literally a lifetime from industry leaders.
You know, I'll add into this, and I'll take a different slant. You know, I'm a senior executive. I've been a senior executive for a number of years, and a lot of people ask, you know, how do you have time to do yet another course, but any course? And my response is that senior executives need to have the next level of training, just like anybody else. And one of the things about this course is it brings senior executives together to talk about big issues when it comes to the space market. And one of the things that we did and continue to do out of cohort 1, as an example, going from idea and concept to actual value delivery, we had an opportunity to go to one of the launch sites, several of the launch sites down at the Cape. And when we saw several of the platforms that were no longer being utilized, we took it upon ourselves to look at an economic analysis of how you can rejuvenate those and repurpose them for the new space economy for commercial launch. We briefed that to the leadership at Space Force, and they're moving forward with our idea, and we're still working it. But this is what I'm talking about. People getting together who have busy schedules, who make the investment to do this and come out of it not only armed with the next level of skill set and expertise and contacts, but they're able to add value right away. You can't find that in most courses, to my knowledge, in virtually any course. And this is one of the first I've seen do that. So it's been a big deal.
I could not agree more. Thank you, Carlton. Our next topic that we want to dive into is a little bit about space and DEI. So within our program, it's very important that we start with diversity because we are creating the next future space leaders of the universe. We need to make sure that those leaders are diverse. As you'll see, and as Carlton and Colleen have already shared, 40% of our students already have advanced degrees, whether they're lawyers, whether they're doctors, whether they have an MBA or a master's in innovation, they already have their master's degree and are choosing to pursue this executive master's degree. Colleen, can you talk to me a little bit more about what made you take the plunge?
Well, I mean, it was pretty much a no-brainer. I talked to Dr. Autry, and I remember distinctly talking to him on a Saturday, and I'm dropping F-bombs, and I thought we were just having a casual conversation, and it was an interview. I didn't know that at the time. But it was one of those things where I asked him honestly, I said, I sell alcohol for a living. Like how can I contribute? And I'm not an engineer, I'm not a scientist, and I'm in sales. And his simple response was, we need everyone. And we need every perspective to answer and solve for really hard questions. And you bring a different perspective to the table entirely. And so I said, okay, I'm all in. And that simply was the end of it. And then of course, Monday I got hey, you're accepted. I was like, oh my God, oops.
So my background was in government and politics, similar to Brett's. I had spent a long time actually searching for a master's program, and it took me quite a while to figure it out. And I could never quite pull the trigger on any one particular program. It was probably a bit of fear going back to school. I think a lot of us, even, once we get settled in a career, we just think, why would I go back to school? I've got a job, I'm working, and I'm doing well. I like what I do. But there's this itch to be a lifelong learner that many of us have. And once I found the program, it clicked. I knew it was the right program for me. I had been looking at a variety of different schools. I knew I wanted to get a little bit more specialized in space, but that I wanted to take a business focus. And so I had been looking at all of these MBA programs across the US. And I actually had a nice conversation with someone who is actually works at the law school, but was going through the regular EMGM program, not the space emphasis. And she had just told me, I'm loving it with my focus. If you love space, then it seems like a natural fit. And like I said, it just was a light bulb that went off. This was the program that was meant for me. And from the moment I found the program to when I had applied, it must have been 2 or 3 weeks, because I just knew.
I think from my standpoint, I've known a lot of Thunderbirds over time, and the school has just a stellar reputation. And several of them have been bugging me to go to Thunderbird for the better part of a decade. And I had a good friend of mine who was visiting from France, who's a PhD, a professor over there, and he was bugging me to look at doctorate programs. I need to go back to school. And I could remember he was in my living room just being relentless. And I finally just said, I have friends at Thunderbird. They've told me, look at Thunderbird for a while. Let me just see what they have to offer. And when I stumbled across the space leadership, business and policy degree, I was elated. I mean, you could not recreate a 5-year-old coming down for Christmas more than me finding this degree. I was so excited. I had applied within an hour. And a week later, when I finally talked to Katie, she informed me if I had just waited, she would have waived my application fee. But I was excited. But this is truly the space MBA, but it's so much more than that. And why I say it's so much more than that is that we're not just covering what's in a traditional MBA course. There's also the space leadership and the space policy. It's the most well-rounded degree. And there is nothing, I've looked, there is nothing like it anywhere in the world. And it's designed for busy working professionals like myself and the other folks on the panel with me today.
Carlton, what made you take the plunge?
I was trying to think through, and the truth is, Greg twisted my arm. No, I'm kidding. The reason that I did this, Greg called me up and told me he was looking at a one-of-a-kind type of program to do what we're doing. And as we discussed it, I said, this is a great idea. I think this is really good. And he said, would you be willing to participate in it? And I thought about the why behind the what. And what I decided, and what he conveyed to me is, even though I've been in this business for a while, both being a student, I can go through the course kind of, well, we used to say in the military, and it sounds a little bit off, but you kind of eat your own dog food. You take a course, you make sure that whatever you do it before anybody else, so you can test it out. And then also I could bring my experience and expertise to it. And what I also got out of it was just understanding that I would be working with different people from different backgrounds. So once we kind of had that conversation, I decided, hey, I like to be in the mix, doing something that is innovative, unique, first of its kind, being on the vanguard. This is one of those opportunities. So I was all in, and I haven't regretted it ever since.
Fantastic. I'm going to take this slide very briefly because I do want to leave time for questions from the audience. But when you join Thunderbird, you're joining a Thunderbird family. You're joining this global network. I consider it a family. And actually, one of our space faculty, Zahir Ali, he will tell you your cohort is your new immediate family, and your other Thunderbirds are your extended family. You're going to have 50,000 cousins all over the world ready to dive in and help you, whether that's a personal project or a professional venture. All right, and this is, I think, is my favorite slide because I truly believe that space birds work hard, but they also play hard. And part of that is going to be the experiences that they have outside the classroom. Panelists, will you tell me a little bit about your favorite outside of the classroom experiences?
I would say that we had some fantastic tours, but as a kid, and my parents will attest to this, I was obsessed with Legos. So building Lego space projects during our residency week of our cohort was kind of fun.
I guess mine's kind of part of class, but it was our Kennedy Space Center trip. We took a full day of tours, and it was just amazing to see all of the companies' launch sites, and we got a personal tour of Blue Origin's facilities. And you just don't get to see that stuff if you're just walking off the street. So it was awe-inspiring, to say the least.
There's
for me,
oh, Carlton, go ahead, honey.
For me, I mean, all the trips are great. But what I got the most enjoyment out of were the off-class sessions with the fellow students. I mean, we had a blast, and there were times, I'm not gonna lie, there were times when we went through that whole storming, forming, norming of the team aspect. But at the end of the day, we did come together as more than friends and very close to family, and now we're family. And I know I can reach out to any one of them, and I have reached out to each one of them, and vice versa. And I can rely on them to help me, and vice versa. So I think the thing I got the most enjoyment out of was making a new set of friends that are both personal and professional, that I'm going to call friends and family for the rest of my life.
That's a hard one to follow. Yeah, I should have gone first. I get to, yeah, thanks, Carlton. No, I second that. I second actually everything that we're saying here. I think I think you guys are seeing that it's, you go through this cohort-based program. It's a year long, and you go through up, down, center, and you build these deep friendships and family ties. I mean, even with cohort 1, I remember when we were even just doing the certificate program last year, and cohort 1 was going through the throes of the capstone, and we were welcomed in. And treated as family as well. And I think that is a testament to the people that are in this program. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, you see on the bottom of the screen here, I threw a tequila dinner because I thought it would be fun and different, and we'll be doing some stuff like that later. But you know, it's a fun thing, and you get to know these amazing people from all over. It's really cool.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much. Please consider joining us in the Space Birds family. Again, if you are at the Mars Society convention this weekend and you're interested in Thunderbird, you do receive an application fee waiver. So make sure to work with me. Unlike Brett, make sure to work with me to get that application fee waiver. And then if you have any questions for me or for our students, we'll be around throughout the convention. So please find us and connect with us on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Kick off.
Do we have to? Yeah.
Any audience?
Do we have any audience
while we're up
questions?
here? Yeah, we'll just eat into Collins' time. It's okay.
That's my handler.
Wow, this sounds exciting. So I guess I could start my 6th career with this idea. How long's the program? Yeah, you got all the other demographic information up there, but how long does the program go for? And, you know, it's for busy working executives, you know, what's that mean?
I can jump in on that one. It's actually 1 year. The program itself is each month, 1 week in person, 1 weekend online. So two weekends a month, 1 in person, 1 online. And then we do a 1 week residency. We do 1 week in Cape Canaveral, and then we do a 1 week capstone in DC.
Can I add in on that,
Let's
please?
work on that for cohort 3. We can work on that. Let's talk.
Yeah, I like that idea, actually.
Can I add in on that?
Please.
So, and I want everybody in the audience to understand this, and we're all speaking up here and here as senior executives. You make time to do the things that matter. And I know when you look at numbers and so forth, a lot of times people can try kind of just away not doing something by saying, oh, it costs or oh, it's time and all that. I would submit to you that when you put your mind to doing something, you find a way to make it happen. In this particular case, I leaned in and I got a lot on my plate. Katie and Crew can tell you, I got a full plate. My dance card overfloweth. But that said, not only did I find the time to do this, I was able to leverage the things that I was doing with the class as part of day-to-day work. And also, there's kind of a stress relief in getting back into the learning environment where you do nothing but just learn and absorb. And the human body needs that on occasion, and we forget that as adults. So I would offer if you're considering doing it, just find a reason to go all in. And just like jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, once you jump, you got two choices: to pull or not to pull. If you don't pull that parachute, you got nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. But if you pull, you get a good shoot and you have a great day. Take the dive, take your parachute, join Thunderbird. You will not regret it.
Quite the visual.
Yeah. Poet right there.
Got one more question down here.
I would just encourage anybody that's seriously thinking about that to do it. In the 60s, I was in college with a biologist, a fellow that was part of the scientific team that developed the Saturn V rocket engine. And he enriched my life knowing about it, learning about that side of the world. So if this is appealing to any of you, you should talk to these people now, not later.
Love
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
All right, before we transition into the next section, I just want to give two quick updates. There's an update to the debate schedule in the gold breakout room. So it does begin at 3:30 with the high school students, and then the middle school students will do their debate live at 5 p.m. After that, there are 3 and 6 minute video debates. Again, live debate. So let's support those students. And lastly, talks planned for the Ventana room have been moved to Pina, which is room 230. Thanks, everybody.
Right.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, cool. All right, we're gonna do a little transition here. Give me a hot second. We're gonna change out real quick. Somebody's room key and
The space agriculture.
yeah,
That one.
that's it.
Do you have video in this,
Yeah.
Colleen? Okay. Sure.
Tell me when the virtual is up. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, and I can walk around, right, with this thing? And then just
there's
move?
a video camera. It's for the Zoom folks. It's best. if you
Oh,
stay at the
okay.
site.
Oh, that's gonna be tough. I have to move. I'll come back to you
If
people.
It's okay. You can walk around. We have it on the archive. So
Oh, perfect. Okay. Hello at home. Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. Oh, don't it look tasty? Okay. All right. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to try to make up a little bit of time here. And Again, my name's Colleen McLeod Garner, and I'm the Director of Sales West for Casa Azul. We are proudly sponsoring the Mars Society conference again this year, and there's my beautiful product. There it is. And you may ask yourself, I know obviously some of you were not at the panel, some of you were, what's an alcohol lady doing at a space conference? We are widening the aperture to talk about the normalcy of food and beverage in space, right? Okay, here we go. So I want to do a quick thought exercise and just have everybody in your mind's eye, where were you in 2020? And just think about that for a second. Just hold that there. Where were you at? What were you doing? What was going on? Did you have toilet paper? You know, that kind of thing. Okay. And then you can open your eyes if you want. And so then, you know, when we were in the COVID times, right, we had a lot of learnings from that, right? We have a lot of learnings from that. We're now, it's 2023, almost 2024, right? And when we were going through the COVIDs, we learned several things, right? We learned about how we needed each other, right? How we needed normalcy together. Oops. And we needed to break bread with one another. And now we, like I said, now, and by the way, this is for all my Swifties out there. Katie, where are you? This is for you. That's Taylor Swift with Casa Azul. But this is really just an illustration of really how important it is when we learn everything that we did from COVID till now, right? And we can equate that as we look at food and beverage moving forward as an interplanetary species, right? What does that mean? What does it look like? And that is where my passion lies on when I talk about this stuff, is that we know that wellness is a big part of this, right? It isn't just let's get food. So 2023, almost 2024, 2028, this came out while we were at this conference in the New York Times. This is Elon Musk saying we're going to be on Mars in 3 to 4 years, or SpaceX, right? I mean, think about that. So 2020, mind's eye, we're at 2024, essentially, we're 2028. We need a plan now. 4 years passes very quickly, right? And so that is why I think a lot of us in this room, while we're at this conference, while we're at home, I'm probably going to back up a little. You probably could like see my nose here. That we really need to sit and we need to look at this. It is now. So James had this really great talk earlier. The Mars Desert Station, it is the largest and longest running in Utah. And he showed a lot of really cool videos earlier. I'm sure you can, James, you can get them online later, yeah, too? Cool. And here's the green hub. I thought that was a really cool picture as we talk about food and beverage, we talk about agriculture, and we talk about how we are trying to come up with solutions. This is another picture. You can see, obviously, the terrain is there, right? We've got the interconnectivity, right? What we're going to do on Mars, all interconnected together. This is a cool picture I found of, obviously, you know, you're looking at different ways that we are looking at agriculture, right? We have different solutions. I'm a Jeopardy addict, and I found this. This is our beautiful biosphere too, right? Last night we had the Mars suit, or the biosphere folks. Hello. So yeah, we're obviously, we've been working on this for a minute. We're looking at closed loop systems. We're looking at all this stuff. What I would say as a caveat, guys, is I'm not going to get into the weeds on the particulars, and that is pun intended. That was a joke. So obviously, you know, NASA's done a really great job. They were doing analogs for a while, right? We've got so many all over the world. 2014, I think the count was 33. It continues to grow now and into the future as we look at what's it going to take for us to get to Mars, right? And there's different ways that we have already looked at, right? Hydroponics. We've looked at vertical farming. We're looking at ways that we can use, the blue algae bacteria to do being smarter with how we are growing food. And so, but there's different considerations. And I think that, when I talk about food and beverage, we need to look at the different locations that we're at, right? ISS is zero gravity. And so plants are going to develop differently. We need different solutions for different places. You look at gravity, you look at radiation, you look at, on Mars, I would weigh 38 pounds, right? And on the moon, I'd weigh 16 pounds. So we've got to look at where we are at and the solutions therein. Obviously with the radiation, that is a major concern, certainly. And then we look at solutions, right? There's all this new technology that's coming out, 3D printing and AI and big data in order to make smarter, better decisions in agriculture. And here's smart, here it is. So space for Earth. I think that this is definitely a topic of conversation when people still ask, like, why are we going to space, right? This is still part of the conversation with the general public. And the answer is it's better for us. It's space for Earth, right? Right now, there's universities all over the world that are working on soil composition and being smarter about planting and looking at water and also food scarcity, right? We're looking at weather patterns and how we can do better on Earth. So I think it's fascinating that all of these technologies that we can start to look at and work together on to be better and to be more agile. Obviously, you've got the website if you want more information on that. But, the food security thing, right? We're addressing food scarcity. That is a real thing. And also, what are the solutions therein? Right? So again, what can be imagined? And I love saying this because it's really kind of sky's the limit. And this goes back to the panel that we just had. We have different perspectives coming from different industry to come up with different solutions, right? There was a really cool video that I had found from NASA's 3D printing challenge that they did. And I wanted to show this video because I thought it was just so cool. And let's see if we can hear the audio.
Half a century ago, we took our first step on the surface of the moon. Today, there is renewed passion to explore for our next human endeavor. Mars, the red planet, further than any human has ever been. We face many challenges: remoteness, no livable atmosphere, high radiation, dust storms, and extremely low temperatures. Before any humans set foot on Mars, we must first design a protective shelter. We will protect our astronauts from radiation with a thick 3D printed shell structure using Martian regolith, which works great in compression but does not perform well under tension. To overcome this shortfall, we have chosen to construct the pressure-retaining parts of the habitat from lightweight inflatable pods. They will be made out of high-precision engineered composites that are prefabricated on Earth. Their elliptoid geometry will be able to mitigate the pressure differences whilst optimizing spatial planning. To create the base on Mars, we will use a two-phase approach. In Phase 1, an ecosystem of 3D printing robots will arrive months in advance of any human explorer. They will construct the protective shield for the base by adopting a modular robotic swarm strategy, a plan that allows for redundancies and enhances the odds for success. Intelligent autonomous robots will have interchangeable roles, from battery storage to scout rovers, logistics to excavational, and even 3D printing units, all integrated with multiple cameras and sensors for navigation. They can reconfigure themselves for a multitude of purposes, ensuring prolonged usage beyond the initial build phases. The smallest configuration is the one-wheeled scout rover that uses ultrasonic scanning to analyze the Martian surface to determine the best regions for obtaining optimum regolith. The digger receives the location coordinates and then excavates the Martian soil. It then delivers the payload to the refining assemblies. Here, large chunks of Martian regolith can be processed down to a finer grain and then delivered to the melter robots in situ. They then use concentrated microwaves to melt the regolith and extrude through the 3D printing nozzle. The shell is autonomously 3D printed, layer by layer, over several months by the robotic system. In the next phase, the first astronauts arrive with the habitation units, equipment, and supplies. The robots now take on their second life roles to aid the next phase. They come together to make flexible mobile platforms that can carry the payload from the loading zone to the base. The convoy begins its journey across the Martian surface to the habitat site. The build commences with a connector module placed underneath the protective shield and ready for inflation. The module then unfolds and self-inflates into its final form. The habitation units are then placed into position and sequentially inflated to form the completed pressurized environments. The circular layout of the habitat ensures continuous accessibility of the habitat in the event of a catastrophic failure. Each connector module houses 3 integrated environmental control life support systems, delivering essential services like power, water, data, and oxygen to all the habitation units. A circular conduit delivers these services to multiple endpoints in each pod. The base will be remotely powered by 2 nuclear kilopower reactors in a solar farm, located a safe distance away from the base. In the next stage, the astronauts will construct and install a flat-pack, rail-based racking system capable of connecting to the distribution system, enabling spaces to reconfigure according to their spatial needs. This modular and radical design principle has been adopted for all the habitat pods, ensuring multi-use, reconfigurable environments. A Martian base should not just be a habitat. It is home for the astronauts. Each pod expresses its own identity, quality, and character. A highly functional design which places the human experience at the core. Spaces include a state-of-the-art research laboratory, a hydroponic greenhouse, a fully equipped workshop with digital fabrication facilities, the sleeping quarters with gym facilities, and immersive virtual reality platform. We believe that the key to success of human habitation on Mars is the health and well-being of its residents. Creating a place where work, life, and living combine holistically to ensure they feel connected to each other, to themselves, and somehow to their distant home.
All right, they said it better than I could, that's for sure. Oh, there it is. So now again, it's thinking about where we want to go, the life that we want to live, right? And coming up with this, I mean, 100 quintillion planets for habitation, a truly interstellar species, right? As we look at these, this is discovered this year, this planet here, right? LHS 45b, as a good, I mean, obviously it's a little bit away, but that idea of that we do need to look at solutions and we need to come up with those together in order to meet our basic needs of shelter and food. And the last couple of years, I've sponsored Comic-Con, and I'm always so inspired because I see so many young people getting excited about space, right? And we need that. We need the next generation to come in and take over and to get excited about it again, right? And bring everybody, and not just STEM, it's everyone, it's STEAM, right? To come to the table. And if you're so inclined, you know, I've got a book on space agriculture. It's a children's book. And then I love Europa. I talked about it earlier. Being at JPL, it was like, oh my God. But again, a children's book on Europa. Again, trying to just inspire the next generation to think big and go after what they can. And then I want to throw it out to the audience on what's your favorite food? And that's the show. So, yes, sir. I don't know if there's a mic. Oh, there is a mic. Cool. Hi.
Hey.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
You too. So
what's your favorite food? That was the question, my friend.
You're talking to the wrong guy. I'm a vegan. Avocado. Give me some avocado and tomato soup. I'm fine.
That's very, very
good grow all
for you.
that stuff. So the first thing is technical. Where's all the power coming from?
It talked about it in the video, and I think nuclear is the way. That's my personal
That's
opinion.
a gigantic amount of power to drive all that stuff, but you probably
Sure.
know that. So
Oh, I again, I am not a scientist or an engineer. That was my disclaimer. I'm not getting in the weeds. What I'm saying is let's imagine, let's persevere, as you would say.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
I'm with it. The second thing is shooting everything I've heard here, including myself in the foot, is an expression that just rings down through the years by a scientist by the name of Norman Horowitz. So Norman, to put it in perspective, Norman Horowitz was one of 3 principal investigators on Viking. There were 3 experiments to search for life. There was the label release, the gas exchange. I forget the third one. So I looked at these experiments. It's an amazing story because the first one, the label release, Gil Levin swore he found life to his dying day. And he was shotgunned. And in fact, there was a talk yesterday about perchlorates and how algae can actually survive and grow in perchlorates. And one of the attacks on Gil Levin was that he was accused of taking his results that were chemically generated, not biologically generated, because biology cannot possibly survive on the surface of Mars simply because of the perchlorates that they wouldn't be able to survive with. And here was a talk yesterday completely refuting that, right? But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Norman Horowitz, the competing guy who came at this saying from life, it doesn't have to be like our own. In fact, his experiment was designed to look for life without water, a different kind of life, not what our kind of life is. And he based it on a fact that this is what he did. I'm trying to quote him. I went to Antarctica, to the dry valleys. I took samples from all over the dry valleys of Antarctica, looking for threads of life. And believe me, and this is a line, those dry valleys, they're a paradise compared to anywhere you're going to go on Mars. And so, it's great to get excited about this, but a reality check is necessary. This is no Miami Beach.
Oh, I definitely, if
stretch.
it was construed through my presentation, I was not trying to say this was going to be a walk in the park. What I am saying is that we do need to come up with creative solutions to very difficult problems, and it's going to take all of us to get there. Now, with the soil and the regolith, of course, that's an issue. We need to take out the toxicity. I am not saying that certainly, can we terraform Mars? I don't know. I do think that we could come up with things that all of the different things that I put in the presentation on different aspects and methods of agriculture that can work in a protected environment could work if we can solve the math on the gravity and the radiation. Does that make sense? Cool. Next question. Oh, my dear friend. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I know you're gonna say this if I don't say it right now, but I'm gonna say, just get me some pasta. I'm gonna be happy. As long as I'm alive and I have some pasta, I'm okay on Mars.
Okay.
And my question is, I feel like the concept of building the shelter first and then bringing in the people and having inflatable, it works, but I feel like it's a bit excessive. You can see in the concept video that this shelter is magnitudes, looks like it's much, much bigger than the actual inner structure.
Sure.
And I feel like that's a bit excessive. Of course, you're going to need extra space for expansion, but you don't want to build too much because resources are limited and you don't want to use them on something that you don't even know you're going to fully use.
That's fair. I mean, I think that we need definitely a starting place. And, if getting us there is going to take a minute, right? And getting as Elon wants to, bring hundreds of people and build complete communities as an eventuality, we're going to need the ability to grow out modular. Again, this is just an idea. This was not my idea. This was someone that presented to NASA at a competition. And I thought it was a really great illustration of what could be, because it can grow. We can do other, areas and grow those modular units out. But that's a great question.
So I have a background in the mining industry, and one of my fortunates or unfortunates, depending on your perspective, is end up in a lot of remote locations for extended periods of time. Not isolated, but remote. So you have limited resources and availability. One of the things that I found is one of the most important factors in people's ability to tolerate, perform, psychologically remain stable is in fact food.
Yes.
So simply providing the basics of nutrition often isn't enough. And you asked what your favorite food is. Mine's peanut butter.
Ooh, there you go.
I like peanut butter.
There you go.
And my favorite spice is paprika. So there gives you a wide range of thinking. But one of the things I don't hear about in any of these discussions about nutrition and that is how we're going to satisfy people's cravings. And that's a question I've got for you or anybody else that's out here is what are we doing and how's that factored into some of the isolation experiments? We had a number of people talk about their experiences, but what would have made the difference if you had your peanut butter or the equivalent?
Well, I think that's a really good question. And now, and we're already doing it, right? With the ISS, where we treat quote unquote the astronauts with foods that are either from their nation or that their favorite foods, right? And it is a wellness thing. It is a creature comfort that is a real thing. Also with that, when you talk to the astronauts that I've spoken with, they will tell you that eating and breaking bread with each other is the success of the mission, right? We know that. We've lived through it during COVID. This is why I keep using it as a great analogy, because we were separate. And, you know, the other parts of it too are if you had COVID, you lost the sense of taste or smell. And there was a lot of data that showed that people were in severe depression, right? And that happens to the astronauts as well in zero gravity. They struggle with tasting food, right? And we can talk about all of that later for sure. I don't want to, I think I'm already over time, but to answer your question, this is a wellness thing. It is a survival thing. We are going to move to a creature comfort thing as we evolve into more sophisticated regolith communities. So again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for those at home. And I'm going to pass it over to my dear friend, Brett. And well, James, what do I do? Okay. Bye, guys.
All right. Oh yeah, I guess we have a little audio here. They're very upset that tequila is going away. Something like that. All right, I think we're just about ready. Thanks, James. Anyway, so I'm Brett Meekum. You saw me a little earlier. For those who weren't in the room on the Thunderbird panel, I have a small government relations and political consulting firm here in Arizona. And one of the things we really wanted to do today is for those of you from out of town or just don't know what Arizona has to offer for space, I kind of want to do a little presentation. And this is actually a modified presentation of what I did over the summer for the government and Chamber of Commerce in Luxembourg. So it's going to be kind of I think some of you will walk away from the room saying that, you know, Arizona is one of the best kept secrets in the space industry. So we'll have at it. You know, obviously let me just bring this down a little bit. So every time I turn my head, I'm not screaming into it on you. Grand Canyon from space. That's what it looks like. And then, of course, we've got the Phoenix metro area. And if I had a pointer, I'd show you exactly where I live, but unfortunately, I don't. So a few things on the Arizona space economy. There's some key facts that everyone should know. You know, Space Foundation put out that the global space economy is 546 billion. Those were July of this year numbers. But in Arizona alone, space, aerospace, and defense, that accounts for $15 billion to the Arizona economy. So 15 billion with a B. Along with that, Arizona space economy is estimated to be around 3.7 billion. And now I kind of extrapolated that number from a variety of sources because nobody really tracks it, but I kind of did some estimations and maybe some fuzzy math, but I came up with a number of about 3.7 billion, which I think is very significant, especially for a state this size. Arizona is actually home to about 1,200 space, aerospace, and defense companies. And I'll talk about a few of them a little bit later in the presentation, but we've got an incredibly big space and aerospace footprint here. Space, aerospace, and defense also account for more than 150,000 jobs in the state. Again, a state our size, 150,000 jobs in the industry alone. And we're number one in the U.S. for concentration for guided missile and space vehicle manufacturing. And then we also are home, as you may know, to a variety of military installations, including Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, Marine Corps Air Station Yuma for all you Marines in the room. We've got Luke Air Force Base here. And of course, the Army's got Fort Huachuca. We've got the Yuma Proving Grounds and the famous Barry M. Goldwater Range that's used by all the services and for a lot of international partnerships as well. And then the University of Arizona Space and Science, and I picked them simply because these numbers are readily available. They contributed more than 560 million to the local economy. And when you think about 560 million, that's larger than a Super Bowl. Now, I'm not sure if that's larger than a Taylor Swift concert, but that's definitely larger than a Super Bowl. So anyway, let's talk about the Arizona space story. So basically, Arizona's love affair with space, and we were in early, started actually about 50,000 years ago with this meteor impact. That's Meteor Crater in northern Arizona. If you haven't been, it's an amazing experience. It's the best preserved meteor impact site on the face of the planet. Right there's that's the fragment of the meteor, the largest fragment of the meteor that was recovered, but they have a center there, and it's a great trip if you haven't been. It's about, I think, 3.5 hours from here. But what you also might not know either is that basically every single one of the moonwalkers trained in Arizona, all of them, for all the Apollo missions were here. And we really hope that that might happen again with some of the Artemis missions, but we've had all the moonwalkers were here. The other thing we have is we've got telescopes. The Fort Lowell Observatory, which I'm sure everybody has heard of in Flagstaff, but for all my fellow Catholics in the room, we also have the Vatican telescope as well in the state, run by the University of Arizona. So that's kind of fun. So I always like to talk about the American frontier to the final frontier, because as almost everybody thinks about Arizona, and there's the main street of Tombstone, of course. We've come a long way, and of course, I'm wearing a pair of my cowboy boots today for this presentation. But everybody thinks of Arizona as the old Wild West, but we've really evolved. We have such things as a lot of the rovers on Mars. The Opportunity rover is pictured here. But I think we're going to hear from Jim Bell tomorrow. Jim Bell, who also teaches at classes at Thunderbird as well. Jim Bell has operated just about every Mars camera on every Mars rover for the past several decades. Also the protege of Carl Sagan. He's here in the state of Arizona, and that's one of his big projects. Also in the news a week or so ago, OSIRIS-REx just dropped its asteroid sample back into Utah. OSIRIS-REx is a University of Arizona run project. We're really excited to have it. I was honored in 2016 to actually attend this launch. But OSIRIS-REx is one of our big projects. And while I don't have it pictured, also the NASA Psyche mission, which I know everybody's been talking quite a bit about. NASA Psyche going to the large metal asteroid. Psyche was supposed to launch actually Thursday, but they've delayed it a week. It's going to launch, I think the target date is the 12th, but that's an Arizona State University led project, which is really exciting that we have these major NASA and Mars partnerships here in the state right now. So let's talk a little bit about Arizona education and the infrastructure we have along within the state. So I want to talk about some of the schools and so forth. And of course, being a Thunderbird, I'm always going to put my Thunderbird school in the background because I get to. So I want to first talk about Embry-Riddle. We have a campus in Embry-Riddle up at Prescott, Arizona. So Embry-Riddle counts 9 astronauts among its graduates. But one of the exciting things they've started is they've got a completely asynchronous program. It's a Master of Space Operations, and that's run by Dr. Andy Aldrin. And I think many of you may know Andy, and for those of you who don't, I'm sure you'll recognize the last name. But that's a fantastic program as well. He told me the other day there were over 800 students who have enrolled in the Master of Space Operations, so it's a growing program there. And that's one of the things that Arizona boasts is having the Embry-Riddle footprint here. University of Arizona, as I mentioned, OSIRIS-REx, University of Arizona, but also they've also got the Arizona Space Institute, and Arizona U of A actually ranks number 5 globally for NASA-funded activities. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't mention one of my favorite projects, and I see my good friend Kai Statz in the room, but the Space Analog Moon and Mars project at Biosphere 2, and I'm not going to steal any of Kai's thunder because you're going to hear from him tomorrow, and please attend his talk. It's going to be great what he's doing down there, but he'll tell you all about a little bit of money he got recently for the project. And then we've got the NIRCam on the James Webb Space Telescope out of U of A, as well as the Mirror Lab and the Stewart Observatory. So those are some of the things U of A is doing. And then of course ASU, where we're sitting in the Memorial Union. So Arizona State University, they've established the Interplanetary Initiative. Chase Castle, who was on the panel with Colleen and I earlier, that's his portfolio at the school. But certainly, again, I mentioned Jim Bell, but the Mars Rover Cam, Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity, ASU's had a big hand in. NASA Psyche, which I mentioned a little earlier, which we hope to launch next week. Very excited, U of A led. Also, ASU led. I'm going to get killed by somebody for saying U of A with the rivalry. But U.S. Space Force University Partnership. There were about 10 universities nationally that Space Force said, we're going to partner with you. ASU is honored to be one of those. And then, of course, Planet Labs. Everyone knows Planet. We have a Planet Labs incubator here. And what's kind of neat about that is it gives ASU students like myself free access to a lot of the Planet data for projects and so forth. And then, of course, the partnership with Blue Origin and Sierra Space to develop Orbital Reef Space Station. That's happening right here at ASU, among a few other universities too, but ASU. So then, of course, I had to split out Thunderbird only because, well, Thunderbird, a separate school within ASU, and gotta give a shout out to my space birds. So, we talked a lot about that on the panel a little bit ago, but again, Greg Autry and Zahir Ali have put together just a phenomenal program. As you saw, Colleen and Chase and Carlton, and I see my good friend Lisa Godzik in cohort 2 in the room as well in the program. And I'll just touch on that because we spent 30 minutes talking about it, but both the master's and the executive certificate program, and they also offer customizable space leadership programs too, based on the needs of any organization and so forth. So if there's any interest in that, they'll do that as well. But again, it's a truly unique program in the world, and there's nothing else like it out there. So moving on, we're going to talk about a few of the commercial players in Arizona, and we actually have a lot of them, and more than could fit on my slide. So commercial space in Arizona, Virgin Galactic, and I won't slip the tongue and say orbit, but Virgin Galactic out in Mesa, Arizona, they are building the Delta commercial spaceships out there. They chose Mesa for that facility, and they're building them here, which is exciting for us. Sierra Space, I mentioned that earlier. They're working with ASU on the orbital reef station, and they have a footprint here. Crow Industries, Jim Crowley, he's basically trying to build out autonomous mining vehicles for celestial body resource extraction. He's doing it the right way, though, in my opinion, and that he's using these things terrestrially first for mining operations and expanding them to space operations. And he's actually an ASU grad and based here. Paragon Space Systems, a lot of you know my friend Grant Anderson down in Paragon in Tucson, developing a variety of different spacesuits and space environmental control systems. They're here. Phantom Space Corporation, one of my favorites. Yep, we're building rockets in Tucson, Arizona. Good friend Jim Cantrell, who I know Lisa knows very well, and others. Jim, who's written about extensively, and I think Dr. Zubrin actually introduced Jim to Elon Musk, and that's when Jim went to SpaceX for a while. But Jim is building the Phantom, the Daytona rockets in Tucson, Arizona. Been down to see him. It's fantastic. We're hoping for his first launch out of Vandenberg in the next couple of months. So yes, in Arizona, we build rockets here too. Iridium has been here forever. One of their first offices was in Tempe when they first got started. They are a long time Arizona space industry company. Boeing's here in a variety of capacities. On the military front, we build the Apache helicopters here out in Mesa. But on the space front, Arizona has been one of the landing zones for their the capsule escaped me, but their straddle vehicle. Somebody's going to correct me in a second. Anyway, Worldview, they're doing the straddle balloons for Earth observation and tourism. They're based down in Tucson as well. Connects Aerospace, they're down in Chandler, I believe. And then, of course, Blue Feather, Blue Origin. Blue Origin, with its partnership on Orbital Reef, they also have a footprint office here in Arizona that they just announced over the summer. So they've been expanding operations here as well. So as you can see, and a few others I didn't put on there, Northrop Grumman is here, Honeywell's here, Raytheon's here. So we've got an incredible space footprint that nobody really talks about. So anyway, what's our space future? Where's Arizona go from here? So first, talking about the current and future missions, obviously OSIRIS-REx, obviously NASA Psyche. Those are the big ones on our plate right now. OSIRIS-REx going to asteroid Apophis next. Psyche launching in a few days, amongst all the other projects that are happening. We're leveraging our strategic assets. We have a renewed interest from the Arizona legislature now on a lot of space things, and think that we can basically build that to help build our space economy. Now, certainly we're not a state as big as Texas, and you're not going to see the millions of dollars out of the state budget that Texas puts in, but we think we can get a significant amount and have the state make this a bit of a priority. Spaceport Yuma, this has been talked about. It's really an interesting concept. To basically license Yuma as Arizona's first spaceport. I think there's a lot of uses for it. One of the things Jim Cantrell and I had talked about, along with Dan and Lisa, is basically being able to launch to polar orbit out of Spaceport Yuma potentially. The other thing is at some point in time after a safety record's established, FCC or FAA rather will be able to license launch over land. When that happens, we've got the huge swath of land that's the Goldwater Range. And that's basically a great area to be able to launch over, provided those safety records on rockets get to the point that FAA will say, sure, go ahead and do it. Arizona Space Commission, that's something we've been toying around with. Maybe get dropped as legislation this year, we'll see. But it's actually something to kind of start being able to promote Arizona in such a way to really attract larger state space footprints and space investment here. Arizona Commercial Space Incubator. This is something that ASU is talking about, and I think it's a great idea. It's, I think, one of the things Interplanetary is going to want to do this year, but they want to set up an incubator to work with commercial space companies and, again, attract some of the new space companies here to the state. Space funds as well. There's some interest in doing a space fund project, and I've had a variety of current discussions with some folks who are interested in putting something together, and I think I may have some buy-in from the Arizona legislature on that as well. And then international partnerships. I know my good friend Paul Binsfeld couldn't be here today, but he's the honorary consul for Luxembourg for Arizona and New Mexico. He's actually on his way back to Luxembourg in a few days, but he and I did a trade mission with others over to Luxembourg, and there's definitely a large interest in doing some joint projects and things like that with the Luxembourg Space Agency and other places as well. So those are some of the things that we're really talking about as the future of the state. So, and I am way ahead on time today. So I think last time I had to do this, I had to go a lot quicker, but I would love to answer any questions anybody has or get into more detail on any of the projects and so forth. Sir. I think you're right about that. And I think that one of the things you have to also be careful of is getting into, competition with defense industry as well. And it's always having those dialogue discussions. I liked what Rick was talking about yesterday in his plenary talk about what he's trying to do. And that's, as you mentioned, young people raise money to try and get telescopes in every single middle school possible. I think that's a very worthy goal to basically excite the youth and so forth about space exploration and turn it towards that direction, because space is for everybody, and space is nonpartisan, and space is really where we should be able to get along as a species. That's why the International Space Station, the Russians and the Americans and the other countries that participate seem to get along there. Okay. Thanks for coming, by the way, Kai.
Of course, I wouldn't miss it. Thank you, Brett, for a wonderful presentation. It is incredible how much we have happening in the state, and I forgot about half of those. When I testified in the spring of this year both for the Senate and then the House, as you'll recall, it was a 13-1 in favor of the funding for our project, which I'll talk about tomorrow. And that was about a 50-50 split of Democrats and Republicans. And the only person who voted against it, you said, always votes against everything. So how do we keep that momentum going? Obviously, space exploration is exciting and it breaks down those political barriers. I mean, everyone in that room was excited for what we're doing. How do we keep that momentum going with your background in lobbying and now your dual master's degrees that you're pursuing? I think you have a voice, and how do people in this room get all of their representatives in all their states to do what we saw happen this spring in the Arizona House?
That's a really great question, and thank you for that, Kai. I said this during the panel earlier, is basically policy is made by people who show up, but also space is exciting, at least right now. And I especially think for a state like Arizona, some of the exciting projects we have going. I mean, I think it was great you were able to come down and testify. I mean, you saw the giddiness of some of the members of the legislature when we talked about what we were doing down at SAM. And I think we still owe them a tour, by the way, so we may have to get that together at some point. But I think you keep the momentum going. I would love to see, you back down there talking about it. I would love to see Lindy come down and talk about Psyche. I'd love to see Dante come down and talk about Osiris, or Jim come down and talk about the Mars rovers. I think it's keeping them involved, getting them tangible, but also hearing from everybody in the room. If there's something important, especially on the state level, especially on the local level as well. Sometimes it's hard to get to your members of Congress and your U.S. senators. It's usually easy to get to your state legislatures or members of city council, and the state legislature has a lot to do with it. I mean, look at Texas, the amount of money they're spending on their space commission right now. I mean, getting to your Texas legislator, here in Arizona, it doesn't really matter the state. You've got access to those folks, and if you're there, and I always say when policy making, it's the cliche of the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and that's truly the way it tends to work. Stay motivated, stay engaged, but it's also, I think, setting priorities too, making sure that we're bringing things to them that's tangible and doing it. Kai, your project was doable. It was 1.5, well, it was 500,000 when I started, ended up being 1.5 million. And in the scheme of things for you, that's a lot of money. For anyone in the room, that's a lot of money. for the Arizona State Legislature, that wasn't a lot of money. That was a rounding error. So asking for things in bite size and things that are achievable rather than asking for everything at once is, I also think, the way to do it. Who else? Sir, this gentleman in the back, and then this gentleman over here.
I think Phantom will be more successful than Vector was.
Can you ask that again?
Do you think Phantom will be more successful than Vector was?
Jim thinks he will. I do, and I think some of it is power of personality. When I was down there, and feel free to talk to Dan and Lisa after they were down at with Jim as well. I think he's pretty close. I'm expecting, I'm not sure exactly when he's going to schedule a launch, but I was there in February and he thought he was 10 to 12 months out. So I think once he gets that first launch, and quite frankly, if his price point is where he thinks it is, I think he was talking about $400 a kilogram for a small launch. I think that's astounding as far as a number. Now, if you talk to a guy like Andy Aldrin thinks small launches out there, and it's something that that you can't make money at it. So we'll see.
Brett, just on that, I think Jim Cantrell could probably use another round of funding. So there was a lady who did the VC presentation the other day, so maybe we should have her meet.
This gentleman behind you, I think, had a question.
I have a kind of an interesting question, at least to me, and that is, we have been shooting at Yuma Proving Ground.
Okay.
And when you say Yuma Spaceport, Yuma owns the Proving Ground, owns their airspace clear to space. This isn't totally common. So the idea of a spaceport based in that area kind of makes sense. And I think that's one of the reasons they have been so welcoming and positive and constructive with us is, we're halfway to space. If you talk Kármán line, we're at 30 kilometers, or a third of the way, 30 kilometers now. But it's a very exciting idea that, Arizona can have a spaceport. And I think that's part of the reason people are thinking about it, is because the Proving Ground owns that airspace. So I'm just, it's a little bit peripheral, but on the other hand, what a great idea. So I'm just passing that along.
Oh, absolutely. And I think a Yuma spaceport could be a great idea. I think it's figuring out exactly what assets you have and who can utilize it to make it worthwhile. But I think if Arizona is going to be a space state, that having a spaceport is going to be important. And to your point, a lot of it is the regulatory authority over these places. Oklahoma was the same way. They had they controlled their own airspace too, which made them an attractive location as well. So that's half the battle. And, again, there's the possibility of a southern polar orbit launch from Yuma. And like I said, Goldwater Range, once somebody decides that it's safe enough to launch over land, I mean, we've got all that space there. It makes all the sense in the world. So you can launch east. Ma'am, I think you had in the back. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoever.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Whoever's got the mic.
I got the mic.
Sorry.
Hi. So I'm a former chair of the Colorado Space Business Roundtable. So it's lovely to see how space is evolving and continuing. So my question to you is, how are you cooperating across state lines to both enable and, booster Arizona and learn from the mistakes of people who have gone before, but also, boost even your portfolio, even though there's other states that you're in competition with?
Well, I think that's something that's going to come. Right now, again, we want to try to get the environment in Arizona in such a place that it's competitive, but also cooperative with other areas as well. I had some discussions with one of the other space birds over in New Mexico about some of this just the other day too, and what New Mexico is doing to partner with Texas and things like that. And it would make sense for us to partner again with New Mexico with Spaceport America, and what you folks are doing up in Colorado, in California, and kind of kind of make the Southwest kind of a space-centric area. And I think that's entirely possible. But what I would say is I think Arizona is we have a lot going on, but I think we have to organize it a little bit more so that we can be very clearly, when people think of space, we want them to think of Arizona as one of the space. Right now, you're going to think of California and Colorado and Florida and Texas and Alabama and New Mexico, but you don't, in Washington, but you don't necessarily think Arizona. And we're trying to change that dynamic now. Ma'am?
I got the mic.
Whoever's got the mic.
So I apologize, I did not make a part of your presentation, but we talk a lot about investment in hardware and software and infrastructure and launch capabilities, but the human infrastructure is equally important. And one of the things that I see that's lacking, and I've seen this in a number of states that I have been a part of these programs, is the human capital piece of it. So if you want to push these different capacities forward along a number of different pipelines, right? Manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. What are you doing simultaneously to affect the community college specifically system, which is directly related to those elected folks that are in control of the purse strings? Because if you don't create the workforce structure underneath that through the community college, as well as the big names, we're going to be failing a majority of our students and our professional workers that are in our future workers, essentially. So what are you doing in that respect?
You make an excellent point there. And maybe one of the things I should have had in the slide is that we're also sitting in Maricopa County, which actually does have, I think we're the largest community college network in the country here, with a lot of diverse different schools and with specific different trades and technical backgrounds and so on and so forth. And that's actually a really good point, is basically not only highlighting the university structure with ASU and U of A and Thunderbird and Embry-Riddle, but also bringing in those community colleges and leveraging some of the tech focused ones too, to make sure the workforce is there. So that's actually an incredibly great point. And I know that one of the big things, and he's not there anymore, but General Mick McGuire, when he was head of the Arizona National Guard, that was actually one of his big pushes, was to basically work on the workforce side of things for the state of Arizona and so forth. And that was one of their big pushes with the Guard and so forth. So, I mean, that's an incredibly amazing point. So thank you for that.
Right, quick talk. Sorry, real quick question. First of all, this is going to be amazing if this continues on this track that you guys are on. How are you going to give people water?
Oh, that's a new question. Wow. That's an interesting question. I have not, and I'll be honest, I have not really been in the center of water policy at the state legislature. There's a lot of moving parts to water. One of the slogans we have out here is whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. So that's, but certainly water policy is very important. One of the key things that you have to remember about Arizona is that with our Central Arizona project that actually brings water from the Colorado down to Yavapai and Maricopa and Pinal counties, is we gave away our primary rights to the river to California as part of that deal decades ago. So basically what happens is that the reason Arizona tends to have these water problems is that we're last in line to get that water. And that's something that we're working very hard to make sure addressed. And it's an ongoing discussion at the state legislature. It's a ongoing discussion with our federal electeds, but it is a problem. But I'm pretty sure we're going to find some creative ways to solve it. I'm for desalinization if we can get the technology right, but yeah, we'll see how that works.
Thank you very much. They were going to build 4 plants for $200 million. And because of politics and safety, ended up being almost, 2 plants for about $2 billion. So if you guys consider those limitations, politics, like, okay, throw a budget out, and then it comes back saying, no, we're going to need 10 times that because the
Well, and there's smart regulation and there's over regulation as well, which drives up costs and so forth. And if you really want to get down into some of the nuclear power discussions, read some of Dr. Zubrin's books as well, because he'll outline it all. But yeah, I mean, it's right now, I think on the space front, at least on the state level, and being able to find funding sources, I think that's something we can do. Certainly, there's a lot of debate on the federal level to basically address a lot of the coming regulations, especially with commercial space flight. They're moving the moratorium at least till January on new regulations on that. But there's going to be a lot of discussion. There's going to be a lot of discussion about regulations on space debris. FCC issued the first fines ever. Question is, do they actually have the jurisdiction to fine? We don't know. They think they do. Should everything be divided across the different agencies? Is it, or should it be under one agency, such as the Office of Commercial Space and Department of Commerce? These are the questions, and this is why I get excited about this stuff. These are the questions that we'll get answers to by being involved in the process.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Appreciate it, everyone. Oh, yeah. Don't want to fuck off with that.
Fantastic speech. Hi, Federico.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice meeting you. Could we also send as a panelist Alejandro Salinas Telles, who is also in the meeting, please, because we're gonna speak both of us together.
Alejandro ST, is that who it is?
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, he's joining as a panelist in one moment here. And do you have slides to share?
Sure, just a second.
Okay. I do not see him yet. There we go. Now he's joining. Alejandro, can you hear us? You're on mute, and you can also turn your video on if you'd like.
Yes, I hear.
Okay. I think we're all set then.
Perfect. So, hello everyone. We would like to thank the attendees for coming to listen to our talk, as well as the Mars Society for the kind invitation to participate in the 26th Annual International Mars Society Convention. So throughout our talk, we will present the advances that the Space Technology MX organization has made regarding current research that seeks to create a solution for one of the greatest challenges in the space sector, which is the production of food for long-duration space missions. So first, I will talk about a device that will allow the growth of crops in space, and then my colleague will talk further about the cultivation of microalgae for future astronaut consumption, and also will introduce space analog missions, use a brief overview, and an exciting project that we would like to share with all of the attendees of this great event. So without further ado, we are starting. So, okay. So, well, why do we want to colonize Mars, right? We have talked a lot about the different reasons why this is very important for the future of humanity. But well, I would like to just touch again to one of the main reasons that I think this exploration of the red planet is very important, and which is something that I share with Elon Musk, which is that we will never have any guarantee that that Earth will be here for us to thrive 1,000, 2,000 years from now, right? At any time, an asteroid like the one who killed off all the dinosaurs, or any other catastrophe, another pandemic, wars, right? International conflict could at any point in time finish with the civilization on Earth as we know it. So we need our plan B, right? We need to colonize Mars. We need to have human presence there so that we are prepared if anything the unexpected happens to Earth. We have still this seed of humanity in this beautiful red planet already, hopefully with a thriving civilization. And so all of our efforts as the human race should focus on being able to establish our presence there in a sustainable manner, and so that we ensure our future. Okay, so the need for the human colonization of Mars and the necessity to produce food for long-term missions gave rise to the Biocolchon Space Garden project, which consists of a device that will allow the growth of various species of plants for human consumption on the red planet. This device has on the outside a thermal insulation bag made of neoprene and denim, which you can see in the image in the right and the image below, which is the outer part of the device, that protects its surroundings from the contamination with pathogens, so that the plants can remain healthy throughout all its period of development. Inside, it has a biodegradable bag that compacts the substrate made of agrolite and a biodegradable sponge and the nutrient solution. The equipment has very small hoses, which you can also see in the images here, that provide the plant with the different solutions that it requires. The device has humidity and temperature sensors that are part of a monitoring system that represents a novelty when compared to other space garden models currently available. So there we can see, just for illustrative purposes, a radish, which we have also been growing in this device along the denim carcass. And we kind of see a little bit in the center of the image, the biodegradable bag with the substrate that the plant uses to live and thrive. So in addition to what has been already mentioned, a control console has also been developed. It complements the Biocolchon device with the aim of generating a safe environment for the species that is being cultivated. So it is equipped with a ventilation system, humidity and gas sensors, lighting in different ranges of the electromagnetic spectrum, and walls that allow the system to achieve thermal insulation and retain any dripping that may occur, right, from the Biocolchon system that is put inside this continuous control console. Now, in the image, in the middle image, what we can see at the top, some LED lighting, which we modulate, as we will talk further along the talk, in order to provide the plant species being cultivated there with the optimal light regions that it requires, depending on its development stage. And in the right, we'll see the first stage where the plants are first germinating before passing onto the Biocolchon Space Garden device. So the initial selection of species to be tested in the system were lettuce, potato, and corn, reaching not only the planting and germination of their seeds, but their complete development. These species were selected for their higher nutritional content compared to other plants that are intended for human consumption. It has been decided to additionally incorporate amaranth and radish in our tests because the former crop has been considered a superfood thanks to its excellent nutritional content, while radish provides significant amounts of water, protein, and fiber, as we can see in the image. So in the table, we can appreciate the amount of proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, water, and fiber that each of the selected species provide. Okay. Well, the fact that the gravity on Mars is 1/3 of that of the Earth means that the transport of nutrients in the plant is affected, right? So the design of the Biocolchon device helps the plant with this process by compacting the substrate and nutrient solution in its internal bag, which facilitates the nutrient distribution within the vegetable species that is being cultivated. And besides this, specialized nutrient solutions have been selected to facilitate the absorption of nutrients and the development of the plants that are being grown in the system, which we will touch further on in the presentation. Well, we know that on Earth, high levels of salinity and low levels of water in the soil represent a problem for the development of plants, right? Since similar conditions are present in the Martian regolith, in addition to toxic chemicals such as perchloric salts, the development of new techniques for growing plants, such as those developed by the Biocolchon Space Garden project, are necessary. There are several viruses and pests such as caterpillars, mealybugs, aphids, and various other insects that can cause great damage to the plants. So this can reach other planets if we don't take enough care when sanitizing the plant material that is going to be taken there by the use of rockets. Right? So for this reason, it's very important that this sanitization process is done properly and thoroughly. So each plant has very specific nutritional requirements, right? If they're giving too much or too little of each of the different nutrients that they need, various symptoms of plant damage, which we can see, for example, in the left part of the image, such as chlorosis, necrosis, changes in color of their leaves can appear. And so this is the main reason why nutritional solutions must be specifically tailored to each of the plant species that are being grown in our system and that are being selected. So plants are provided with a nutrient solution that is mainly composed of distilled water and agromil, which contains growth hormones and promotes the accelerated plant growth. And so in the first 10 to 15 days, this NEM solution is also provided, which is able to prevent pests. Right? And about 15 days after the plant germination, the leachate is collected in a tray that is found below the biodegradable bag. And this leachate is then reapplied to the plant. And so if this leachate is found in optimal conditions, the leachate will contain mainly humic and fulvic acids, apart from the elements shown here in the right table, and trying to maintain always at all times a pH of 8 from this leachate. And well, all solutions are subjected to quality tests to check that they are found in optimal conditions. Right? So pH, density, electrical conductivity, and TDS, or dissolved solids, which is another word for it, are measured. It is important to measure TDS in the nutrient solution because when high levels of solids are found in a determined solution, it can no longer be used. And on the other hand, the electrical conductivity is measured to check that there is not an excess of salts, which can also cause the plant to wither. It is important to measure the density of the leachate because a very high density of this component indicates that there's an excessive amount of nutrients present on it, which, as we were talking previously, is obviously not good for the development of the plant and can cause these conditions that we talked in the previous slide. And well, in the image, we can see the measurement, for example, of TDS and pH, right? For example, pH in the right image, in various of the different solutions that are being applied to the plants that are grown inside the Biocolchon Space Garden device. In the drawer, there are red and blue colored LED lights. So in the germination stage, white light LEDs are used during the day and colored LEDs are used at night in order to accelerate the growth of the plant, as we were talking in previous slides. Right? Later, when they finish their germination period, only white LEDs are used during the day in order to support also its healthy development. And photoperiods are adapted to the plant's current stage of growth. But at the moment, UV light supply is not yet available. So we're only working in this with this LED light system. There are also look sensors inside the console to measure the amount of light that reaches the plants in order to verify that the amount of light that they need is being emitted by the lighting system. And this is important because too much light can cause the leaves to also turn yellow. So we need to fine tune the light supply that they receive. In the console, the intensity of the light can be adjusted depending on the plant to be grown. So for example, corn needs 10,000 lux, lettuce needs around 5,000 lux, and radish 12,000 lux. So depending on the plant species, we need to adjust this parameter. And well, in this graph, we can see the measurements per day of 4 parameters that were obtained throughout the month of July 2021 in radishes that were developed within our Biocolchon space garden system. So green and purple bars in the image represent plant growth in centimeters and water supplied in milliliters, respectively. On the other hand, the pink and orange lines show the temperature in degrees Celsius and the percentage of internal humidity on the system, respectively. It is important to know that as the plant increases in size, its water consumption goes up as well, which can be seen here in the graph that we're showing here. And so with this, I thank you for your attention to my part of the talk. And now I would like to present Alejandro, who will take charge of the next session, talking about microalgae and the analog missions.
Hello, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here today and this great event. I want to tell to you about microalgae and this importance for the space exploration. First, you have to know a little about what microalgae are, the importance. We have some basic concepts. The next, please. Well, we are confined to basically microalgae and visibly only one microscope, and the variety and enormous, and they were only now on the part of them. We should also mention they can be used and using the food and the fuel. And these presentations we can see basic concepts for the microalgae. I can see is the any types for microalgae for the study and the commercialization. The next, please. But what benefits can they give us and the space exploration? Well, they have different application and mentioned it before. On them is and they adapt to almonds and the environment, but also as an CO2 filters given on the use and per environment. And this imaging can see and the astronaut for NASA and the International Space Station working for the microalgae. In the image in the left is in back for microalgae, and specific is the hematococcus. The next, please. Well, what the benefits and can they give us and the exploration? Research in the ISS as know and this type for algae can provide great support for medicine and diabetes, cancer, and the heart disease. This occurs due to microgravity exerted for the algae, causing to the release antioxidants. The next, please. But as we had already mentioned, we have different types of microalgae, and only with a small percentage has been studied. My team has already carried from some studies in the Mexico City, specifically in the protect areas of the Xochimilco. The next, please. We are the presenter of algae, specifically type on spirulina, as we find it in the Xochimilco. In these images, we can see the samples taken from the different points and the river. In the first imaging, we can see salinity sensor, and the next and the two next images and takes as the samples. The next, please. As you will see, the samples have already been sent to laboratory for the different analysis. Some of the objects and the dates of our new parameters analysis and the classification of the species growing time, among others. The next, please. But now, let's talk a little about space exploration. What do you do? Specifically, analogous space research stations focus on the testing and the new equipment analysis and parameters, but about studying human environment for the long duration missions. And yes, analogous astronaut exists, and they are pre-workout for the training specific. And the next. And here we can find some examples for the of the one in stone waiting for analogous station. Activities deployment in the analogous habitats is in the education for model for the STEAMs, identification of technologies when can be using and habitats, research related on physical environment, and deployment for protocols, new protocols. The next, please. Mexico, what we have the first analogous research station, AIM, and this station different extents can be theory and the multiple areas, medicine, biology, physical, chemistry, and more. We can see in the imaging, we have different areas. And the next. For my part and my partner is everything. Thank you very much for watching.
And we're open for questions if there are any among the audience. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
We got 5 minutes for questions.
We have 5 minutes for questions.
Federico, sorry, great presentation. Thanks very much. Number of plants that you can fit in the device, any estimate?
As per the amount of plants?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's typically only one, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, because of there's a lot of constraints inside the our device. So yeah, each of this bioconstruction. Sorry, so in here. Here, yes. So in here, yes, we can only fit one class of species per each as we would say, bag of our device. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any question?
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if you could rehash algae you chose to pick.
Sorry, did I get it correctly? Is the strain of microalgae?
Yes.
It's Spirulina platensis. In here, yeah, is the one that we have chosen because of all its nutritional content. It's high capacity to will transform CO2 into oxygen, also high biomass yield, and which by the fact that it can be consumed and has a high nutritional content, and do it because it's also considered a superfood, right? As we mentioned in the presentation, we have decided to pick this microalgae strain for our tests and the development of our bioreactor. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention and for listening to our talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Harry, you can come on up. This is yours, right, Terry? This is the one, right? Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna, that's Colleen's, I'll give it to her. Also.
Looks like a rough crowd here. I'm ready. Okay, here we go. This was a great experiment. So I've done multiple analog missions across the spectrum, really high extreme environment in terms of its particularly the Flashlight Mars mission. But I've also been in two missions that were not. And so that's really what we're going to discuss here is kind of these variances between these two. And we actually went as far, and I'm presenting this as work that was a part of a friend of mine. His name is Lex. Lex was also in the missions with us, Lex Logic. And then Olivia and I did the work for the Flashlight Mars. But yeah, here we go. We'll just keep going. Maybe. There we are. Lex and I both have a master's from American Military University in aerospace science. Olivia is a PhD candidate at UCI in radiation biology. Sorry. And yeah, so I love this. I love this slide here that's coming up too. Sorry. Lex is not here because he's active duty in Bahrain. I think that's how you say it. So Lex, if you're watching, hi. And yeah, here we go. We collectively, I think he and I and Olivia have about 4 months in analog stations. I love this photo. So this was Spirit Rover's first image of us from the surface of Mars. And you can't really see that tiny little dot there, but it's there. And so the presentation in sections here, we're going to break it out as a review of the literature. We do have some methods that we used and we'll be kind of specific to that. There are limitations and the honesty side of that will come out. And then we'll have a discussion on data. Actually, Olivia will help me through that. Actually, you'll do that. Thank you. And yeah, and then we'll have kind of a quick chat about what's next. Anyway, sorry, that image is humbling, isn't it? So everybody realizes these environments can be quite stressful, particularly if you're in a team that might not have its. Maybe we haven't spent a lot of time together. Olivia and I had spent quite a bit of time together previous to the mission, at least online. We had one meeting individually that we all met in Seattle, and that wasn't enough. We could definitely meet more for that mission. In the ILMA at Inflatable Lunar Mars Analog Habitat on the University of North Dakota campus, you could run out the door if you had to, and you'd be fine. You might get hit by a train or a car, or you might get hit in the head with a rugby ball, but you know, there was no isolation to speak of there other than you were locked inside of 5 tin cans, as I like to call it. We wanted to measure, and we felt like there was a method to measuring stress. So we discovered these watches, these Garmin watches, and they measure, the most important thing they measure is their heart rate variability. What's interesting too, and it's kind of counterintuitive, is the HRV can not really, when you look at the data, you're like, I don't understand how that can be reflective of stress. But apparently HRV varies considerably, and the variability of that indicates no stress. When there is no variability of HRV, then it indicates stress. I can't tell you why. But what was fascinating was that we have results with respect to these watches and wearing them in multiple missions. So I was in 2 missions that I was measured on this device personally. I won't tell you which ones, but you'll probably know. If anybody knows me here, you'll be able to tell. I can fall asleep anywhere if anybody's going to wonder. But so we had focused breathing. So one of the things that we consider really important is how do we mitigate the potential for stress. And here we are, deep breath, right? Take a deep breath and move on. In this case, it was focused breathing. We did that in the first mission at ILMA. We did them every hour, 10 minutes every hour during the workday, which is incredibly disruptive if you're trying to do anything in an analog mission, if anybody knows, and sometimes you're just busy from morning till evening because we have many projects that we're working through. And in our case, it was fairly disruptive, but we still saw the benefit of focused breathing. Now, when we say focused breathing, it was guided. We sat down, laid down, we closed our eyes, and we just worked on breathing. And as an example, this is a really good example of what this HRV data looks like. You can even see as you get up into the higher numbers, 100. Now, I do run at 100 sometimes. I'm sure that's not safe, but take a deep breath and move on. Generally, I find these environments, I don't find them stressful because when I move from my house in San Francisco with 4 children and the madness of San Francisco into a habitat, there's an immediate release of stress. I definitely feel like I'm more focused. I have the opportunity to think through my projects more clearly without the constant interruptions. And for my purposes, I find them very cathartic in some cases. It maybe seems counterintuitive to some people, but when we went to Flashline, it did not feel that way. Flashline, it felt like at every moment there was a potential injury. There were rocks and stones everywhere you had to navigate if you were out on EVA. Not only that, when you're out in the environment, in your EVA and in your suit, your EVA suit, it felt very real. And so I really, deep down, I was convinced often that we were sitting on the edge of a crater on the Martian surface. We didn't do as much of the breathing as we would have preferred. The focused breathing, excuse me. We did plenty of breathing. The focused breathing, I see a benefit to. I personally have meditated for many years, 7 years now. You can see my data and I could show you. It's a noticeable effect on the benefits to me over these years. Have you ever, I don't know if you'd ever done that previously, had you? Yeah. So, and most of mission participants at ILMA and at FMARS had not done that. So it was interesting that I was one of the only ones to ever do it. It is a countermeasure to stress. It's proven. So I just, for the benefit of folks in the crowd, it's an obvious benefit. And I'm going to move into some data in a minute. We did four analog missions. We tested each of the first 3 of those analog missions had 4 participants. Excuse me. The first 2 had 4 participants each. The third one of those 3 had 7 participants, of which we have data on 6 of those. We have very good quantitative numbers, and I think we're probably going to just use it at that moment and in that environment until we really do a deep dive on the data. This is all brand new data, so what you're seeing is pretty raw, and so we have analysis that we will be working through. I promise. This intent to treat. So as we see someone that becomes visibly agitated or visibly stressed, it's a great opportunity for us to offset that or mitigate that. Maybe you need more rest. Maybe you need more food. Maybe, it becomes evident through the HRV data. And we might be able to use that. And I think that was the main purpose that Lex was thinking through. And I'm hoping that's what he was. He's not here to prove that, but I think this is a great. So this is ILMA superimposed on top of the Martian surface. And then this is one of Dr. De Leon. If anybody knows Pablo De Leon, these are one of his suits. And then they do have an RV, excuse me, I don't know why I always call them RVs, a rover that you can attach to from the exterior. It's pretty cool. We are considering this a pilot study. We've a very small sample size amongst the 4 missions. And in most cases that we did not have the isolation and the confinement and the extreme environments that we did like we had on Flashline Mars. And we need more time and we need more studies. So I think in the end, we can probably answer a few questions to that, but Olivia is going to break down some of the data for us here.
I can hold it. Thank you, Terry. Yes, so I'm presenting some of the HRV stress data over the course of these 4 missions. This first one is from one of the ILMA analog missions, and this is an example of visualization of the stress data for one of the analog participants. So stress was continually monitored, a recording taken every 3 minutes with the Garmin watches, and then an average for each day was calculated. And here it's plotted, the blue bars representing the stress level for that day, and the green and orange lines showing how the average over the course of a week or over the course of the mission changed for this participant. And then when aggregated with all the participants together, so on the left we have the average stress before commencement of the analog and average stress afterwards, showing a slight decrease over the course of the mission for all participants. Then also a decrease on mission compared to off mission. And then lastly, comparing the average stress for the day when there was no scheduled focused breathing sessions compared to when there was. So interestingly, the days in which there was this focused breathing scheduled, the stress was slightly higher compared to those without. And these were the days where you had to conduct it every hour, and it was set at a very specific time. And so you had to try and fit in the rest of your projects and experiments in between. However, when you look at the stress immediately preceding the focused breathing session and then immediately afterwards, there was a reduction in stress. So while the breathing seemed to be effective in reducing stress in that moment, the sort of high number of sessions that you had to do and trying to fit it into an already busy schedule probably created some stress in the participants overall for that day. And this pattern repeated itself somewhat for across all of these missions. So this is ARG-3I, which was another analog mission conducted at the ILMA facility. Similarly, comparable stress before and after the mission. And in this one, they reduced the number of scheduled focused breathing sessions, and this ended up decreasing the stress for those days while maintaining this effect from before and after. So it seems like adapting the schedule might be a good way to optimize this coping strategy. And then lastly, this was an MDRS analog mission with 6 participants. And they found also an increased stress on the scheduled focused breathing days compared to not, even though the focused breathing sessions was able to create a dramatic decrease in stress in the moment. And then aggregating all of these 3 missions together, we have this agreement in results that when conducting the focused breathing, you have an instantaneous reduction in stress, but then those days where you have to incorporate it into the schedule are slightly more stressful than the ones without. So then shifting over to the study that we did in FMARS. So this was a true extreme environment compared to the analog facilities shown before. And what we were doing was trying to include it on the simulation day. So in the first week, we didn't have any scheduled focused breathing sessions. We were just focusing on working on the facility. And then when we were in simulation, we would do one 10-minute session in the morning and one in the evening. And seeing if we, but this was only over the course of 7 days with a small group. So difficult to get statistical significant results. But here is the data. So this is broken down by crew member. So this is an example of crew member 1 with the blue bars showing the mean stress for that day. And then the orange lines is showing the average stress per week, with the green line showing the average stress per phase. So whether it was pre-mission, during the mission, or after the mission. And then this green block shows when we were on the island. And then the orange block within that is showing the time period when we were in simulation and conducting the focused breathing sessions. So then for this crew member, they saw, similarly to the other analog missions, a reduction in HRV, or a reduction in stress immediately after doing the focused breathing sessions, but not of a statistically significant level when we conducted a t-test. And then this is the results for crew member 2. And there was a t-test comparing days in which we did focused breathing compared to not, and then there was seemingly an increase in stress on those days, but no statistical significance. And again, a reduction seen for this crew member comparing before and after the 10-minute session, but again, not statistically significant. And then this is crew member 3. And then also a reduction. So we have not aggregated. Clip it. Oh. Like that? Can you hear me? Hi. Is that better? Hello? I can just speak up, I guess. I'm almost done. Crew member 4. Interestingly, this was the only crew member where an increase in stress was seen after the session as to before. So it's important to note that there is always individual variability with these studies, and therefore when we combine them, we might lose some of that effect. But on an individual level, we do see on average a reduction in stress. So then I think Lex is going to be continuing on this research, conducting it in other analog settings with a longer time frame, ideally more participants. With any of these psychological studies, you always need more, and also to perform a better control group, perhaps conducting focused breathing sessions out of a non-analog situation, having more time both in and out, inside the facility, both with and without the focused breathing, and different situations between the two, or similar situation between the two to better compare them, and also to get as close to a true ICE environment as possible. Also looking for better equipment or measurement devices, maybe combining with physiological studies and a more in-depth analysis. So statistical analyses are coming. So I don't know if you want to make any closing statements, Terry.
Thanks.
But thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Questions.
Out of 10, so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with some of those strategies, but how did you, I don't know if I missed anything, but how did you measure stress?
Yeah, good questions. Always, any question is a good question in my world. The HRV is the only means that we could statistically see either an increase or decrease in stress. And heart rate variability, it seems quite counterintuitive when you look at the data. However, and it's been proven at a variable heart rate proves a consistent or non-stressful environment. A heart rate that doesn't vary, that stays statistically the same over these minutes of measurements, shows that there is an increase in stress. The data is quite conclusive. It's just that right now we would like to have maybe some more statistics that would prove that out with respect to the t-tests and things like that. So that's where we're heading.
I know some people have used
Yeah, the skin sensors. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it also, now that would also probably include some type of heart rate, a feature of that in some way, on top of the heat and the electromagnetism that might be created in the skin sensors. That's an interesting thought.
So I have a question. I'm right here.
Okay.
Hi. Did you ever think about aligning the stress to psychological health and how that impacted the group as a whole?
Yeah, actually, we conducted a sort of parallel study using questionnaires to look at our perceived stress and how we felt over the course of the mission, except these were done on a weekly basis. But I think what would be interesting going forward is combining the two, having a quantitative sort of physiological measurement, and then also correlate that with our perceived stress, notes on any stressful events that happened that day, and how we felt the crew dynamics were affected, to see how accurate our perceptions were, and also as a sort of way to validate both of these inferences for stress. But, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for the great presentation. So I have two questions. One of them is, well, I do realize that you used heart rate variability to quantify and to measure the amount of stress, but the numbers, the final numbers, are they of a standardized units of some sort?
I think it's a created unit between 0 and 100. So you can't exceed 100, sort of a percentage, but inferred from a heart rate variability.
And can they be referenced, and are they comparable to any other stress assessment method across different?
I'm not sure. I think it was developed by Garmin. It's their own measurement metric that they've been using, and it's connected to all of their measurement devices. But I think, I'm not sure how they calculate it or if they release that information.
I can comment to that real quick. It's they're very secretive to their algorithm, and they wouldn't release that to us. And they only gave us the raw data, and we had to, Lex likes to call it, we had to hand jam the data. So he had to literally pull the data off each device and manually input it into the Excel spreadsheet. They would not give us a CSV. Very strange. Anyway.
Interesting. Thank you. So my second question, that one was not, is so one of the challenges that comes to my mind with this method is, how does this HRV distinguish in between someone with a higher heartbeat rate versus someone with lower one, but while they have similar variability in their heart rates? Can they distinguish, can the two of them be distinguished?
Yeah, so I think we used the baseline stress levels as a good way to kind of normalize to each individual person, and heart rate variability also, because it's a variability measurement. It's independent of what someone's baseline heart rate would be as well. So I think the two of those, but yeah, having as much control data and baseline data is vital for these kind of things, so that you have a true control measurement to compare to.
Yeah, that's the secret, right? Is the baseline that we set prior to the mission, is that we had to wear ours for almost, was it a month?
Yeah, initially it was 2 weeks, but we ended up wearing it for a month beforehand and 2 weeks afterwards.
So then someone with 100 RPM versus 80, as long as they show the same symptoms or variability, none of them are necessarily red flag as someone with more stress? Since
Yeah.
could be the base. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. Yeah, the Garmin company hold that data quite closely. Eric, yes.
Have loved everything coming out of your guys' mission. I got my time messed up, so I apologize if this question was, at the beginning of your presentation. But I'm curious, like if for either yourselves, if you got to do kind of a follow-up experiment, or maybe recommendations that you would have for others doing follow-up research, is there anything that you can think of in terms of passively monitoring for stress to help mitigate against like Hawthorne effects and things like that? Or is like, CCT, cameras or other ways to just passively observe and then make inferences about stress that way?
Yeah, actually, the biggest thing that we can do post mission, is to take advantage of questionnaires. And that's the only thing we could do post mission. During the mission, there is some privacy issues as it relates to filming a mission. And I know there are many analogs that, in fact, ILMA at one point had multiple cameras throughout the facility, and they took that down to one camera. I hadn't thought of it. It's really important that we discuss this out. So it's an interesting chat. So thank you for that. Let's figure it out. We've got time. We're not going to Mars for at least 20, 30, 40 years, whatever the number is. Hopefully a little sooner, NASA.
All right. Before my quick question on some of the data, if we're able to answer, I might be able to clear up something that was asked
Anybody knows
previously.
Caleb was on a mission.
Right.
Caleb's cool. He was on the mission with us.
Disclose, I was one of the participants in the study. It sounded like one of the earlier questions assumed that heart rate variability is related to heart rate changing, say from 80 beats per minute to 100 beats per minute or something like that. That's not truly the case. It's more the offset in duration between individual heartbeats. So you might have an average rate of 80, but one beat to the next might be 81, the next one 79, and so on. Or it might be 80, 80, 80, 80, and that would be a higher stress score, as you were saying, related to the counterintuitiveness. So just thought I might clear that up. Or if saying so would make anything clear.
Anything to add since you were there and a part of the...
I'll also add simply acquiring data before and after. There are other factors to consider. In the case of one of the participants, they climbed a mountain in the period of time immediately before the mission, and the stress data showed that. And so to treat that as a baseline for the less physically taxing mission itself there might be some additional considerations. So along with the questionnaire type considerations you're describing, some understanding of external factors influencing stress might be useful too. But it looked like for your participant 2, there was a gap in the data following the mission. I'm just assuming that was due to lack of wearing of the device, but I was curious how the averaging long-term was treated in that case. It looked like for the orange line that it was steady and then dropped off and was influenced as though it was zero stress for the time the device wasn't worn. Any thoughts you can offer there?
So for that, I know that was me because I had left the cable in Mars facility. But I think what Lex was doing with the data analysis was taking average stress for the day in which the Garmin device was worn for more than 7 hours, I think. So if it was only worn for a couple hours, then that day was ignored. And then the average was over all of these days that it was worn. So for example, long periods in which we didn't wear it should not have contributed to the average or the standard deviation, for example. So I don't think that would have skewed the data.
Okay, so in that case, the after number would have just been based on long after that.
Yeah.
Thinking out loud, I wonder if you know, if the environment is as extreme and as isolated and as confined as we might have been, I wonder if, you know, following up with that data would see a change. Yeah, maybe that's why we had to wear it for the month after. As going home was a nightmare going home to San Francisco. Sorry, I love San Francisco though.
Yeah, and we found that with our other study. Sometimes we were less stressed when we were on there because all of the preparation, all the build up to it was finally over and we could focus on the mission. So it's always good to get accurate baseline.
I think we're a bit early, so we can call it a day. Yeah.
You got time for a couple more? Anybody? Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Oh, you're gonna do the VR? Oh, man.
Yeah, but we're not using it. I'm just gonna do that. Oh, you can try it. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, it's gonna have it up?
What's it? Hi, everybody. Today I'm going to be talking to you about some collaborations that we've been working on with the Mars Society for the last couple of years. And in particular, it's really around, or it's not around the tech, right? While there is a lot of tech involved, it's really around building community. And what we've built so far is the foundation to elaborate on that over the coming years. So we'll start with what's going on and what we've been doing. And then we'll finish on just where it's going and how the tech is helping. So a quick question to the audience here, and it sounds a bit silly, but who here, hands up, if you would like to visit Mars? Like seriously, if you'd like to go, yeah?
everyone would love to. Well, most people, I think, if you're here, it's a kind of a dream. But then if I said, hey, I've got some free tickets, they leave next Friday. How many of you now would actually go? There's a few, right? I mean, that's actually pretty fascinating. And it's a really good philosophical kind of study, just in psychological study, to understand, like, where are those limits on what we put ourselves through, and what are the driving factors there, and how can we make that more open to everyone and actually keep everybody's hands up there? And we've got a part solution, at least. So when I was a kid, I'm still a kid. I still think I'm myself a kid, but I used to look at the moon, and I just wondered what it'd be like to walk on the moon, move around on it, drive on it, fly on it, whatever, just explore it. And of course, it never seemed like a possibility. But in a couple of years, we're going to be there again. What that makes me realize is my kids, your kids' kids, they won't be thinking of moon and walking on the moon. They'll be thinking about Mars and beyond. And so what if I told you from now on, you can actually visit Mars from today forward, right? This is absolutely a possibility for everyone. And of course, we're not talking about going there in the real world. We're going there virtually, but it is almost as good, and it's a lot safer and a lot more convenient. So just earlier today, as a prime example of a very light version of going to Mars, this is me. I put a magic portal right in front of this stage, and I walk in and I take a look at a very simplistic version of Mars. So once I go through that portal, I'm in Mars. And in this case, it's a static image that was actually taken even by Perseverance, but I was able to look around as if I was really there. And that's just the start. That's just using my phone and a very simple experience. And you can see if I look back to where I came from, I can go back through that portal and come back to Earth. Now, the technology is advancing so fast that we can take that static and turn it into something a lot more realistic. And so today I'm going to talk about 3 key areas, 2 that we've already done and 1 that's coming soon, hopefully with everybody's help. So you may know that we developed something called, originally it was called Mars VR. It actually got converted into MDRS VR because Mars VR ended up being this ever-growing project with actually lots of sub-projects underneath it. And I think we might change that again to be Mars XR because we're realizing that there's a much bigger world of using all different kinds of tech. So I'll give you a quick overview of how we're making MDRS, virtual MDRS, Mars, and virtual Mars available to everybody here. I'll also talk to you about how this tech actually helps facilitate that. I'll show you how we basically take the science, take all the complications, make it safer and available to everyone. I'll show you how we do what we call edutainment, right? So education, training, and entertainment, right? All merged into one. And then I'll tell you how you potentially can all get involved as well. So talk about Mars VR, which is now called MDRS VR, was a project that was actually launched many years ago, but actually in the middle of COVID, James and I got together and we realized we needed to take this to the next level. So we launched a Kickstarter campaign. It was actually the most successful VR campaign that had existed on Kickstarter on, what's it called, James? Indiegogo, thank you. And it was the most successful VR campaign that existed. We raised over $100,000. We had 200 plus backers. Every one of those people is now symbolized in all of the experiences ever since. So those people are not forgotten, but super successful. And we had 3 main goals. Goal 1, can we create a digital twin of the MDRS and its terrain? Goal 2, we need to expand access to the public and beyond the public, everybody, all schools, museums, etc. And goal 3, how can we make it fun? It's obviously an educational kind of experience. It's not a pure game. So how can we make that fun? What can we do to actually entice people to get within it and be a part of it? So looking at creating the twin. We started with a very small area and expanded and expanded. We used lots of different technologies and techniques to do this, so that we could get it onto a computer and into VR. And I say so this stuff does not only live in VR, and that's why I almost want to hide the name or soften the name of VR. That is just the best way to experience it, but you can do it on phones and computers as well. So we now have about 3 square kilometers of terrain that you can actually explore in MDRS. It looks something like that. We created a digital twin of the actual habitat itself and lots of other things around it, which I'll talk about in just a moment. So long and short of that is, yes, the checkpoint achieved, goal 1 is done, and it's available for everybody. But it's no good just to build it. You got to let people have access to it. And James looked at this for a long time, and then we ended up saying, let's just make everything for free. Everything as open source as we can, and everything for free to everyone, so that other people can even start taking some of these models and these terrains and everything else that we build and using it themselves. So the first part of that was putting Mars VR out onto Steam so that everybody can download it and interact with it and go to the MDRS themselves. So that a little quiz, because you guys know everything about Mars and MDRS and the Mars Society, right? So here are 4 numbers: 22, 70, 1500, and 32,000. What do they mean? MDRS has been around for 22 years now, which is a pretty amazing feat. And some people here, actually, I've been talking to over the last couple of days, were there even on the first few trips, which was pretty amazing. Any guesses what 70 means? Close, actually. Is number of visitors a year, right? So there's about 70 people a year that can go. Think about how many people come to this conference, right? There's more people come to this conference that can go to the MDRS in an entire year. So there's quite a few people who have been to the MDRS that are here, right? Which is pretty amazing. You're in a very limited few on the planet. So if you look over the 22 years, that's about 1,500 people total. You've got a better chance of winning the lottery than you have of going to the MDRS. So we want to change that. And that's what that last number is. So when we launched MDRS VR a year ago, roughly speaking, and we are still updating it, we've got a new update going next week. So we've now taken that number, and within 1 year, there's now almost 33,000 people who have visited the MDRS. What does that mean? That means goal 2 is achieved, right? So the next part, how do we gamify these educational components? And this is where the fun begins. This is actually what I do, is why I do what I do, right? I take stuff that can be dull and a bit boring sometimes, or stuff that's not, but people just don't realize it. And we try and give everybody that experience. So what did we do? The first part of building the MDRS VR was to take the crew missions and the crew training that they do, and to just make it a little bit fun. And by fun, I mean, you can go to the MDRS and you can try and put on a spacesuit. If we did it in a realistic way, it can be up to 2 hours just to put a spacesuit on, right? So that's a little bit too much, but we want to at least give you the components, the understanding of what it is to do it. So all of the key training capabilities that need to be done for an MDRS training crew, you can now do virtually before you even go. So if you're there for a week, you don't have to spend 2 days in training. You can do all of this stuff before. So what does that include? That includes EVA prep. That includes understanding how to use the airlocks properly, how to use water, how water is used and recycled, where to explore, where's safe, where's not, why not. There's engineering checks, there's even learning how to cook. There's stuff about safety, how about learning and growing, survival and cooking, and let alone all the science experiments. But you can imagine, this is just the foundation that we've been building, right? There is so much more that we can do. The other part of this is, if we're having kids particularly involved in it, but the kids in us all, how do we make that fun for everyone? So we do things like taking everyday life and saying, what would it be like on Mars? So you, for example, playing soccer on Mars is going to be a nightmare, right? You kick that ball 3 times higher, 3 times further. So your fields are going to have to be huge. Here we have 2 cans. One is blue, one is red. Blue is Earth gravity, red is Martian gravity. So you can see just what it's like to throw and interact with different objects. And you'll see, no big surprise, things just work differently on Mars. We have tons of these little hidden, what we call Easter eggs around the whole environment that don't necessarily always show up, but you get to the right spot and you can learn about them. There are things like chains and ropes, which are absolutely really complicated in low gravity environments. But so we're starting to build those science experiments into virtual reality because we can do them there a lot easier than we can sending people up into space to try it out. And not only that, everybody gets to try them out. So then it comes down to, well, what about the terrain? There was a huge amount of terrain, which is pretty desolate at the end of the day, but it's interesting. There's a lot of things already going on there. We wanted to expose those to everybody too. So you can go fossil hunting. A lot of people don't realize that the area of the Utah desert is actually one of the most richest environments for fossil hunting. So you can actually go and explore and see what you can find. The new things that happen in the news, whenever we hear about those, we'll bring them in. So the little virtual coal that exists, the Martian alien doorway that you might have seen. When they found another crater with a load of ice in it. When we hear of those new scientific facts and information, we'll put them into this experience. So this experience is ever evolving, hopefully always will be as well. The other thing we do is we listen. We put this out there, and one of the training missions was to learn how to use an electric vehicle. So at the MDRS, they've got these little they're golf carts essentially, right? A little bit adapted. And everybody learned how to charge it and how to do the basics on it. But the number one comment that we heard was, I want to drive it. I want to drive it. I want to drive it. So we caved, and we said that would be fun actually. But again, it's a challenge. You have to unlock that and figure out how to do it. But if you do, this is me earlier. I was wanting to do a live demo of this, but just with all the tech stuff, it's easy just to show a video. But this is what it's essentially like to, you can go in, this is me in the bottom corner in the room at the back. And I'll jump in, I expedite a little bit of it just so you can see, but I'll jump in and I'll start driving it. All you need is basically a computer and a little headset like this now to get around. So this is me actually driving this rover around a little bit faster than you would do on real Mars, and possibly a little bit faster than you should be doing at MDRS, but we know how careful real drivers are, all right? But here, this is virtual. You can play a little bit. You can speed along and go faster. If you figure it out, there's even an Easter egg how to put it into Ferrari mode, but I'll let you explore that. So as I said, we have a huge update coming, probably next week, if not the week after, where there's something like 240 something improvements from the last version that's out there. So really excited about that. They include visual enhancements, a lot of feedback that everyone has given us. We've put those in here, and of course, driving. So the gamification is complete as well. So that kind of like puts an end to Mars VR or MDRS VR in some, but really it's not. It's just the end of the beginning, right? And now we're into the more exciting things. Where do we go next? So near the ending of this project, there was a new idea that came to be. But even before I go there, it's important to realize as we were going along this process, we realized there's a lot more things we could be doing. So we actually did those. So I don't want to forget the things like we have well over, I can't even count how many models. I said 20 here, it's more like 50 plus models that are available for everyone, just to view them in AR or to actually download and use them in anything you're doing, whether it's school, museums, or whatever, for fun. Tons of AR experiences. We also have a 360 version, which is essentially a light version that works in the web. Again, it's free for everyone. And you can do many of the things you can in the VR version. It's just a light, so it's basically moving around, but with less interactions. But again, it's super easy and available to everyone on any device. The other thing is there are well over 50 Easter eggs, as well as 20 different achievements in there, and more that we don't even class as achievements. So it's one of these things you can look around, just like you go to the desert, there's not much to do, and all of a sudden you find something, you interact with something, you pick something up, you interact with something else. You know, it's an ever-growing potential world of fun. So then we go into the more recent project that you may have seen Eric and Ken and James talk about earlier. So this is Mars Comms, and I'm going to take it to a little bit higher level. These guys were more technical in their approach. The bottom here is the list of people, and there's probably some I forgot. I had to steal their photos, like borrow and steal to stick them in here. But there's a lot of people involved in doing this. A lot of these are complete volunteers, and they dedicate a crazy amount of time. But the core concept of Mars Comms is when we go to Mars, we're going to have problems with communications. And we know that because even on Earth at the MDRS, when people move around, we've got some severe communication problems. We don't have good cell phone coverage. GPS works. There are huge blackout areas where nothing works at all. So between us all, we devised a series of solutions that fit together like a great jigsaw puzzle to actually try and solve for this. One of the components that Eric and Kent spoke about is something called EVA link, which is the underlying technology that basically, in fact, I can show you. Kent, who's sitting right there, was at Eric's presentation, and he showed these two little devices. So because we have no satellite, in fact, we're deliberately not using off-the-shelf technology that you use for like a cell phone, right? A, because it doesn't particularly work very well, and B, because we want to try and figure it out from scratch as if we're going there, or even just to make it work better at the MDRS. So we built this what's called a mesh-tastic network, and so there's two of these little devices here of different sizes. You can have them in a suit that can be easily changed and recharged. You can put them on buggies, on vehicles, on devices, and you can send them out into the field. And then on top of that, we have antenna that we build. So we're building our own telecoms network, essentially. And the first level of that is great. All of a sudden, we can now communicate with each other. Then it comes to another level is, what do we do with that information? How can we get better at that? And so James proposed that we actually build a holographic map. And so you can don one of these headsets, and anyone here, this is again, it's free for everyone. You can pick up one of these headsets and you can put the holographic map of the MDRS on your table in front of you. And while it can be fun, it also serves a very serious purpose. When the crews go there, people in the command can put a headset on and plan out their mission for the next day. You can draw out the routes you're going to go. You can show the areas you want to avoid. You can even track previous routes that have happened. And at any point, you can actually touch any of the icons, whether they be people or vehicles, and you can look at all of their data, their health stats, how long they've been on EVA, etc. So there's a big safety component to this as well. So what we're looking at here is a third-person view. If I now was that person with that headset on, this is essentially what I would see. So it's a holographic map in front of me, and you see the rest of the world behind you. The other people are there as astronauts there around you too. Then at any point, if somebody says, hey, we found something really interesting, and I say we found something interesting, the data points in the map are actually real beacons at MDRS. So you can see people on a crew mission moving around like tiny little pawns on this map, moving around in real time. And you can monitor their success. And if there's a problem again, you know exactly where they are. And you can even try and beam down and figure out what it is that's caused that problem and figure out what it is you need to do to try and solve it. But then we added an extra twist. So not just a holographic map. What we wanted to do, I think it was Robert Zubrin that requested this initially, is I want to beam down and see what they're looking at. Like, what is it that's around that area? So we added this capability that when you're in what we call God mode or command mode, you can beam down and it will take you right down to wherever those people are on that mission and see exactly what they're seeing. It's actually really fun. It's a really fascinating experience to be able to feel like you're part of a crew mission. Again, while it has a real scientific purpose for helping people at the MDRS, this is something also can be rolled out to schools, museums, or whatever, just to help educate what communications is going to be like. I often do a really fun little challenge. I'll put a headset on myself and I'll beam to a certain location. I'll give it to someone and I'll get another headset, beam to another location, and I'll get the other person. And just from comms alone, can they figure out where each other are and meet up? And I think of the perhaps 50 times I've done that, there's only been a handful of people who've actually been able to do it. It's kind of amazing how hard it is to meet up when you are in such a remote area that everything essentially looks the same. So what does that mean? That means, again, that we didn't put all the fireworks this time, but we met all of our 3 achievements for this. We built the holographic mission planning. We made it Quest compatible, which is this headset is like $299. You don't even need a computer for this one. It just works on the headset. And we also added real-time geolocation data as well. There's still a few things we're working on just to even take it to that next level, but this is live beta that anyone can actually play with and download. So you can actually, this link actually takes you there. If anybody has a Quest, you can just reach out to us and we'll give you access to it. right. So where next? This is where the fun comes in. The technology is expanding so fast. It is kind of incredible trying to even keep up with it. With the advent of AI, it's accelerating even faster. There are new requests that we have. As you can see, the terrain here works on this headset, but it is relatively imperfect data, let me say. So you get a good idea of the topographical map. You get a good idea of how undulated it is and what kind of rocks and things are at the MDRS. But we want to also do a comparison on Mars. We also want to have a better version of the Utah desert. And one of the ways that we can do that is there's new techniques. So you might have heard of photogrammetry, which is where you take a load of photos and videos and you build a 3D model from it. After that came something called NERF with radiance fields. And what that is, that uses AI on top of those images to fill in some of those gaps. So the problem with, let me take this as an example. If you did a photogrammetry scan of this, you basically run your video or images around it, and then you load it into a computer and it would come up with a 3D model of it. The problem is, if you then tried to look inside it, it wouldn't know what's inside it. It doesn't have a clue, it doesn't care. All it cares about is the bits it sees. With the NERFs, or the radiance fields, you use AI to try and figure out what's inside. There's something new called Gaussian splats, which is brand new out, that we're hoping to do for one of the next missions, or missions, we call them missions, next projects, which is to actually use what are essentially a 3D splats of each pixel, so that AI actually can interpret exactly what's in. You can make a super light 3D model, extremely accurate of an environment. So we're thinking this could actually work on for the MDRS and beyond. We could even take it to the Arctic, to the Antarctic, wherever we want to go, wherever there are these HABs, we can create these 3D models of all of these environments. So not only can you explore MDRS, you could explore everywhere. There have been big improvements on the satellite data. We've been taking lots of, over the last few years, we've been getting as much satellite data as we can and building maps, because obviously it's great to go to the MDRS, but we want to go to Mars. So we've been testing that out. The problem there is a similar problem, right? Apart from it's actually taken mostly from satellite data. So that means most of the data we receive is about 1 pixel for about 50 feet, right? That's not very good resolution. So what do? We use AI to fill in those gaps. Then we take some ground data, and as they move along and capture some good imagery, then we take that data and we roll that back into AI to improve what we'd seen from the satellites. And this is always improving, and we're getting more and more data to make those maps even more and more accurate. So in a second, I'll show you the very first footsteps of what that's like. Another request that we've been having is to actually turn this into a game, right? So we've created this sciencey, STEM-related experience. I want to do it as if I'm really there. I want to potentially die if I do something wrong. I want to know what some of the pros and cons are of the experiences and the options that I choose. So we're looking to actually turn that into a whole entire new game. But the good thing is we've got a lot of these assets, all of the foundation already built. And the other thing I'll come to in the end is something, a big passion of James, which is crowd exploring. So what does that mean? This is from the latest high-rise data. Actually, I believe this data only came out, I want to say like 6 weeks, 2 months ago. So we took that data, we took our rover, and now you can explore actual Mars. So this is me driving around. This is my car. But just to actually show you that the key to VR is you can look everywhere. You're not just stuck watching a 2D screen. If I want to see something over there, it looked interesting, turn around and have a look. Drive over there. So I'm just going around here, like just having a whale of a time, realizing I am driving in a real Martian crater. I'm actually driving around Mars. It's kind of mind-blowing to think about it. So then I'm like, that's good, but I need to go faster. We have such a big terrain, I want to explore more. So we added a drone. And so now you can actually even fly around Mars too. So we're trying to make this stuff available to everyone, and as more data comes out, we want to explore more. You can actually even do this in a full motion simulator that we've built. That we've partnered with a company that has a full motion sim. So you can even fly and feel the effects of flying as if you're in your own spaceship, just jetting around the whole of the Martian terrain. Again, this isn't made up data. This is actual Mars data, Mars terrain data based off of satellite imagery. So with all that said, I said this is all about community, right? So first of all, in every experience we have multiple ways of thanking everybody that's ever helped us build it. This is what's happened so far. These are the people who have helped so far. And not only are they here, they're in Easter eggs throughout the experiences as well. But it's where do we go, right? And so the key is, how do we continue that community? We really want to do those things I mentioned before, turning it into a game, exploring, really going after museums and schools. So working with you to get you involved. If you're at a school and you think other kids at the school or teachers want to show this to people, let us know. We'll give you access. We want everybody to have this experience. The other part is, join. I think everyone here is already a member, right? But being a part of the Mars Society and helping donate to funds. We'd like to do another crowd raising event coming up soon, where we will explore, try to raise some money to take this to the next level, to give even more people access to it. So with that, as I said, there are real things that happen on Mars. So NASA produced this image of the sun going down. And if anyone doesn't know, when there's a sunset on Mars, it's not red like it is on Earth, it's actually blue. So what do? We put that into our experience. So as the sun goes down on Mars, in our Mars VR experiences, so does it go happening here. I wish I could speed that up a little bit. It's not that slow. Oh, I didn't press it, that's why. Dang. Can I speed that up? Yeah, let me just. No, it doesn't let me do it, does it? Okay, I'll let that roll out. But so how can you get involved? Look out for the things that we're going to be coming up with. Talk to people, tell people, get involved, put on a headset, go visit the MDRS virtually on any device you have, tell people about it, get them involved. If they're interested, get them involved. This is everything we've built is actually based off of feedback from you. This isn't stuff that we've just come up with. This is things that James and the Mars Society wanted us to build for MDRS. It's things that we listened to all the feedback. We had those features in. So this isn't really our build. This is our build. That being said, we will see you on Mars and open to any questions you may have. Please.
A couple of ideas came up. One, I wanted to see the link. So there's the link. I also would like a personal office on Mars. So my business card can send you to a site. When I go out the door, there I am. But I have a conference room and we can all get together. I don't think I'm very far away from the technology you're showing, but it would monetize. In other words, what kind of rent do I pay for my Mars office?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Kind of throw that out. So I just mentioned that, and that'd be pretty exciting. And maybe I'm the first one to request, the contract or the rent on my office.
Yeah. So there's a couple of options for that already, right? One is that you can tour Mars and you can find your perfect spot that you would want to put that office using these kind of experiences, and you can actually take that imagery and you can load that into Zoom or whatever as your backdrop. And you can say, because the chances are nobody else has been. That's the funny thing when you explore Mars like this. There's a very good chance, like a game of chess, no one's ever played that game before. No one's ever been to that exact spot before. And that actually touches on this other thing called crowd exploring, which is a big passion of James's, which is to say, as we get more and more data from the satellites, from the rovers, we load that straight into this system that we're building, this metaverse, this Martian metaverse, so that everybody here can do the exploring, not just leaving it to robots and NASA scientists, but we as people can actually explore Mars and find those locations. The other part of it is another partner that we're working with to actually open up there's a lot of this NFT stuff going around, which is fine, but we have a more open approach. And so we're actually trying to load some of this data into an open area where people can actually go and build their own offices or whatever. But you'll be able to do that in a community environment for free. But yeah, so hook me up later and I can tell you all about it. It's definitely coming.
You may have just touched on this, but all this data is being crunched and loaded into the program and everything, and people aren't looking at it as it's coming in. maybe you're not going to discover anything new driving across, a plane full of rocks, but would people have really, do you think it's possible that people could make new discoveries based off of the data that, they're not seeing as they come in, but maybe they go and look inside a cavern or, find a new, I don't know what might be there, but is that possible?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if anyone was in some of the earlier rooms at the, what's that file room called? The
Pima or Gold
the one down the end?
alumni.
If anyone's in, there was two talks earlier today around Martian mysteries. And as I was looking at that, I'm like, those are the kind of things that absolutely could be potentially explored. Not only, so a prime example is they found some things that look blue, right, on the Martian surface. They're not sure what they are. And they realized, oh, we should actually look at all the other data we've got to see if there's any other blue that mimics that. And of course, to your point, if we've got this data readily available, then all of a sudden we can have hundreds or thousands of people actually trying to find and explore the entirety of Mars. And if everyone who doesn't know, the actual landmass of Mars is about the landmass of Earth. So there's a lot of places to explore. And once we've finished mapping that whole thing, it's going to be so amazing for us to be able to explore it. And we find something that's interesting that needs exploration. Yeah, there's a very good chance you'll be actually able to go out there. And if you find it, you tag it and you let the scientists know, right?
Awesome, man. We have to wrap it up there.
Thank you.
Fantastic work, Jeff and his team. I mean, this has been a labor of love for both of us for so long, and it's just amazing to get to work on it. And thank you so much for everything you're doing. All right. Our next speaker is actually, it's kind of going to be interesting talk. Our next speaker is Boris Petrovich, who's the founder of a company called Exo Tesla, I believe it's called. Let me see if I can correct myself by pointing at my email, but essentially he has a pre-recorded talk that I'm going to play, but he is in VR and he's going to answer questions at the end from VR over Zoom. So let me pull that up. It'll take me a minute or two to get prepped here, but let's check this out. Hey there, Boris. Do you read me? We cannot hear you at the moment. I just want to make sure that your sound is working for the Q&A portion. I will play the video in a moment, but it looks like your sound is not working right now. You are not muted, so it's probably some audio device or something like that. Well, I'm going to go ahead and roll your video. So hopefully in the next, 23 minutes or so, you can address that sound issue on your end.
Test. Test.
Yes. No, we can hear you now, of course. We can hear
Greetings.
you now.
Hello.
Greetings from
Greetings
Arizona.
from Serbia.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to go ahead now and roll your video and we'll go back to you for Q&A.
Thank you for your support.
Of course. Okay, here we go.
The simulation and training software. We call this experience a live stream from the ExoTesla sim. My name is Boris Petrovich. I'm the founder of ExoTesla. From the vast metaverse, I greet you from Serbia, from a virtual astronaut experience in a simulated Mars habitat. I will take you on a tour on a parametric space architecture developed habitat in this first sim. So here we are in one of the modules of the habitat. This is basically a kitchen and also a small greenhouse vertical plantation for food produce. Here we have some nursery plants, vertical plantation. So we go on further to the airlock and the experimentation area. In the future, we want to install virtual reality experiments here. We have the space suits for exterior activities. Here is the door of the airlock. These elements are interactable in virtual reality. I'm currently using the MetaQuest Pro device, but any MetaQuest device is usable with the software. Here is the command center. Here there is a conversational AI interface. She is a virtual astronaut. We can talk to her. She's using the GPT interface. So maybe we can ask her simple question, 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 simple. What is your mission?
My mission as an analog astronaut in a Mars habitat simulation is to simulate the experience of living on Mars and conducting scientific experiments similar to ones that would be done on the actual Mars mission. It's an exciting endeavor with a lot of challenges, but I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm here to help contribute to the scientific community's understanding of the Red Planet and pave the way for future Mars missions.
She can have a multi-language interface. Here we will make a talk in Hindi.
मार्स हैबिटेट सिमुलेशन में एक एनालॉग अंतरिक्ष यात्री के रूप में मेरा मिशन मंगल ग्रह पर रहने के अनुभव का अनुकरण करना और वास्तविक मंगल मिशन पर किए जाने वाले वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगों के समान संचालन करना है। ये बहुत सारी चुनौतियों के साथ एक रोमांचक प्रयास है, लेकिन मैं इसका हिस्सा बनकर सम्मानित महसूस कर रहा हूँ। मैं लाल ग्रह के बारे में वैज्ञानिक समुदाय की समझ में योगदान देने और भविष्य के मंगल मिशनों के लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त करने के लिए यहाँ हूँ।
You can manipulate it. We see the architecture of the ExoTesla sim system. We have the habitat simulation and the simulation engine, which is an external server application. For this particular habitat, we are using the BioSim, which was developed for the NASA Johnson Space Center. And then we have a kind of a backend software to produce the habitats. This specific habitat is a kind of a deployable habitat. In the next scene, we will see one of those who is, let's say, buildable habitat, the 3D printed. So a parametric architecture system is used where we can, in this multi-user environment, also collaborate on development on the habitats on the usage of space, and we can model the amount of people, the amount of modules, the usage of the parts of the modules in a kind of a virtual reality collaboration environment, also participating in a simulation environment. So here the conversational AI in the future will use a custom trained a language model where we have developed a text retrieval system for hundreds of thousands of scientific articles that are related in specifics to the space exploration teams. One of the next scenes will include the space geographic information system. So this habitat is located virtually in the lava vent on an impact crater in the eastern Planitia of Mars. So this is a real Mars digital terrain model from the NASA HiRISE mission, as here depicted. I can here, in a God mode, fly a bit above the habitat. So this is a 6-module habitat developed for four virtual astronauts. And I will now talk a little bit about the simulation engine, the BioSim. The BioSim was developed for the NASA Johnson Space Center, and it's basically a simulation engine based on the Lunar Mars Life Support Test Project, the LML-STP. It simulates the closed-loop environment with the all systems here. For the current time being, we are using BioSim because it is a live engine. The next scene uses CyMOC, which was developed with the Biosphere 2 crew. This one uses synthetic data. So BioSim is a live model of a controlled ecological life support system with a plant grow unit, resource recovery subsystem, air purifier, food processing subsystem, dehumidifier. So these are the parameters simulated for a crew of 4. I will now initiate So here we have the crew of 4 simulated: Nigel, Vicky, Laura, and John, and their activities. We obviously have accelerated the time ticking of the system. And the graphics of the subsystems, the concentration of the oxygen in the crew environment, and carbon dioxide, and the usage of water of the four astronauts. So this live system, BioSim, is good for us because we can not only simulate the function, we can simulate malfunctions and see how the analog astronauts would respond to the environment. So we see that the sun, simulated sun, is quite quickly going up on the horizon. So the time can shift and be accelerated according to some specific scenarios that need to be addressed. So I will go on. Here we have the habitat cameras. Go on further a bit. Here is the a closed loop system, the toilets, the showers for the crew. So we are going on in virtual reality to the crew quarters. We would want to 3D print every piece of furniture in this habitat parametrically. The 3D printer on Mars would be our very good friend. Here is the bouncer to virtual astronauts. Here we have some more greenhouse products. ExoTesla supports the Mars Needs Vegans movement, in this sense, we would like to have your support. We are focused on research and development of plant-based diets and products for future space exploration. So we continue to the galley and towards the next scenes. The artificial intelligence character can be given some simple commands. For instance, we can tell her to go to airlock. So she has some basic tasks to do. And now I will load the next scene, which is synthetic based data simulation. So, hello. This is a Martian sunrise, a beautiful experience in virtual reality. Is really completely immersive. This is one of the future habitats in development for a metaverse environment that we call the ExoTesla Mars Village. So here we have information of SIMOC. SIMOC is a scalable interactive model of an off-world community. This is a simulation of the ECLSS done for the biosphere too. And here we have the sun simulated in an accelerated manner. So we can see the generation of the solar photovoltaic array during the Martian day and Martian night, and also the power storage, so the charging and the use of batteries during the night, the simulation time in Earth hours, here accelerated. SIMOC has a very good synthetic data generation server that is open source, based in Python language. So here we can observe the parameters of the greenhouse of the crew habitat, such as the oxygen and carbon dioxide and nitrogen levels, also of the water vapor, and the potable water storage and urine storage of astronauts. The difference between SIMOC and BioSim previously viewed is that this one has a data that is generated, and it is not a live system, but it has some other benefits. In this specific scene, we show a possible integration with the IoT devices that we are currently developing, such as the electrocardiogram device, and other types of sensors are possible from real-world analog astronaut simulations to be integrated within the virtual reality collaboration using the headsets. So I can, in a God mode now, observe a little bit of the Martian sunset. These are some ideas of future Martian habitats. This is also a real-world Mars terrain, let's say from the HiRISE mission, and some proposals of 3D printed habitats using Martian regolith. This is one of our idea of parametric space architecture for a future Mars village. We would want to study regolith simulants for this type of construction further. So now I can go on to the next scene, which is Space Geographic Information System. I just love to watch this simulated Martian sunrise and sunset in the immersive environment. It is quite inspiring. I will load the next scene. So, this is a demo scene that shows the integration of a backend software that we call the ExoTesla, a space geographic information system. That is a set of software applications and algorithms based for terrain processing and further artificial intelligence manipulation to involve in space exploration, simulation and training applications. Here we have a simple model of the Ingenuity, a helicopter on Mars, and one of the NASA high-rise digital terrain models processed to show terrain artifacts and elevation models and curves. So the artificial intelligence algorithms for any given model, and in our simulation environment, we have hundreds of terrain models from the high-rise mission. We can calculate a possible traversal paths for robotic exploration vehicles, such as a helicopter here, or some kind of future robotic vehicle. So I will give a short stroll now within this environment. So here we can calculate rather plain and let's say spaces on the digital terrain which are of the same or similar height. The red spheres represent possible heights, and these are the areas that we should, let's say, stay away from. These are calculated by the algorithm. So this pink line is one of the possible traversals for the vehicles that was automatically calculated by the terrain curves. Also the red one and the yellow one. So we would want in any future training and simulation environment for the analog astronauts to involve obviously such experience in scenarios. You can imagine various types of scenarios and usages for this specific scene that can be integrated with the Mars habitat programmatically as well, and with synthetic data provided from the Space GIS backend initially. So this would be it for the Space GIS. I'm going to land Ingenuity here, and I will continue to the next presentation, which is our use of the generative AI. So this is one of the scenes of what we call the GenAI cloud. These are some of the thousands of generative AI developed by ExoTesla to represent some parts of the future metaverse in development, the Mars Village metaverse development, where we would want to use either a web browser interface or also the multi-user virtual reality interface for mass adoption of space exploration training applications. So here we have some.
So Boris, we're running out of time actually, and we need to be out of the ballroom at 5. So I'm gonna just jump, I apologize, but I'm gonna have to jump right to Q&A now to give you some time to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just want to say that your work is very impressive to me.
Thank
The
you
way,
very much.
the way that, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say the work that you've done here is very impressive to me. It's the way that you tied in the analog station concepts into your virtual reality environment is really impressive. And so congratulations, good work.
There
we
is
have any
still a
que-
lot of work to be done.
Yeah, of course, the work never ends really, right? Any questions for Boris?
Hello, Boris. This is Kai Stotz. I want to say excellent presentation. I'm the inventor and project lead on CMOC that you integrated into your VR environment. I just want to say thank you for using our product. And we're really glad we open sourced it so that you could take advantage of that interface. If you ever have any questions or want to work with our team, please reach out.
Thank you for your great development. I'm very happy to use synthetic data from CMOC. I would like to learn more on how to create specific scenarios. And I thank you for your help.
Awesome.
So I think a lot of people have designed their own Martian habitats. How difficult would it be to introduce a different model for the Martian habitat into your sim?
So behind this Unity engine scene, there are various 3D modeling applications. These are parametric in essence. So here we have a simple outline with 6 modules. These are deployable, let's say, habitats that could be partly inflatable. So it's all coding and numbers. We can move around these spaces, personal spaces, dedicate for some equipment. We can size this, scale this. Obviously now it's 4 astronauts. Our virtual reality engine can support up to 20 multi-user connections. So in the immersive environment, the standalone virtual reality headsets cannot really cope programmatically with their GPU and CPU power. So we are PCVR based. I am connected to a high power graphic station with a very good GPU. So in any future habitat development, we can use this collaborative environment without the need to really be physically present together.
Fantastic, fantastic work. Thank you so much. We are going to have to leave it there because we do need to get out of the room. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
You got a round of applause here in the room. And we'll make your full video available to our members on the archive recording for this. Thank you so much.
Mars needs vegans.
Couldn't agree more. Alrighty. So folks, we do need to exit the Arizona ballroom at this time so that the banquet staff can set up, the catering staff can set up for the banquet. So please gather your personal belongings and we'll see you out in the hallway. Thank you so much.
So we're here.
Hello, 1212. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We're about to
Awesome.
get started.
Great. How are you doing, James?
I'm doing well. I'll cue you when to start. I have a few things to do before you, so.
For sure.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Let's go ahead and turn off your video for now.
Sorry, some of our team members are also joining. Can they be added as a panelist in a gallery view?
Yeah, that's fine. Just have them join and I'll promote them to panelists as soon as they're in.
Great, thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everybody. So for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is James Burke. Hello, good evening. So for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is James Burke. I'm the executive director of the Mars Society, and I'm also our lead convention organizer. Thank you. This is coming up on the end of my second year as executive director. And so tonight, there's a few things we're going to do tonight, but I'm up here first to introduce a couple things, but also to give an update on the Mars Society. What you're seeing on the screen is footage from my recent mission at MDRS Crew 261 back in May. And I gave a talk about that today. Very proud of that mission. It was my first mission as commander at the MDRS after being on the management team of MDRS since 2011. And just, it was a fantastic experience, and it really crystallized for me what an awesome responsibility I have to continue to make sure that we're doing what we're doing. Before I get started with my remarks about the Mars Society update, I want to invite up to the stage both of our two corporate sponsors for the conference. The first one is going to be Colleen from Casa Azul, and she's also happens to be a student at the Thunderbird school, which is our sponsor here at ASU. And so I'd like to first acknowledge Thunderbird and give everyone a big round of applause. And a special thanks to Dr. Greg Autry and Andre Fernandez and Katie Aldersitz, who have been helping us plan this event all year long. So thank you all. Come on up, Colleen. And Michael, can you give her the microphone that's next to you, please? Thank you. Michael Lane, AV extraordinaire.
Hi guys, again. Everybody, what an incredible conference this year. Obviously, we're proud to sponsor with so many amazing minds in one room, working on really hard problems to solve them together. It's a wonderful, beautiful thing. With the tequila itself, quickly, James and I are working on making sure that we get it out to you guys. It's a little difficult on campus.
On a dry campus.
On a dry campus, but we're working on it, and there's plenty to go around. The tequila itself, real quick. Yeah, there's is single estate. It is certified USDA organic, and it is no additives. So I like the good stuff. And I also believe in companies that I work for that are good stewards of the land. So anyway, I'm going to pass it back over to you.
Thank you, Colleen. Appreciate it. And our next sponsor is 14 Space Engineering, and I've got his slides up here. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Emmanuel Tamawasi, who is our chapter lead for Ghana. And he's just arrived fresh off the plane. Let me make sure this is working. I'm not sure why we're not seeing over there. So Che, I call him Che because that's his nickname. Che, you just got off the plane and rushed over here.
Yeah.
Now, originally there was going to be a very large delegation that was coming.
Exactly.
We ran into some issues with the visa interview process.
Yeah.
So hopefully next year. But why don't you, I'm going to pull your slides up, but why don't you go ahead and say a few words about your experiences in the past year, since you were here last year.
Yeah, I was here last year.
And it's been an amazing year for you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, James. First of all, I want to thank the leadership of the Mars Society, especially James, Dr. Robert, and everyone here today. I'm super jet lagged. As Jay said, I had to be on a 23-hour journey right here. And then I had to actually get to my hotel and use literally 30 minutes to actually dress up and be here. So I'm excited to be here regardless. And so when James said I was going to say something, I just wanted to.
I got your slides up.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
So I was going to talk about two things, like what we do as force and space engineering, and then also opportunities in Africa, and then the Mars Society chapter Ghana. So force and space engineering, you can move on. So force and space engineering, what we're doing is that we're raising the next generation of leaders to actually impact the African space industry. And how we're doing it? We're doing it with 4 pillars. We want to explore, create, change, and then impact the African space community. So next slide. Sure. Yeah, so it's just going to come from. I'm just going to rush through quickly. So I wanted to raise this question. I know a lot of us have not been to the African continent, and those who have been there, there's a lot of misconception about the African continent. So when we talk about Africa, what comes in mind? Yeah, I'm going to take 3. So what comes in mind? James, Ireland, Lions. Okay, great. So have we ever thought about Africa and thought about the opportunities in space technology? So that's my big question. So I'm saying, can we understand that Africa can actually be a potential to lead space? And I'm going to talk about it in just a second, because like African countries, we have like a growing industry, and then we have currently more than 20 African countries having like space program. Next. We also have like African nations who are eager to use space, because we talk about Africa, we talk about poverty. So we have African countries like my country, Ghana, who want to use space to actually solve what economic problems. So, no problem.
I'm gonna let Jeff do.
So I'm going to rush through it. So here comes it. I'm saying the need, you can just drop everything and then I'll talk about it. So the need for you and I to really tap into the African space. And that's why I love the Mars Society, because the Mars Society is the largest advocacy organization for the planet Mars, and they don't mind where your geographic location, they're just going to push the agenda and then create awareness. So I'm saying if we come together on these 4 pillars that I listed, if we can actually collaborate, we're going to achieve greater things with the African Space Society. Also, we're going to have what economic viability. So what do I mean by economic viability? Africa is a new market, and then the space industry is $1 trillion industry. If we can just tap into 5% of that market, we're really going to change the African problem. So my last 2 points on that are going to be capacity building and then knowledge transfer. Just like how I had to be on a flight and be here, I could also sit somewhere, join whatever conferences, and then grab knowledge. But it's always good to collaborate. It's always good for people on my continent to be here and learn and then transfer that knowledge. And then once we have scholarships, once we have programs like this, it builds capacity, and then it promotes and then unearths engineers and other great talents that we have on the continent. Also, we're going to have a sustainable development, because once we have like the best scientists that are trained, once we have the best space programs, we're going to have a better agriculture, and that's a new market for investors here to actually tap into. So furthermore, these are African countries like listed South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria. Now we have Rwanda, and then the lights, all launching like satellites. And then I'm proud to say in Ghana, the university that launched the first Ghana Sat in 2017 was a university that I went to, All Nations University College. So why am I still stressing on the point that there is a need for us to actually as investors, as space enthusiasts, tap into the African space industry? Because on the UN UNIDO site, it says the African, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa, where I'm from, West Africa. I'm originally from Ghana, West Africa. So in West Africa, the youth population is going to triple. And as of now, we have over 70% of the youngest population in the world. And so if you look at it, and I bet it's different, but if you look at it, China's economy, labor force is shrinking, and then the US is also shrinking with time. So if we want resource, we want young mind, the continent to look up to is what? Is Africa, and we can all tap into it. And I like what the Mars Society is doing with starting chapters in Africa. I think now we have chapters in Ghana, in Egypt, in South Africa, and then in Kenya. So also, so what should I do? I'm like, if we're just going to sit down and not take pragmatic measures and then help reach out to scientists, the best brains all over the world, and also help our continent, then we'll be joking. So the first time last year, I and the team, we came for the Mars Society convention right here. And I was super excited to be here, and I'm super excited to be back here again. So then you can see myself and some colleagues were the executive director of the Mars Society, James. And so in less than 3 months, I wrote James an email and said, right after the conference, why don't we start something? I like outreach, I like to serve, because I believe leaders are not eager to lead, but the great leaders want to serve. So I wanted to serve. Less than 3 months, we put an event together. And I want to give people to if you can just wave, we put it together and we have the first Mass Awareness Day. And James, you can go with it. We had the first Mass Awareness Day, and you can skip. And then we had James and Skip, the speaker, who joined us. We couldn't be in Ghana, so he joined us via Zoom. And so this was like a couple of speakers. We had Roger, we had students from the Arizona State University. Her name is Tasha.
Is Tasha here right now? She registered. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a couple of speakers, and then we can go. This is a lineup of event that we had. We had like space Q&As, and then you can go. We had students. We had like arts work, and then students were really excited. So this is some pictures. We did like Instagram awareness, where we had a Mars Awareness Day together with the Mars Society. And then our company, Fortis Space Engineering, was proud to sponsor everything. So these are a couple of pictures I just put in just to show you what we're doing. And then that's me also talking to the audience right there.
Yeah, that's the audience. I remember.
Yeah, and they were very energetic, and it's so unfortunate they couldn't be here because they were looking for us to be. So when you see that small kid and the small lady there, so these are 6 and 7-year-old kids who want to be astronauts. And we're saying, if you want to be an astronaut, we are thinking humans are going to be multi-planetary. So why not start off with a new terrain? Why not start off being an astronaut for Mars? So we are actually nurturing them to be astronaut, and we wanted to bring them for this conference, but we couldn't. We're still working on something. So I did a live simulation, if you can play it on a real environment where we have the solar system. Yeah, so you can see the Mars, using AR. And then we had this to just excite the kids. So you can go. So some of the works we've been able to do so far, you can just drop all of them. We have events and programs coming up to actually push the Mars Society and push space in Africa. We have the Space Library van coming up, where we wish to put a lot of Mars materials and space materials. We're going to move this. We have a design phase right now. It's like 30% done. And then I was talking to James like a couple of months ago. We're looking at starting like an analog in the northern parts of Ghana. And it goes beyond the northern part of Ghana. We're looking at starting something for other African countries. And I think Kenya is doing same
India,
as
Egypt and
Egypt
South Africa are also
as well.
interested in
Yeah,
participating.
and then we we actually have some sponsors and looking for sponsors. So anybody here want to not actually sponsors but partner. It can be in terms of resource, can be like just having like 5 minutes, 10 minutes talking to somebody and then inspiring the person with through some of our dedicated labs in Ghana. So I'm going to end here, and then that's our post of our event. We said join us for any of our future events. It could be the Mars Society chapter meetings. It could be anything related to space, helping the continent. And then we said on to Mars. So I had a last quote to say thank you. I say together we can all embark on a journey that is gonna we can all embark on a journey that's gonna shape the future of humanity's presence beyond Mars. And so if you can help me before I sit down, if we can all rise and say on the count of 3, we all shout onto Mars. 1, 2, 3, all right. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you. Fantastic. And then I'd next like to bring up another international chapter who's been doing amazing work. And if you were here last year, you saw the beginning of it, and that's our friends in Mongolia. And I believe there's a few more to let in. Let me do that. There's Wima, and there's Mugi, and there's Erdenbold, who was our speaker last year, and Inkjin, who's the project lead for Mars V. Get all these folks in here. Please raise your hand if I haven't already promoted you. And feel free to turn on your video.
Awesome.
Get Erdenbold in there. I think that's everyone. We missing anyone, Domo?
Yeah, there should be
he's
a
coming.
bunch more people actually.
Okay, one more. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Is my audio okay?
Yes, you sound loud and clear.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. All right, come on, Erdenbold, get in here. So we have you guys up on the big screen. It looks like about 200 people in the room, give or take. And the floor is yours.
Awesome. How's everybody doing? Good evening, everybody. Hope you've had a great conference these last 3 days. Wish we were there. Our representative, the director of our pre-feasibility study, Mukhtitsik, is over there attending the conference. My name is Inktushin, everybody. I go by Dono. I'm the operations manager at the Mongolian Aerospace Research and Science Association. And I'm also working as the project manager for the Mars V. You might be wondering where I am. We're actually, this is not a background. I'm on a mountain. We're actually in the middle of shooting for a short film of a great Mongolian poet, Natsik Dorji's poem. It's called The Star, and it's about the relationship between Mars and the Earth. We're making a short film about that, and this is sort of the supporting endeavor of MARSA, which is Mongolian Aerospace Research and Science Association, right? Thank you very much for having us here. Obviously, you've seen lots of presentations and slides these last 3 days, so we'll talk with no slides or presentations, and you'll just see the people from the Mars Society Mongolia chapter. I hope that's okay. And I'll give, awesome. And it's such an honor to be here and give an update on the Mars V project. I'll give 5 updates on the Mars V project. First of which is the program development, and then I'll talk about the technical. Actually, I'll start with the technical development and then program development, and then this is under the umbrella of the Mars V project operation. And then after that, I'll talk about the documentary short film a little bit, and then we'll talk about book translations that we're doing under the operation of Marsa. And I'll talk about the Mongolian policy in the space industry right now, and hope it'll be interesting. So the main technical solutions that we would need on Mars for humans to thrive before terraformation, of course, is first of all dome habitat, and then we have Mars suit, transport rover, and of course space food. And these are the technical solutions that the Mars View project has been focusing on for the last 2 years. We have several designs for the habitat and rovers, but right now the further development on these areas are on hold, and we're focusing quite aggressively on the Mars suit design. Right now, the technical design for the Mars suit is being made. It's in progress, and the prototype should be ready in November. And the next one, space food, of course. We're developing our own concept of space food. Mongolia has lots of rich ingredients and lots of things to give in the space food industry, in my opinion. So we have a team of professionals working to create a recipe to be used at the Mars V analog station in the Gobi. And so I'll move on to do program development, right? And so the process of program development, how it should go according to our design, is we come up with a program, test it ourselves first, and then test it with other international participants who have not participated in the program development process. And then we'll open it up to the public. And so we have 3 programs. The program, basically what it is what people are going to do when they come to the analog station in the Gobi. And I'm sure you know that the cornerstone project of Marsa is the Mars project, which is the main aim is to create a Mars analog station in the Gobi Desert. And according to our research, Gobi is apparently the optimal place to build a Mars analog station. And we're trying to prove that. And so we have 3 programs, first of which is called the Challenge Takers. This is going to simulate the work and lifestyle of people, astronauts that would actually be living on Mars in the future. And so this would be with emergency drills and lots of anxiety-provoking scenarios, right? And there will be a hard schedule, which tends to stress out the participants, and that's actually the main idea. The Science Takers program, the second one, is mainly focuses on the scientific aspect of Mars analog stations. And so this is a 6-day program for 6 people. The participants would mainly focus on scientific research and experimentation during this 6 days. And then the next one is Experience Takers. This is intended for special interest tourism for people who want to come to Gobi, experience the environment that's very similar to Mars, and check out the program that analog astronauts are doing, right? And so the first testing, we call it the alpha testing. We had the great pleasure and great opportunity from MDRS, from James, to use the MDRS space in Utah for the alpha testing, and we call it the alpha mission. And this is a great opportunity. We are just infinitely grateful for this. There are 3 things we plan to test out during the alpha mission. First of which is the space suit, the Mars suit that we're developing right now. The second one is space food that we're developing right now. And the third one is the program. And so after the alpha testing, we would open up the Mars analog station, the prototype Mars analog station in the Mongolian Gobi, and use it for the beta mission. This is being planned for 2024. The alpha mission, by the way, is being planned for November 26th until December 9th. And so we're working with all we have to make this happen and make everything clear before November. And so beta mission, there are 3 main goals to the beta mission, which first of which is to prove that Gobi Desert is indeed the most optimal place to build a Mars analog station in the world. The second one is to open up collaboration opportunities for scientific institutions and tech companies in the Mars industry. And the third one is actually to promote the nomadic lifestyle of Mongolians. For thousands of years, Mongolians have cultivated this nomadic lifestyle that has survival skills in the in an environment with very limited resources in the Gobi Desert. And so we believe that the nomadic lifestyle has something to offer in the space industry. And so that's the program development right now. And these two are the main operation areas of the MarsV project. Under the umbrella of Mongolian Aerospace Research and Science Association, as I just said, we're working on a short film documentary about Natsagdorj, the Mongolian great poet's poem called The Star. It's about Mars, and it was written in 1931 actually, and put it in the perspective of 1931. It's quite interesting how the poet was imagining Mars at the time, right, when research was scarce about other planets, especially in Mongolia. And so we're mixing dance and music with with a mix of historical and scientific facts. And this is going to be a 15-minute short documentary film. Right now, the shooting is halfway done. We're planning to do the opening on November 17th, which is the birthday of the great poet. So we're working on a tight schedule here, which is also why we couldn't make it to the conference. I hope you understand.
Of course.
And the next one we're working on. We're working on a Mongolian translation of, under the operations of Marsa, of Case for Mars by Robert. And this year we're working on the Big Book of Mars by Mark Hartzman. We're also working on Astrophysics for People in a Hurry for Neil deGrasse Tyson. So these are sort of the supporting endeavors that Marsa is doing in order to promote science and the Mars industry in Mongolia. In terms of Mongolian policy, we're in close contact with Mongolian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we've been trying our best actually to inform them about the space industry and specifically the Mars sector to them in the hopes of having state support from the ministries in Mongolia. The second one is we've created a working group with the government, and the third meeting of this working group is actually meeting in 2 days, and we're planning to present the results of this year and make plans for the next year. And so this working group is made specifically in order to include the MarsV project in the Mongolian government's policy framework. And the state has been showing lots of willingness to show support, but space industry is still growing in Mongolia, especially Mars industry is still in baby stages in Mongolia. So it takes time to get this going, but that does not stop us from working quite aggressively in order to advance space industry and especially Mars sector in Mongolia. And so I've actually prepared something for the end of my talk. So before that, I think I should take any questions from the audience if there are any.
Would you mind? There's one over there. It's on. Gotcha. Stand by. We're giving them a microphone.
We find I'm conducting a space health contest for the NSS last few years, and we find that 88% other people coming in have insulin resistance, and we're putting them on special diets to get them off that. Have you found this problem amongst Mongolian candidates for analog missions? And if so, what are your solutions for eliminating insulin resistance and improving insulin sensitivity?
I'm sorry for the bad connection. I didn't get the first part of the question. I heard the insulin resistance from Mongolian analog trainees.
Do you find insulin resistance in Mongolian candidates, or is your food better there where you don't have a problem of insulin resistance?
These are really good questions, actually outside of my expertise. We can definitely get back to you on that insulin resistance.
Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
Okay, definitely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll ask. You didn't mention the visit you got, or you didn't mention the funding that you got from your government, and that how that's impacted kind of the way you guys operate. Can you talk a little bit about that?
The funding from the government, we've actually been working on that for the past 2 years, but it's still in the process. Actually, it has not been finalized yet. Again, it's a very slow process. We're still working on that, especially with the working group, and it is definitely included in the 2024 annual plan of MARSA.
I want to share two quick short anecdotes of working with these folks. The first one is after last year's conference, I was tapped to take Erden Bold and his wife and a couple other of your team up to the Grand Canyon, and that was a lot of fun. We had an epic sort of 3-hour car ride and traded stories and bonded, and that was great, and that really kicked off the partnership well. The second one was hearing about your delegation coming to the US a couple months back, and we were part of that, and you guys ended up meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris and NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy, and I hear that we were mentioned in those meetings. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. Emma, do you actually want to take this? Yeah, go ahead.
So during the Prime Minister of Mongolia's visit, we had the opportunity to be part of the discussion with the NASA administration meeting. And we explained what we were doing and introduced what we've been trying to achieve with the help of the Mars Society. And we have expressed our interest to join different analog mission groups as well. And then as a chapter of the Mars Society, we can also share the knowledge and information we gathered on that. And so we, it was immensely successful, and we followed that with the headquarter people, and then still the ongoing discussion is going. And it was wonderful experience to have discussions and with leaders of the National Space Council, and then also Deputy Director Pamela Melroy. And it was wonderful that we got the chance to discuss what we've been doing, what we've been living, and how contributing the Mars Society was for our development. And then it was helpful to have the information announced in their website as well for us to just to set it out there. So because of that information that was available in the websites, that we were able to approach the other analog training centers and universities for the collaboration. And then with the help of the Mars Society and James, we also signed a memorandum of understanding of University of Colorado Springs, and then we're working with them for the development of the spacesuit Alpha mission version. So that these past 1 year has been intense and collaborative and in the spirit of development, and we couldn't thank more for the Mars Society for supporting us.
Awesome. Just to add a little bit more to the Colorado collaboration, we're working with the mechanical engineering and aerospace engineering senior students, and we're actually working with them on the Mars suit concept. they're working on that as part of their capstone project, and we'll come up with the technical design within this semester, and they'll come up with the first prototype in the next semester. So there's lots of parallel stuff going on.
Awesome. And I see Erdenbold's joined us as well. Erdenbold, do you have any parting thoughts before we end?
First of all, thank you very much. Yes. Actually, unfortunately, I'm at the hospital and then going to surgery today, and then that's why I cannot talk too much. And I'm so happy that for this beautiful conference, and we are participating second time is very meaningful to us. And thank you very much, and best of luck. Yeah.
It's just as meaningful to us that you guys are participating, and thank you for everything you're doing. You're a very impressive team and chapter, and whatever we can do to help you, we will.
Then Mr. Iktushin and Dono just mentioned everything, and also thank you very since 25th conference of Mars Society, and then every week, sometimes every 2 weeks, and then you guys just updating us, and then our cooperation and our intensive cooperation is pretty much going well. And I'm really happy that. Thank you very, very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
I wanna give special thanks to James. Our team and I have had the pleasure to be in close contact with James over the last year. We've been meeting weekly and sometimes bi-weekly, and you've connected us to incredible people, given us lots of valuable advices, and it's always fun to talk to. It's just a great just very grateful to be in contact. And for everyone in the audience as well, I just want to remind that our motto is connecting humankind's vision to reach Mars. That's the singular goal of the Mars V project. It is to be the connecting grounds for the Mars industry. And it's just that for all the players and participants in the Mars industry, right? Either through HR and training programs or through technological advancements in the field, we'll do our best to make the Mars V Analog Station in the Gobi a reality. And we'll invite everybody to visit Mongolia someday. Just to end, I want to read the poem by Natsugdorj about Mars, if that's all right.
Of course.
Right. Apparently, it works best if people are like closing their eyes or something.
Yeah.
All right. The star. A colorful star to be seen sparkling from far away. A red spark walking in the midst of unlimited space. The Mars throned in the center of solar system. Our humankind has wanted to meet you from a long time ago. What kind of human treasure exists in the golden body of yours? What are mountains, flowers, and trees of yours created from? Are the things mixed in your world as they are in our universe, or not? Has social order been established in your universe, or not? And what color do you see our universe from your end, the star? Do you know about our universe, or not? How strong are the flames of love and affection? Why do you never send letters to our universe? Esteemed wise Mars, you see all things at once. What interests you in thousands of matters of this world? Numerous top astronomers have studied you from a long time ago. May we establish social order here first, and then may we establish kinship with you. All right, everybody on mute. Mars or bust?
Mars or bust?
Bust.
Mars or
Have a
bust?
great evening, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's so great to see your smiling faces, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Namaste.
Have a great evening.
Thank you. All right. So next, I'm going to talk a bit about the Mars Society and what we've accomplished this year, and it's truly been a lot. The first thing I should mention is we went back to the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station for the first time in 7 years. and with a fantastic crew. Where are they? There's Terry and Olivia and Caleb and Andy and Andrew Wheeler's back in Australia. We had him on the big screen yesterday. They did this is not the F Mars, so let me turn that off. They did a fantastic job of getting the station reactivated. We were able to get our permits renewed, and some of them we have for 5 years now. And so we plan to go again next year, and hopefully every year from now on. And this morning, as I was preparing the bios for Ashton to read, I came across this little video on Bill Clancy's website that I thought would be fun to share right now. This is Robert's initial dedication of the station back in 2000.
So we're here to dedicate the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station, a place where we will learn how to train for Mars missions. We've shown the world that the Mars Society, that the people who believe that humans should reach out to Mars are prepared to back their words with deeds. To pull this thing off after the disaster of the fifth paradrop, when we lost our fine fiberglass floors, we lost our well-engineered trailer, we lost our powerful crate, okay, required skill, imagination, courage, teamwork, hard work, and above all, grit and determination. These are the qualities that will get us to Mars. So when you see the ugly but serviceable wooden floors that replace the fiberglass floors, okay, or the crazy Kunstmobile rickshaw over there that we use to move the panels in the absence of our wonderful trailer, or the insane scaffold that we use to replace the crane. Take note. These are the symbols of courage. Okay, because of your heroism, our movement is going to grow. People will join it. They will join it to be on the same team with people like you. Look how much things have changed since 1900. Okay, we now have cities with skyscrapers 100 stories tall and 200-ton ships flying through the air at 500 miles an hour across the oceans. We live in a science fiction world by the standards of the year 1900. Looking at this progress, who can imagine that if we dare, that if we crack the shell, that if we break out of the cradle, that 100 years from now, who can deny that 100 years from now, there cannot be a new branch of human civilization on Mars? And looking back over the past 1,000 years, okay, at the world lit only by fire, the cold world, early medieval times, and how much things have changed to that since then, and how much magical almost our world would have to seem to someone from that time. Okay, who can deny that if we take this step, that if we break out of this cradle, that 1,000 years from now, there won't be thousands of branches of human civilization on thousands of planets, orbiting stars in this neck of the galaxy.
Okay, next I want to talk about MDRS, the Mars Desert Research Station. Let me put that video back up. Sound off, sorry. Okay, we had a robust year at the MDRS. We did another field season, and we've planned a new one that's going to start right after the conference. So things are going very well. But this was also a year of transition. It was a year of transition because our longtime director, Shannon Rupert, Robert and I decided to give her a promotion and put her in a new role. And so stand up, Shannon, I want to acknowledge you. Number one, I know it's been a hard transition for you, especially initially to when we moved you from director of MDRS to senior director of analog research. I think you're doing fantastic, and I want to thank you publicly for your many years of service as director of the MDRS. So thank you very much. And so in this year, we entrusted the station to a new person, which was Sergey Yakimov. Stand up, Sergey. And Sergey did a fantastic job this year, and he's our assistant director. But today I'm going to announce that Robert and I have talked, and we're going to promote you to director of MDRS. Congratulations. We're looking forward to great things in the future for MDRS. It is our flagship project at the Society. It is something that inspires a lot of people around the country, around the world. And, you know, we're looking forward to many people's continued involvement with that. Next, I want to talk about the University Rover Challenge. We've done that competition. I think it's been, what, 12? Okay, so that's also very robust. We had a wide, I think we had, what, 19 teams or so this year. It was fantastic. We have Bill Clancy's here, Melanie Helpeck. I don't know if she's in the room, but she's been helping out at the conference. They've both been longtime volunteers. Very robust program, and it's going very well. And we're really proud of URC. And it's you know, a great model for the other rover competitions around the country or around the world as well, like such as the ERC that Robert just visited. Next, our education programs. We have a engineering program we did last year, and we talked about it at the conference last year. It was a summer program of where we did 50. We had 50 students and 5 teams. It was a 6-week program, and all 5 teams finished. It was amazing. So we decided to do it again. We actually did it twice more this last year. Nicole, where's Nicole? Nicole Willett led both of those cohorts. The first one was at her school in San Francisco, and the second one was over the summer. And so we had a total of about 100 more students go through that. And it's going fantastic. And we're actively fundraising for that. We're actively trying to get grants. We've written 10 grant proposals for that. And so we hope to scale that up and have that be, you know, 200 to 300 students next summer and beyond. And we want to also kind of, so to speak, franchise it. Make it easy for schools to do on their own, package it up, and so schools can run that. Also with education, I want to acknowledge Dr. Shannon Rupert and the Spaceward Bound teachers, because they've also been actively working every year on their program, and they just got renewed as well. And that's a grant that helps us with the MDRS. And so thank you to Shannon and the Spaceward Bound teachers for that. We talked about chapters a little bit with Ghana and Mongolia. We have over 45 chapters now. Our newest one is Washington, D.C. We now have a chapter in D.C. And we're also building our Utah chapter. And I'd also like to have an Arizona chapter. And we have a few people that have helped us with the conference this year, such as Prasad Falke. Where's Prasad? Prasad? Oh, there he is, right there. Thank you so much, Prasad. We're looking forward to working with you, and as well as the Thunderbird folks. I've met a lot of you in the last few months, and looking forward to working with you in the future as well. And anyone can start a chapter of the Mars Society. If there isn't one in your country or city or region or university, feel free to start one. And it's not hard to do. Just go on our website and you'll find all about how to do that. And then finally, the last big thing to mention we did this year is the ambassador program. And that's sort of like our outreach, our flagship outreach effort. And so for the ambassador program, we have a cadre of people that were trained, we train to represent us and go speak about the Mars Society in their own communities. And so James Melton has been the chief ambassador and helped start the program. It was originally his idea. He pitched it to Robert a couple of years ago. And so it's really exciting that we now have over 40 ambassadors working in that effort. And so they're doing, a lot of them are doing great things. As you saw, Che over in Ghana organizing the Mars Awareness Day. Ashton Zeth, who's been our MC for the conference. She's a Mars Society ambassador. She runs our Red Planet Live podcast with the help of Michael Lane and Liam Malmos and Michael Stoltz. And so we're looking for great things from our ambassadors moving forward. So that's what we finished this year. Coming up next year, and of course the MTI. So I can't not mention the MTI. You know, Robert and I were having lunch at a Chinese restaurant, I think back in February or March. And he's like, you know, we should start something like this. And I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. And I still have my page of notes. I'm going to frame that or something someday. But it's a really exciting initiative, and we're getting a tremendous amount of support, and we just have good things to come for that. So very excited about the Mars Technology Institute. Next year, my focuses are going to be more strategic planning, making sure that we have program level budgets, making sure that we have our spending under control. And I'd love to come back next year and have a real nonprofit annual report with financials and things like that everyone expects to see. And so that's something that I'm going to make sure we do next year. And as well as growing our community, our members, making sure that they have a lot of benefits to be a member of the Mars Society. They have a new a community called Mighty Networks that we're going to roll out that's being used by other organizations such as the Planetary Society and the Analog Astronaut community. And we really believe that's a good platform for us. And we were hoping to have it ready for the conference, but it needs a little bit more work. We want to have it really polished and easy to use for folks. And so that'll be coming out in the next few months. The Mars Society lives and dies on its volunteers. We have amazing volunteers that are very dedicated to do amazing things for us. And I want to really grow our volunteer base. I want to make it so that our volunteers have a clear career path, so to speak, with us, that they're growing, that they have challenges and opportunities for themselves. And so that's an area that we'll focus on a lot, and also try to get more young people engaged, more people around the world engaged. And so those are all the things that I'm going to work on this year. But I want your ideas. I want your feedback. I want you to tell me and Robert and our other senior staff what we're not doing well, what we could do better. We have an open door, and we want to hear your ideas. And so that's my presentation. So thank you very much. Okay, and so now I'm going to go ahead and give out some awards, but before I do that, I'm going to bring up the results of the student Mars debate that we just had today, that we just finished. Rachel Zubrin ran that, and I think a few folks here were judges for that. And so here are the finalists in that tournament. So the high school round, the first place was Dysfunctional Debaters. And second place was Debate Mate B, I think. Mate B, okay. Okay, cool. So congratulations to them. And for the middle school league, the first place was Mavericks. Second place, ZH Martians. And tied for actually there were two tied for second place, ZH Martians and the Feminists. Love that name. But congratulations. Okay. Every year the Mars Society gives out awards for our volunteers. And this year we have 6. There's 3 people that aren't here and 3 people that are here. And so I'm going to start with the ones that aren't here. I'm going to talk a little bit about each person and why they're getting the award. So the first person that gets an award this year is Kay Radzik. Kay has been our longtime leader of our refits and at the MDRS. She's an architect. She's run our work, we call them work parties because we try to make it fun. But she led the work party that we just recently had a few weeks ago. And she's been a dedicated volunteer for years and years for us. And so this award goes to Kay Radzik, and congratulations, Kay. The next award goes to James Melton. As I mentioned, James Melton created our ambassador program. It was his idea. It's a fantastic idea, and it's really taken off. And he's done a tremendous amount of work to recruit and mentor and provide moral support to all of our ambassadors. He's worked tirelessly on this. And so he very, very much deserves this award. And congratulations, James. And then finally, Susan Martin. Susan Martin, when I was the IT guy back in 2011, Susan Martin was the executive director, and I've had a very close bond with her since then. She's been a trusted advisor of mine the last few years. She recently stepped down from the steering committee in the past week due to health issues and just other things, kind of retiring from doing this after so long. She's been a very, very dedicated volunteer for the Mars Society over the last 12 years or so, probably longer than that. But anyway, thank you very much, Susan. This award's for you. And Susan, I'm still going to have you on speed dial. Okay. So the first award I'm going to give out is Ed Heiser. Why don't you come on up here, Ed? So Ed Heiser is our Utah chapter lead. He also runs our Reddit channel. Reddit is one of those social media networks that maybe not all of you use, but there's a lot of young people and others that do. And he's gotten the word out on all of our events and all of our initiatives. Come on up. And so anyway, he's worked tirelessly for us, and I'm just so proud to work with you, Ed, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's get a picture of Art. Awesome. Thank you so much. And then I'm going to do, okay, I'm going to do Sergey next. Come on up, Sergey. Come on. Yeah. Now you're getting this volunteer award because you worked overtime, and it's not easy to be out there in Utah by yourself. It's not easy, and you've done above and beyond. And so congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And then finally, the last one, where's Ashton's Ashton, come on up. Ashton, you've joined us this year. You've taken on a lot. You took on Red Planet Live, and you took on the emceeing of this event, and you've done a fantastic job. And we are so proud to be working with you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay. I'm all done now. I think I did everything. Yep, it looks like everything there. So now I'm going to go sit down. And first, I'm going to make sure Robert's slides are ready because he's next. And I just want to say that, I started coming to the Mars Society conferences at the second one in 1999. And I was actually in the room when we decided to do Flashline. I was in the back as everyone was talking about it back in 1999. So it's just my privilege to be part of the Mars Society after all this time and be working under Robert Zubrin. And so I'm going to pull your slides up, Robert, but I just wanted to say thank you. Okay.
Okay. I should say that I'm pitch hitting here. The speaker was going to be Shannon Nangle, who actually came here and was ready to speak, but there was a family tragedy and she had to leave. So our hopes and prayers are with her and her family. But you should know Shannon Nangle is a brilliant young biotechnologist. She has her own company called Circe, named after the sorceress that could, she does better stuff than Circe. But she was the lead author on a paper in Nature called The Case for Biotech on Mars. And it's a brilliant paper, and it's part of it lays out conceptually a part of the program of the Mars Technology Institute. But I'll come back to that later. But we should probably post her paper on our website somewhere. I'll get to the Mars Technology Institute in a bit. What led to the Mars Technology Institute was actually my work on my new book, which is coming out next February, The New World on Mars. What can we create on the red planet? Okay, in which the premise is that we will soon be able to go to Mars in significant numbers, humans will. And the question then, the real question is, what will we create there? Okay, and what do we make of this opportunity to begin the world anew? And it doesn't look at this from the point of view of trying to design a utopia, which was the assignment that we assigned to some 276 teams that competed in our Mars colony design contests, and whose work I took ample advantage of, and I want to thank all of them. But from the point of view of natural selection, that in fact there will be numerous groups of people who go to Mars with quite varied ideals as to what the ideal society should be, and that this and what comes out of it will be sorted out by essentially natural selection. Okay, and that's what I was trying to peer into the future on. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about this, and then I'm going to come back to us. But let's. Okay, so people will soon be able to go to Mars. Okay, now Musk has knocked this door open, but it's not going to continue to depend on him. At this point, he has proven the point that it is possible for a well-led entrepreneurial team to create things that was previously thought it took the governments of superpowers to do, and not only that, do it in 1/3 the time at 1/10 the cost, and even do things that they had deemed impossible, in particular reusable launch vehicles. And they have cut the cost of space launch by a factor of 5, and they are being copied. And if they advance this with the Starship, which they must, because there's going to be knockoffs of the Falcon 9 operational soon, offered by the Chinese and others. So they have to make their own stuff obsolete, and the cheaper launch gets, the more business plans for space businesses become viable. So you get a lot more launches. The number of launches is growing very fast, and the more launches, the cheaper space launch gets. And furthermore, the cheaper space launch gets, the less conservative spacecraft designers can be, because there's less at risk in trying something new. And so technological progress in spacecraft technology is advancing rapidly as a result of this, and that tends to make various space business plans even more cost effective. Okay, and therefore more space launches and so forth. This is a virtuous cycle that has been unleashed, and at this point, this is, in my view, unstoppable. If Musk skates off the edge of the ice, this thing is going to continue to unfold. So this is a great thing. And something else, if there are reusable launch vehicles, there will be used launch vehicles, something that has not been a thing, okay, ever. Okay, you could never buy a used Atlas, okay, or Saturn V, okay, does not exist, okay, but there will be used Starships or used the Chinese version of the Starship, okay, and so forth. And that means that soon there will be launch vehicles that everyone can afford. And that means that for different groups of people who have different ideas of how to make a new start on Mars, it will be possible to do it. So what will we create on Mars? And so, you know, I in the book, I look at all this stuff, the technology, the economy, the political systems, social customs, the architecture, all the features are up for grabs. Natural selection will sort it out. Okay, and where will it be? If you looked at the studies that were offered to us, they were all over the map, and there will be cities all over the map. Okay, so because there are different ones have different virtues. Okay, but look, here's the thing. People ask me all the time, what are the resources available on Mars? Okay, and some of the people say, well, unlike the moon, which has helium-3, which is a resource, what is the unique thing? Okay, look, there is no such thing as a natural resource. This is a very important point, this critical point. There's only natural raw materials. It is human technology. It is thought that turns a material into resource. It is thought that transforms matter into a resource. And throughout human history, humans have created the world's resources. Okay, uranium was not a resource till we invented nuclear power. Oil was not a resource until we invented oil drilling and refining and things that could run on the product. Land was not a resource until people invented agriculture, and it became a bigger resource as agricultural technology advanced. Okay, and here's just one particular proof. If across the broad sweep of human history, land and metals, which are the premier material to making tools out of, have been considered the primary resources worth going to war for. Okay, and let's look at metals. People start using metals seriously around 6000 BC, copper, and then various other metals, tin, and silver, and gold. Okay, and for almost 5,000 years, those are the metals that people used, okay? And these metals, taken all together, are about 100 parts per million in the Earth's crust, okay? Iron only becomes a resource around 1200 BC. That's way after 6000 BC, okay? Because they finally had higher temperature kilns that could smelt iron. The low temperature kilns that were derived from pottery kilns could not smelt iron. So iron did not exist as a resource for 4,000 years. Then all of a sudden it becomes a resource, and iron is 50,000 parts per million in the Earth's crust. It is vastly more common than tin and copper and gold. And so all of a sudden, because of this technological change, the metals become thousands of times more available. Okay, and so now instead of metals only be something that could be used for artwork and the armor of high-level aristocrats, it now can not only have metals for the whole army, swords and spear points, but for peasants to use metal tipped plows and axes and so forth. And all of a sudden now the people can cut down forests and turn that into farmland and so forth. It's an enormous expansion of human resources. And then, of course, more recently, aluminum. Go into any Old West antique store, there are no aluminum objects to be found in it, okay? Because aluminum did not exist as a resource until there was electricity. Because you need electricity to actually separate aluminum out of aluminum oxide. You cannot do it with thermal techniques. And and then more recently, titanium, silicon, things like this with magical properties. So we create resources through invention, okay? There will be plenty of resources on Mars once there are resourceful people there, okay? Okay, now, one thing you do need to do these transformations of matter, without question, is energy. Okay, and so we will require lots of power on Mars. Nuclear technology is key, and including more advanced forms of nuclear fission, breeder reactors, which we have not been driven to impose on Earth because we can afford to only get 1% of the energy out of the uranium. It's only, and the uranium is only 5% of the cost of nuclear power. We can get high-grade uranium ore from across the planet, and then it can be refined, and even the isotope upgrading and all this can be done by a global division of labor and massive infrastructure and so forth. But on Mars, you won't have that. Okay, if you have to transport the uranium from Earth, that's very expensive. You'll want to get 90% of the energy out of the uranium, not 1%. If you have to mine it locally and refine it out of low-grade ore that it might reasonably be expected to exist within a short distance of your city-state, once again, you're going to want to have the higher, you're going to want to have breeder reactors. And then beyond that, deuterium, okay, which is 5 times as common on Mars as it is on Earth. and which will be released in large quantities from Martian water, because all Martian life support systems involve a step involving water electrolysis, releasing the hydrogen to be free hydrogen instead of part of water. And so you can do isotope separation. Okay, that's going to be there, which makes fusion power the preferred energy source for Mars. And on Earth, okay, there's some people dinking around with fusion, but we are not driven to it. We have plenty of fossil fuels, et cetera. Mars, you don't have fossil fuels. Wind is thin, solar is weak. We're not going to have hydroelectric power until the planet is terraformed. The fusion is the way to go, which brings me to my next point. Okay, what is the basis of the Martian economy? It is invention itself. Okay, and here I draw a parallel to America, to colonial and frontier 19th century America, the nation of invention. Okay, that's the Claremont, the first practical steamboat. The British invented the steam engine. Americans invented the steamboat. In fact, the first steamboat in the world was demonstrated to the Constitutional Convention in 1787. Its name was the Perseverance. Okay. And the first practical steamboat was the Claremont. Okay. Robert Fulton's boat, which was a success commercially. It was financed by Robert Livingston, the same person who negotiated the Louisiana Purchase. Okay. And who had massive land speculation in the West. And as soon as you have steamboats, you have the incentive to create high pressure steam engines. The British engines were low pressure engines, adequate for stationary engines used to pump water out of coal mines. But you want portable engines. You want them to be compact and efficient. And you go for high pressure steam engines, which Americans invented. And lo and behold, that enables railroads, which are the revolutionary invention of the 19th century, totally transforms the world. Okay, steamboats, railroads, and of course, high pressure steam engines, more efficient engines, make possible within a generation after that, the portable, well, not portable, but centrally generated electrical power run from steam engines and so forth. And there you go. Now, the Americans were into invention. Okay, actually, we started inventing nautical technologies. The sloop and the schooner, two revolutionary sailing rigs, were actually invented in America in the 1600s. And the thing that is noteworthy about them is they require much fewer sailors to manage the boat. Okay, then the sail was square rig things with lots of sails all over the place. Okay, and so because you had a shortage of labor in America. And that's why Americans kept on getting into gadgeteering. Labor-saving machinery became a, we became the masters and of gadgeteering for labor-saving purchases in all fields. And we'll come back to that. Okay, but the Martians, as I say, they're going to want to revolutionize energy. And that's going to mean fusion power. And guess what? Fusion power isn't just another way to make electricity. It is a new kind of energy. It has new qualities, including enabling things like fusion rockets, okay, which will not only make possible rapid interplanetary travel out to the outer solar system, but can, in principle, get up to speeds up to 10% the speed of light. We're talking about the entry capability for interstellar travel, okay? So this is the driver here. And the Martians are going to want to invent in many other areas as well as energy. Okay, now another important area for the Martian economy is going to be asteroid mining. The asteroids have precious metals, but look, if you want to make money off of a gold rush, you don't mine gold. You sell blue jeans to gold miners, okay? And the place where you can make the blue jeans and the food and the shovels to sell to the asteroid miners is Mars. Because if you actually looked at the solar system, and you can go through this here, a starship launch from low Earth orbit, it can't even reach Ceres, with no payload. A Starship launched from low Mars orbit to the belt can reach Ceres with 200 tons of cargo. So there's an enormous positional advantage to supporting the development of the asteroid belt from Mars. But in order to enable asteroid mining, you have to refine the asteroid ore at the asteroid. You do not want to be moving around vast tons of rock and iron around the solar system, because the platinum is still only, 10 to the -4 fraction of the asteroid. You got to refine that there. And the Martians will also need to be able to refine low quality ore on Mars itself. Okay, because since Mars does not have a global transportation network, where you don't have any railroads on Mars for a while, we're not going to have container ships until there's oceans. You're going to have to be able to use materials that are within tens of kilometers of your city state. Okay, that means you're likely to be forced to use low quality mineral ore. But if you can separate out the elements out of low quality ore, it makes all material elements abundant everywhere. Okay, now think about this. Fusion power, low quality ore turned into usable stuff. This massively benefits the Earth as well, or human civilization on Earth, to be more specific. Then yes, real estate development. Real estate does not exist in nature. There's land that exists in nature is turned into real estate by you developing it. And that's another product, but we'll get into that. And I talk in the book about the architecture of Martian cities, basically plagiarizing all these other authors. But the key question that you run into is there's lots of ways to design them, but what you run into a fundamental problem here, which is food. Okay, which is food. A Martian expedition for exploration, food is not an issue at all. You just bring the food. Okay, that's not an issue. A small Mars base of 20 people or something, you can have greenhouses of the types that many people have adopted designs for, and we'll hear about one tomorrow from Barbara Belvisi. I don't know if she's here yet, but she has these greenhouse grow pods, and things like that are good options for supporting a small Mars base. But if you start looking at feeding an actual city, even say a small city of 40,000 people, not 1 million people like Elon Musk talks about. Let's talk about 40,000 people. Renaissance Florence was 50,000 people. So, okay, if you look at an Iowa cornfield, which is the most efficient agriculture conducted at scale on Earth, okay, now or ever, okay, it produces 12 tons of corn per hectare per year. Now, that's great. That's 6 times what they did in 1950. And they were doing great in 1950 relative to the rest of the world. Okay, but still 12 tons a year, that's 30 kilograms a day, which means if you're feeding people with a ration of 1 kilogram of corn a day, that's 30 people per hectare. And if you want to eat something a little better than 1 kilogram of corn a day, so you have some fruits and vegetables and maybe some eggs, okay, you're talking maybe 20 people per hectare. So 20,000 people is 1,000 hectares. 40,000 people is 2,000 hectares. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, that's 2,000. What's that? 20 square kilometers of land to support a town of 40,000 people. Okay, not a terribly big city at all. But trying to do that with the greenhouses, and that's assuming that the Martian greenhouse lit by natural light will have the same productivity as the Iowa cornfield, which has got twice the illumination. Or if you're doing this in tunnels, as many people say, well, let's do it in tunnels with LEDs. If you are illuminating the land, not with 1 kilowatt per square meter, but with just 200 watts per square meter, 1/5 of a kilowatt per square meter, okay, a hectare is 2 megawatts, and 1,000 hectares is 2 gigawatts, and 2,000 hectares is 4 gigawatts, which is about the power that runs Chicago, okay, to run a town that is smaller than Tempe. So that's not in the cards. And the problem here is the inefficiency of the food chain based on photosynthesis. Okay, because, okay, photosynthesis at the chloroplast level is 4% efficient, but at the level of the cornfield, it's 0.2% efficient. And that's why it requires so much land to make the corn. Now on Earth, relative to Mars, okay, you may think land is expensive, but land is really cheap. That is arable land compared to what you can do on Mars. So we can't afford to do agriculture at 0.2% efficiency. Okay, now you look at various chemical engineering processes, for example, the process that I outlined for Mars Direct of making methane oxygen on Mars out of CO2 and water, and it's like 60% efficient. And that's sort of typical of many useful chemical engineering processes on Earth, 30%, 80%, 60, 50, something like that, not 0.2, okay? And so we need to have a process of making food from CO2 and water, which is the basis of food, not at 0.2% efficiency, but at greater than 10% efficiency. Okay, we have to go up 2 orders of magnitude. And the road to do that is to be found in synthetic biology. And fortunately, we actually have among our ranks here one of the founders of synthetic biology, Steve Benner, who actually has a synthetic biology company in Florida, and we look to collaborate with him and his company in the Mars Technology Institute. But if you do this, where you can say make methane in the way we do in Mars Direct, and then you have the right microbe for turning the methane into protein, okay, which is possible. Now you've got protein, and then maybe you can even eat the protein, or otherwise you can feed the protein to the tilapia and you can eat fish. And you're talking about a potential process that's a couple of orders of magnitude more efficient than what we do now, okay? And this is fundamental to being able not to do expeditions to Mars or even Mars scientific base, but to settle Mars. This is what is needed. We have to make food abundant, almost, well, not quite as abundant as water, but in the same sense as drinking water is not part of a major part of anyone's budget, even the poorest people in the world. The poorest people in the world, food is a major part of their budget. We have to bring that down. And if we can do that, we not only enable Mars settlement, we solve the most basic problem of human beings have faced on Earth since human beings arrived on Earth, okay? And we create plenty. Now, in the book, I also talk about social customs on Mars, and so the social customs on Mars will need to be things that reinforce group solidarity. And I don't have time to discuss that here, and I talk about education on Mars. And now this is something worth spending a minute on. We do have a workable educational system here on Earth and in the advanced countries, but it leaves a lot to be desired. We have a system which is a massive poll tax on people, that in order to be considered educated, you have to go through, you know, whatever, 16 years of schooling. It's an enormous waste. Well, it's a waste of money in many cases on the part of the people that are forced to do it. It's a huge waste of labor capability, especially regarding those people who are excluded from using their talents in the social world. I believe that we don't want an educational system that basically put teenagers in reservations and to keep them out of the way until they're old enough to be tolerated. We want to engage them in the life of society. And the analogy I give is this, is you know, the Protestant Reformation, there's various theological issues involved, but the real thing why the Protestant countries took off economically compared to the Catholic countries was not because of different theologies, but because the Protestants translated the Bible into the local language and therefore promoted mass literacy. Okay, and therefore in basically Northern Europe and the countries that took the Reformation, they take off economically fantastically because of the elimination of the previous distinction between the learned and the unlearned. between people who could read Latin and people who couldn't read at all. Now you go to a large population that could read the vernacular, okay, and the creative potential of society is enormously unleashed. I think we need an educational system that goes further in terms of eradicating the distinction between the learned and the unlearned. I think we need, well, put it this way, this Martian cities that succeed will be those that do this. Okay, that's what I mean, okay? By the way, this here is a picture of a World War II book drive. If you look at, very few of those GIs had college degrees. It wasn't a thing, but they love to read, okay? And, my father, who some people here have met, he was born in 1916, he died in 2016. He was an orphan. He worked his way through high school selling newspapers on the streets of the Lower East Side. Okay, but he loved his Shakespeare, and he got terrific insights into human nature through Shakespeare. Okay, and and this is what those guys were like. And you talk about the greatest generation. They understood things. Okay, I think while they didn't have anything like the number of grades in school that people today have, I think they had a much more widespread understanding of history and all sorts of things like that. And and I think that Mars will also need to have social customs once again that reinforce solidarity. I'm a New York City person originally, but our family used to spend summers in upstate New York in a community that had Saturday evening square dances, and it actually did bring people together. There was much less atomization, and I think that Mars will need such institutions, and it may also well be a major attraction for people to Mars, that there is a culture being grown there that is not as atomized as what we're seeing develop on Earth. Now, the need for social solidarity on Mars will be in tension with the need for liberty, because Mars, the successful Mars city, will be based on invention. Invention requires liberty, okay? And this is the key thing. So, and they're going to have to work that out. But there's an author that I actually respect who said that we could have tyrannies emerge in extraterrestrial colonies because the government could turn off your air if they don't like you. But I don't think that's true, okay? Because no one would move to an extraterrestrial tyranny. That is, an extraterrestrial tyranny would abort itself. That is, you could have such a thing emerge, but it could not emerge as the prevalent form of society on Mars, because which society ultimately prevails will be those that outgrow the rest, and attracting immigrants will be extremely important in a dominant factor in that. And look, so freedom, okay, this entrepreneurial space revolution, which is being driven by freedom, okay, that will give us Mars. And the Martian societies that create the social institutions that give people the greatest freedom to realize their full human potential will be the ones that outgrow the rest. In other words, the noble experiments that work are the ones that become examples for everyone else, okay? And therefore, they will not only have freedom there, but they will set a higher example for Earth, okay? So freedom will give us Mars. Mars will give us freedom. Okay, then terraforming. The Martians will want to terraform Mars. It is the nature of life to want to take barren environments and transform those that are favorable for the development and propagation of life. So humans will bring Mars to life. Our program is not just to bring life to Mars, it's to bring Mars to life. And the Martians will do that. And no one will be able to look on that and not feel prouder to be human. And this is a very important point. This is the ultimate refutation to the anti-humanists, such as the Bishop Heiser discussed this morning, who are saying that the humans have no right to disfigure rocks because who are we to break a rock? And Okay. Now, okay. 1858, Abraham Lincoln gave a very famous speech, okay, in which he said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Okay. And so it came to pass. And the slaveocracy was defeated. And look, the most important thing about this painting, there's a famous painting of the surrender of the Confederates at Appomattox, okay, is that it's the Confederates surrendering to the Union, okay? And there's a reason for that. And, you know, if you ask Americans, and most Americans know something about the Civil War, why the Union win the Civil War? Because the Confederate generals were more talented. No question about it. Well, they say, well, the North, the Union had a larger population and more industry. But why did it have a larger population and more industry? Because it was free, and therefore that's where the immigrants went. Okay, that's where the talent from Europe went. Okay, none of those refugees from Europe wanted to go to the South where they'd have to compete against slave labor. Okay, they went to the North where they could be free to exercise their talents and so forth. And so the North, and look, you know, the Union Army was 40% immigrants or first generation Americans, Confederates 3%. The Confederates couldn't even use 1/3 of their population, which is, say, the Black people, because of course they were against the Confederacy for good reasons. Now, so the Union could attract talent and mobilize the talent. The Confederates couldn't attract talent and couldn't even use such talent as they actually had. And that's why the North won. And okay, Mars may face a similar issue. Okay, because look, the reason why you have these two radically different modes of society in the US was the predominant problem facing the early America was the labor shortage. There was two ways to resolve it. In the North, through gadgeteering, okay, solves the labor problem. But what does labor saving machinery actually do? It is labor productivity multiplying machinery. Okay, and if you multiply the productivity of labor, it raises the average pay you can pay to labor. Okay, and so the North had skilled labor using, for the time, advanced technology, high productivity, high pay. Okay, the South attempted to resolve the labor shortage problem with slavery. So two different methods of solving the problem. Okay, and freedom won. And it is conceivable that some country that is unfree might establish a Mars colony. Okay, but the unfree colony could not invent. Okay, the unfree colony could not attract free immigrants. Okay, and therefore, I mean, look, this house divided was settled in 1865. But the world today remains a house divided. It is half slave and half free. Okay. And actually, I have to stand with Lincoln on this. I do not believe it can permanently endure half slave or half free. It must become all one or all the other. And Mars will need to become all one or all the other. And I think on Mars, it's very clear that the force of dynamics favor freedom. Now, this gets me to the subject of what's happening in the world today. Okay, and by the way, in this context, I want to give a shout out to one other new Mars Society chapter, Mars Society Ukraine, which is literally carrying on its work under fire. But look, what is the major threat facing humanity today? Now, if I ask that question, maybe not to this audience, but to most audiences of intellectual people, say 4 years ago in 2019, the dominant answer I would have gotten was global warming. Global warming is the existential threat facing humanity. Now, to be clear, I actually believe global warming is real, but I do not believe it's an existential threat facing humanity. Some people might have answered resource exhaustion. That actually is false. We're not faced with resource exhaustion. Okay, but what were we faced with then and are now very clearly faced with? We're faced with the threat of destruction due to bad ideas. And in particular, one bad idea, which is that there isn't enough for everyone. And so we have to fight it out. Okay, that is the bad idea that drove the catastrophes of the 20th century. It's the bad idea that threatens us today. Okay, and we're seeing this. Now, here's the thing about ideas. Ideas need messengers. Ideas actually need people who want to promote those ideas. Who wants to promote the ideas that there isn't enough to go around and therefore war is inevitable? Who actually benefits from that? Tyrants, because the fundamental thesis of the necessity for war is the fundamental justification for tyranny. We need to have a strong government to make us win the war. Okay, and therefore, I mean, well, I'll quote you Adolf Hitler, actually. He said, the idea of perpetual prosperity and plenty through science is a Jewish plot to undermine the people's belief in the necessity for war. Now, it is not a Jewish plot, but it does undermine people's belief in the necessity for war. If we all can understand that there's plenty to go around, there is no necessity for war, and therefore there is no necessity for tyranny. Okay, and while I believe that this invasion of Ukraine can and will be repelled, it could be repelled a lot quicker than we're doing it, but it can be and will be. Nevertheless, we're living on borrowed time on this planet so long as this fiction is allowed to continue. This fiction must be undermined, okay? And it gets undermined by us showing that resources are infinite, by us showing that we can make infinite resources on a planet that appears to have nothing, okay? That we can create new branches of human civilization. And we're not going to Mars so that humanity has a place where a few people survive after the Earth is destroyed. No, that is not what, we are not going to Mars to desert the Earth. We are going to Mars to create a partner for the Earth, new inventive branches of human civilization, new inventive branches of human civilization that will prove that there's no point killing each other, fighting over provinces, when we, by using the best parts of our nature, we can literally create planets. Okay, and that's why the cause of Mars is the cause of all nations. Okay, thank you. So I guess I have time for a few questions, then I'm going to move on to the next subject I need to talk about. But let's, any questions on my talk itself? All right, a question.
Okay, a question is, what is the best testimonial we have for what we've already accomplished?
The best testimonial we have, okay, by we, do you mean the Mars Society? Oh, the Mars Society has done a lot of things. Mars Society, okay, we do the various projects. Jim pointed to a lot of them, okay, and we've visibly inspired people. We built state rover contests, you name it, but actually it's spreading a vision. Why is Musk devoting himself to making humanity multiplanetary? That was us. Okay, that was us. We took a person who otherwise would have devoted his life to making money, okay, and have him devote his life to making humanity, or a part of his life to making humanity multiplanetary and with significant effect. Okay, so yes, we built the station, and we also saved the Hubble Space Telescope, I might add. Okay,
could
it was important.
Could I?
Okay. Anyway, look. Next question. Next, is there another question? Yes. No. All right. Well, then let me get down to it. Okay. You've heard in this conference about the Mars Technology Institute. The purpose of the Mars Technology Institute is to prove this thesis. The purpose of the Mars, in other words, if Mars can be an inventor's colony and support itself economically by exporting inventions to the benefit of itself and all humankind, why not begin that inventor's colony on Earth now? Okay. Now, there's a number of points that can be made as to why the Mars inventors colony certainly be more committed because they're there. But it is, we don't have that option. So let's do it on Earth now. The idea is to create an engine of invention, which can also become an engine of finance. We make inventions that solve the key problems facing the colonization of Mars, A, because it's not going to be possible until these inventions are made, and B, okay, become sources of income to finance further research and ultimately the human settlement of Mars. I anticipate the Mars Technology Institute making inventions in key areas, starting in this area of food, okay, and spinning them off to create spin-off companies that investors can invest in and grow those. And we create an empire of spin-off companies representing new technologies that we create. Okay, so starting with the problem of food that has plagued humanity since humans arrived, going down the list of all the rest. And once again, completely refuting the canard that the only people that care about the poor people of the earth are the writers for the Atlantic, as opposed to the people who are interested in space. So this is what we're going to do. And this is going to take some money. Now, I do not expect to raise the money needed to run the Mars Technology Institute in this room tonight. Okay, because it's going to take some pretty serious money to do it. Okay, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars to start. Okay, but what I do want to do in this room tonight is to raise the money that will allow me to do the travels to raise the heavy money. Okay, I plan on being in Los Angeles at a major space business conference next week. I plan on being in New York City the following week at another meeting of financiers. I plan on being in Atlanta the week after that, and so forth. Okay, we can raise the money to finance this effort here tonight. This is going to take some work. Okay, we already have, as I said, we've got a key element of the technical team in place now. Okay, with it's a handshake agreement, but with Dr. Stephen Benner to work with us, with his team, with really one of the top synthetic biology teams in the world on this, and there are other things that will be put in place. So we're going to have a very credible presentation, and we're going to go for serious money. But I need your help to do this. We need to raise the funds to do this. So I'm right now here asking who here in this room is willing to give $5,000 to finance the Mars Technology Institute. I will commit personally. Okay, Benner. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? There's someone there in the back. This gentleman over here. And Mr. Jiang from China. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, who can give $1,000? Okay, so Bishop Heiser, Ed. Okay, can we have people start moving around and take these pledges? Okay. So we have Bishop Heiser, we have Ed, we have a gentleman there. I think you're from Austria. Is that no? I can't quite. I got lousy vision. New York City. What? This one? Okay. So I have Bishop Heiser. I have Ed. I have the gentleman over there. Anyone else? $1,000. We have Eric over there. This gentleman over. Okay. Leonard. Okay, Mars coins have stepped up to the plate here. Okay, and if Mars coin works out, I think he's going to be able to do more. Okay, this gentleman, you're the guy with the flying cars, right? Okay, there we go. Okay, This gentleman is really into flying cars. He's got some interesting ideas. Anyone else? $1,000. Who here can do $1,000? Okay. Have you managed to identify all the pledges? Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. So who here can give $500? Okay. Dave Heiser, Kurt Chankaya, Bill Clancy. This gentleman who's the father of the brilliant young man who has really been an uplifting presence in this concert, Alexander. Okay. And by the way, Alexander, I think you are tops. Okay. The best questions we've had in the conference has come from this. Okay, there's a gentleman over here. Okay, Kai. Right at this table over here. Hold your hands up until people identify you and take it down. Anyone else? $500. Come on, this side of the room is really like punking out. Okay, there's one. $500 from that gentleman. Okay. Right. Let me just take a minute before I move this down. Okay. All right, $250. Okay, so Akbar. Okay, Derek. Okay, Noor. Okay, there's a gentleman here with the baseball hat who you got your face hidden with that baseball hat. It is absolutely tax deductible. Okay, okay. Over here. Okay. Darian, I believe, right? Okay. Anyone else? $250. There's a gentleman over here. Do we have a volunteer to go and this one? Okay. Okay. Others for $250. Okay. We have over here several people at these tables. Okay. And hey, a volunteer, Chloe, or yeah, there's some people over here who've got their hands up. Do you have these people who have their hands up right over here? Well, please. Okay. We have this gentleman over here. Can we have a little help here, volunteers in the back? Okay, because we're going to need, because the next thing is, I bet you a lot of people are going to go have their hands go up on this one. Okay, $100. All right, Tony. Okay, this woman over here. Okay, this gentleman over here, right behind you. Can we have some people moving around and take these pledges? Wayne White. Okay. From Orbital. I can't remember your name. I know where you're from. Orbital Arc. Okay, is coming with $100 here. Tony Muscatello. Do we have? Do I have some more volunteers who can help on this? Hey, Roger Gilbertson. Hey, how about this? Molly, can you run around and write down the pledges, or are you already doing it? Yeah. Okay, but you're getting that. Oh, I see. Okay, come on. Who else has got $100 who hasn't been spoken to yet? We got this gentleman over here, this gentleman in the back over there. Come on. $100. Have we
Start with the 5,000 and work our way back again to make sure we got everybody.
well, we're still working on it. We're going to go through it, but here we got some over there. Okay. Has anyone who's made a pledge not had a volunteer approach you? Roger Gilbertson right here. Okay. Okay, first of all the people who pledged 5,000, has someone approached you to write down your pledge? Okay. All the people who pledged 1,000, has everyone approached you to record your pledge? All the people that pledged 500, has everyone you been approached? 250s, the 100s, everyone who's pledged $100 has gotten their pledge written down. Okay. Okay. The okay, $50. $50. $50. Who's on the $50 bill? I don't know. I've never owned one. The so is there some pledges here for $50? One back there. Okay. So I think we've done pretty good here tonight. Okay, and those of you who don't want to make did someone get the pledge from Mr. Jiang? Did someone write down your pledge, sir? Yeah, well, you need to actually do this. Okay. So anyway, look, this is great. This is great. I think this will give us the war chest we need. Okay, by my count, we've raised well over $30,000 in this room tonight. This will give us the initial war chest we need to go after the serious money. I want to thank you all. I think that this meeting is historic. And, you know, look, Jim surprised me by showing that video, which was taken on the night that we commissioned the Flashline station. And that was a very difficult operation. The power drops to deliver the stuff to the island failed. The equipment was destroyed. The paid construction crew deserted, and we were left to build it ourselves with the help of some Inuit boys. And I felt that night that the history was blowing in the wind. I could feel it. See, if we had failed in that station, which was our first major project, we'd be nothing. We'd just be one of any number of people who had come along and said they were going to do some big thing relating to space and had, poof, gotten blown away. Okay, but we had pushed through that. And as a result of that success, we became a real organization. We were able to do the Mars Desert Research Station next, and the rover contest, and all sorts of things. Okay, and that has now positioned us to the point where we can do this. And I feel that now, tonight, as a result of what you've done here, you've given me the war chest we need to go and make this vision a reality. So thank you very much. On to Mars. So is that conclude the evening, Jim? It does. See you tomorrow. What? What'd you say?
Good job.
Yeah, I think so.
Well done.
Okay. Wow. Okay. No, we're gonna do it. This gives me the budget I need to.
Tom DeRose. Nice to meet you.
Okay, good to meet you.
You got your mic. Thank you. Well.
may know.